This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1024 Making Trouble. Alan's suspicion is not without reason, because the last attack on the investigation team was too weird. There are so many people in the manor. Why are all the people attacked by the Emperor? Among them, there are some people planted by other forces, such as the manor steward planted by the Carter family, and people from the temple, and these people from the sole secret method. Could it be that the Emperor discovered that these people were disloyal or something, and then he cleaned up the house, and also disrupted the political situation of Devon Star? Mainly about the attack on the investigation team last time. There is no clue so far. Where did the attackers come from? Where did they go? Did they really blow themselves up? There is no clue to the debris of the explosives left behind. The last time you were attacked, the higher-ups actually know what happened. Someone offered a reward of 320 billion for you on the platform. But there is no direct evidence. Those old guys do things very carefully. Alan spoke again. Even if we check the assassin platform, we won't find anything. So your attack is doomed to have no results. Not only you, the Carter family, and the generals who were attacked later, etc. Most of these are also platform tasks accepted by some people, of course. They may also be assassins sent by other families. Among them, the attack on the Carter family laboratory. It seems a bit like the Emperor's style, so the attack by the investigation team may also be revenge by the Carter family. Anyway, I heard that the Carter family laboratory was attacked, and very important research data was lost. You also know that among our families, who hasn't studied some taboo things? The Carter family research is related to interstellar creatures. Because interstellar creatures are too powerful. What will be the result if they can be controlled? At least you can carve out a piece of land in the Empire, and become the king yourself, Alan said while driving. This retro flying car also has a steering wheel, and the direction is also controlled by the steering wheel. Although the flying car is flying at a certain distance and high altitude. Yes, there are too many possibilities. But I just feel uncomfortable. Mainly because I am too weak. If it is possible, I will kill all the people in the Zhang family and the Wu family. These bastards are not worth playing with, Yang Bo said angrily. Haha. You know what kind of character we nobles are. What we call gentlemanly manners is just to deceive those poor people. The character of our nobles is to kill others, to root out the roots, to hide a knife in a smile, to add insult to injury, to take advantage of the fire. But in recent years, many civilians in the Empire have also seen through the character of the nobles. So there are new nobles. But the new nobles are just like that. Now that they are threatened by the old nobles, these guys have such high standards for themselves. If we were not old nobles, these poor guys who suddenly became rich might do more than us. If nothing else, you can see how chaotic the academic circle is. Especially those who were born in the common people in the academic circle, and then gained status and position, as if they want to do everything they never enjoyed or did before. Of course, if I were in an important position, I would do more than them. I go to Paradise Island because I have no power now. If I had money. Hee hee. Alan snorted twice when he said this. Hee hee, you still want power? You might as well go to Paradise Island and find someone to role-play with you. You can play whatever you want in it. Yang Bo chuckled. I have acted before, but I know it acting, and it feels less real, and those women are very coquettish. You can tell once you touch them. Just be content. How many people can be like you? Alas, we have all grown up, and we all have things to worry about. I miss the time when we were on this planet, when we didn't like someone, we could just go to their door and beat them up. The family protection is always limited in time. Your grandfather is still alive now. When he is gone, who knows how the head of the family will treat you? The same is true for me. If my grandfather is gone, what do you think will happen to me? I'm afraid I will become a livestock kept by the family. Yang Bo shook his head. Well, I'm better. At least my father and others shouldn't do anything to me. Unless my brothers are in charge. Alan said. We're here. The new investigation team lives here. After these idiots came, the security here has been raised several levels, for fear that others would not know they were here. Alan pointed to the target in front and said, This is the core area of Wandao City, a building next to the police station, which was originally a government building. The roof of the police station here has a new type of warning system installed, with energy warning turrets and drone hives, bionic robots, drone mecha hives, and so on. A lot of detection equipment has also been added to the surrounding buildings. It can be said that unless you are invisible, Even an ant can't get in. Sorry. You two can't enter. As soon as Alan and Yang Bo stopped the car, several security personnel came and surrounded the car. Fuck. Get out of the way. Alan wanted to open the car door, but unfortunately, he couldn't open it. Although the car door is a mechanical switch, it also has a safety system that detects someone outside the door. Sir Alan, you cannot stay here. The security captain is also a Viscount, and he deliberately stroked his Viscount badge. Get out of the way. TM. Don't think you can run rampant on Devon just because you're from Kyoto. Do you believe I can deal with you in Kyoto as well? Alan cursed. At this moment, there was a loud bang, and a wave of heat came. Alan turned his head and saw that it was Bart World next to him, who released a fire superpower, which blew away several security guards who were blocking the car door. Look! Look! What kind of people are they? They have no way to deal with criminals. But they impose restrictions here, and they're on law-abiding citizens like us. I don't know which bastard recruited these incompetent bastards, wasting our tax money. Alan saw Bart open the car door and get out, cursing on the live broadcast. Let the bastards from the investigation team come out. I want to see what the investigation results are of these bastards, who came all the way from the imperial capital to our side. Don't tell me that these idiots have enhanced security and are riding spaceships. But in the end, there is no result? Then Bart ignored the surrounding alarm system, and the drones of the police station swarmed over. Fuck. Bart, you are a money grubber. Alan hurriedly looked at Bart live broadcast room, which was full of curses. Because if you want to post a comment, you have to charge first, which is not expensive. 100 blue coins can post 1 post per minute, and 1,000 blue coins can post 10 posts per minute. As for wanting to post barrages, 10,000 blue coins per post. Barrages were densely packed. Idiot! Bart, you big idiot. Big idiot. Bart, you curse so well, the government is trash. Bart, you are so rich, but you still want money. There were some curses in the barrages, and some cheers. There were even questions. Fuck, Bart. How did you know that the Empire's second investigation team was here? Alan was about to get mad. The security guards next to him quickly moved away. These security guards didn't expect these two bastards to really dare to do it. On the other side, Bart was being sarcastic again. Look at this. These incompetent rubbish in the government, these weapons purchased with our tax money, can only be used against lawful citizens like us. I was attacked. Where did these drones go? The last time the investigation team was attacked, where did these drones, the bionic robots, go? Everyone. Look at these drones again. Where the bionic robots are deployed, who are they protecting? These people in the government are protecting themselves. As for the rest of the people, they can only wish for the best. Inside the live broadcast room, hundreds of drones of varying sizes can be seen surrounding Alan, Bart, and the flying car. There are also more police drones, police bionics, and police mechas being deployed. It looks like a grand scene, but the chief of the Devon Police Department is already tingling with fear. But if the drones are not deployed, Bart, the bastard, will really dare to rush in and attack the investigation team in the building. The chief of police can only report to his superiors, and of course, lock the firing authority of drones, bionic robots, and unmanned mechas in case of accidental discharge. Bart criticized the investigation team again in the live broadcast room. Bart said while live broadcasting, I don't know how much money it costs to send these investigation teams, but I know that these people will definitely not be like us ordinary people, and the cost is not high. These people enjoy public funds, eat and drink public funds, and enjoy public funds. In fact, public funds are fine, but you should at least give some results. This is not the first time that our Devon Star has experienced a terrorist attack. Before I was attacked, there was already one. What even more ridiculous is that, after I was attacked, the investigation team that came to investigate was also attacked. Doesn't the government have anything to answer? Bart even pointed to the building next to him and said, those who attacked me. Those who attacked the investigation team. Watch out. The new investigation team is here. Those who have ideas should act quickly to prove the incompetence of some people. Today, as a victim, I just wanted to ask about the progress of the investigation. But I didn't expect to be surrounded by security. If you can't solve the problem, then solve the person who raised the problem. As a hereditary Viscount, I am treated like this. What about ordinary people? What will happen to ordinary people? No wonder people on the internet say that there are only 200 million people in our empire, and the rest are beasts. Look at their attitude towards me. Am I a beast? Am I a beast? Alan was also broadcasting live. And he was also complaining loudly. People of our status and position are treated like this. It is hard to imagine how the civilians of the Empire will be treated when encountering such things. The Emperor of the Empire looked very unhappy. When he heard Bart say that there were only 200 million people in the Empire, and the rest were beasts, he snorted coldly. What does this bastard want to do? The Emperor cursed directly. Chapter 1025 Major Generals cursed together. The Emperor was angry, not only because Bart's words touched his heart, but also because there was no clue about the attack on the investigation team last time, and various conspiracy theories were circulating privately, and some said that it was the Emperor himself who did it, and his purpose was to clean up his disloyal subordinates. In addition, the contradictions in the Empire were getting bigger and bigger. In interstellar society, information spread very quickly, and although the civilian class had no way to resist the system on the surface, many people had already given up. Extreme events have been on the rise in recent years, and some people even retaliate against society, even among civilians in various positions. Some deliberately destroyed production equipment, etc. There is also a growing rift between the new and old nobles. The Emperor originally supported the new nobles in the hope that they could fight against the power of the old nobles. However, after many new nobles gained power, they did not want to fight against the old nobles at all. They began to enjoy or find ways to keep their current positions, and even framed their colleagues. Some new nobles even sold out the interests of the country, and finally fled abroad. More importantly, most of what Bart said was true. The Empire system was an aristocratic system. From a very early time, the Empire had two attitudes to solve problems. For the nobles, it was partiality, etc. For the commoners, it was natural to solve the problem if the problem could not be solved. If the commoners had any disputes, the government would not take it seriously at all, because no matter how well the government did, without the support of the nobles, the people in the government could not be promoted. Therefore, the government concept of serving the nobles has been passed down. What made the Emperor even more angry was that the old nobles just watched the fun and made a fool of themselves during the last investigation and this investigation, and had no intention of cooperating at all. The attacked old nobles were even unwilling to cooperate with the investigation. What was the mentality of these old nobles? They laughed at themselves, didn't believe in themselves, or were they afraid of being found out? No matter which one it was, the Emperor felt that he could not accept it. Your Majesty. At this time, the chief steward bowed and reminded him. It turned out that there was a report from below about how to deal with Bart. Waste. When the Emperor saw the report, he became even more angry, because this matter clearly did not need to be delayed for so long. Bart himself was the victim, and he was a hereditary viscount. He could make the decision when he met the investigation team. But those security personnel wanted to stop this bastard. These security personnel went to the imperial capital. Naturally, they felt that they were superior to others, and took chicken feathers as a token of authority. These security personnel don't even look at who they are facing. Even after the conflict, the police station in Wandao City can control the situation and can completely take back the drone. It won't let Bart, the bastard, go live to scold the government. Is he scolding the government? He is scolding himself. Moreover, these governments have pushed the problems to themselves layer by layer. Are these people afraid of taking responsibility? The Emperor thinks it not just like that. These bastards just want to watch the fun. Let them decide for themselves. Also, tell the governor of Devon Star that if a vicious incident breaks out on Devon Star again, everyone from top to bottom will be fired, and will never be employed again. The Emperor shouted while suppressing his anger. Also, he has 10 minutes to solve the Bart issue, or he will be fired too. The Emperor didn't know why such a thing happened on Devon Star. As an emperor, he couldn't focus on one planet. In other words, such a big thing happened on Devon Star, and it was the local government that had problems. The responsibility should be on the local government, instead of pushing the problem on himself. The Emperor saw that Bart Live broadcast had hundreds of millions of people, and the number of people was increasing. There were more and more people scolding the government in the comments, and the words were full of incompetence and beast. Find a way to give Bart something to do. This bastard. The Emperor looked at Bart weird tone during the live broadcast, and simply turned off the live broadcast, and then said, yes. The chief steward was a little confused. The Emperor's words were simple. But how to do it? Yang Bo felt very comfortable scolding. The system of the empire itself had problems. Although Bart was a vested interest group, Yang Bo felt comfortable scolding. The surrounding drones were withdrawn instantly, as well as unmanned robots, drone mechas, etc. See? Some people are just mean. These incompetent idiots from the capital. They should have communicated well. But they came up and blocked the car door. What a fool. Is our emperor too old to send such incompetent trash to investigate? Most of these guys are here for a public tour. Alan heard Bart say this and laughed. Alan also pointed at the security captain and cursed, useless. Even if you are from the imperial capital, you can't change the attribute of being a bunch of useless people. The security captain's face was gloomy after being scolded. Although he was a hereditary noble, the two guys in front of him were also hereditary nobles. If they were not hereditary nobles, he would make them look bad. Please come in. But you two cannot broadcast live in there. The security captain was sent by the emperor, and was considered the emperor confidant. Because among the old nobles, there are also royalists. Of course, the so-called royalists are actually the great nobles, who are on good terms with the royal family. Humph. What are you looking at? You idiot with no sense. You are so high and mighty just because you came from the imperial capital. Lead the way. Alan pointed at the nose of the security captain and cursed. The security captain cursed Alan and Bart in his heart. Country people. Rude bastards. Bringing shame to the nobles. The security captain himself is a hereditary viscount. And in the imperial capital, the nobles behave very gentlemanly, and will never fight in public or curse at people if they disagree with each other. Moreover, the security captain was a lieutenant colonel of the Imperial Secret Service. The departments where the Secret Service worked were all very important. It was impossible for anyone to force their way into these departments. To be a lieutenant colonel of the Secret Service, one must be a genius. So even though he knew in advance that the flying car belonged to Alan and Bart was riding on it, the security captain looked down on the two men from the bottom of his heart. These two men were just country bumpkins. Bastards. And were the targets of the nobles' scorn. These two bastards have no reputation among the nobles. They openly snatched women on the street, and took them back to be wives. It was shameful. But I didn't expect these two bastards to not give face at all. They started fighting directly, and even cursed people on live broadcast. The security captain wanted to fight, but after weighing it, he was no match for the two guys, and it would be rude to fight. The security captain took the two into the building. When Yang Bo entered the building, he felt that there were dense energy fluctuations inside. These were energy fluctuations emitted by the energy detector, which kept scanning everything inside the building. It was obviously a warning system. Moreover, Yang Bo also sensed mental fluctuations in the dark, although they were weak. And it was obvious that there were masters of mental power here. Bart and Alan were taken to the meeting room on the first floor. There were 3 people in the meeting room, all of whom were wearing uniforms, which were uniforms of the Special Service Department. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were middle-aged, handsome and elegant, judging from their military ranks. One was a colonel, and the other was a major general. The other woman looked very ordinary, and she was wearing sunglasses. But Yang Bo could feel the woman's strong mental power. You too. The major general among the 3 saw the 2, stretched out his hand, and made a gesture for them to sit down, but the 3 did not stand up, and then he spoke. I am not interested in knowing who you are, and you don't eat at my house. As a victim, I want to know what result you are going to give me for the attack. Alan saw Bart interrupt the major general. He also spoke. A major general wants to scare us. I'm afraid that he's just an idiot major general, and he won't be able to produce any results. The major general of the Special Service Department also looked unhappy when he heard what the 2 bastards said. He was a major general of the Special Service Department, and he came to receive the 2 people in person. But he didn't expect to be treated like this. You too. Our investigation team just came. The colonel next to the major general spoke up. So what's your plan? And how long will it take to produce a result? In peacetime, there are many idiots who flatter others to get promoted. I'm afraid that some people can only flatter others, but not investigate cases. Yang Bo said with a sneer. Yang Bo just did a live broadcast, and now he is deliberately angering the other party, just to achieve his own goal. The Major General of the Special Service Department should know the location of the second world, but now there is a strong spiritual power next to him, so he can't release the spiritual seed. And the reason why there is such a strong spiritual power next to the Major General of the Special Service Department is probably to protect the Major General. The royal family has the secret method of soul, and they must be afraid that others have the same means. So this target is not suitable. But he has no way to force his way in and arrest other people. So angering the other party to change people is the best choice. Sir, you are also a hereditary noble. The Major General was furious when he heard this. You are still lecturing me. Shitty Special Service Department. Terrorists directly use missiles and laser weapons to attack me. Where were you at that time? I didn't do anything. I have given you face as a Major General. If I didn't give you face, I would have killed you long ago. As Yang Bo spoke, his firepower instantly exploded, and the entire building immediately sounded an alarm. Fuck him. What the hell? A broken Major General is nothing. Alan fanned the flames. The three people on the opposite side were frightened by Bart's sudden superpower and flew back. And superpower lights also lit up on their bodies. The uniforms of these three people were also specially made, which could play a role similar to armor. I came here today for two purposes. First, I must give a plan and a time node. Second, I want to let you idiots know that the taxes paid by us nobles are not so easy to get. If you can't meet the above requirements, you should be careful when walking in the future. I don't believe that you have never been alone. I will let you taste the feeling of being attacked. The Major General is now in a mess. Bart's superpower energy fluctuations are too scary. The rapid alarm sound explains everything. We just came and haven't figured out the situation yet. We can't give you an answer. The Colonel is already speaking softly. Because Bart on the opposite side now gives people the feeling that he is a bomb that will explode at any time. The three of them also know Bart's superpower strength. If I don't get the result today, I won't leave. In this information society, is there anything I don't understand? Let's discuss it and give you an answer as soon as possible. The Colonel felt his mouth dry. Although his uniform had activated the defense, he didn't dare to gamble. He and his people still had a bright future. There was no need to confront these bastards. How long will it take? Don't delay me from going back to dinner. Yang Bo wanted this result. After the three of them went to discuss, they would definitely not face him again. It would be uncomfortable to face him again. He would definitely have to change someone to negotiate with him. And it was likely that no matter how he made trouble in the future, he would not see these three people. Isn't this the opportunity? As long as he changed someone, he could release the spiritual seed. Moreover, the person on the other side was of a lower level, so he could still make trouble. Chapter 1026. The goal is achieved. The three of them left the meeting room quickly after saying so. The Major General of the Special Service Department turned around and was furious. This bastard. I will keep a close eye on him from now on, this bastard, scumbag. The Major General of the Special Service Department has great power, and is also the Emperor confidant. He has never received such treatment in the Imperial capital, and he can't do anything to Bart. The main reason is that Bart is a hereditary viscount of a noble family, the victim, and his superpowers may have reached A+. General. It's actually very easy to deal with someone like Bart. Just start with his superpowers. The person next to the Major General whispered. The Major General heard this and said, it won't work. Their organization usually doesn't listen to other people. It's always better to give some things a try. Bart Fire's superpower is not that simple. That makes sense. As long as he is targeted by that organization. Hee hee. The Major General laughed. Yes. This organization will restrain A+ level superpowers. As long as Bart does not use his superpowers in the future, he will not be so rampant in the future. Okay. I give it a try. In the conference room, Alan saw the various teas, fruits and good wine served, and said, you are right. These people eat and drink with public funds. These things are all taxes we pay. Hee hee. He is just a Major General in the Special Service Department. If he can solve the case, he will be promoted and make money. If he can't solve the case, he will wait and see. I am not the only one who is attacked on Devon Star. I suffered losses. The others just can't make trouble. If this guy can't solve the case, he will suffer the consequences. Even the Emperor can't save him. Yang Bo chuckled. When did you become so cunning? Alan took a bite of the fruit, and then asked, what do you mean by cunning? The Emperor's subordinates are scheming against each other. I don't believe that he, a Major General, has never offended anyone before. If he can't solve the case, we will not let him go, and neither will those who have a grudge against him. If the Emperor's subordinates were all united, we nobles would have been suppressed by the Emperor long ago. Of course, we old nobles are also like this. If one family is in trouble, the others will take advantage of the situation and rob. Yang Bo didn't eat or drink anything. Although it not poisonous, you should be careful. Alan nodded when he heard this. It a pity that you didn't see the two guys I wanted to trouble, but they still have a long time here. There are plenty of opportunities. More than half an hour passed, and two young men in the uniforms of the special service came in. Both were male, and both were captains. Hey, where is our Major General? Yang Bo said sarcastically. Your Excellency Viscount Bart. Your Excellency Earl Allen. I am the head of the data analysis team of the investigation team. Yang Lei. And this is the head of the planning team of the investigation team. Su Xing. He was the first to introduce himself. Your Excellency the General is away because of something. This is part of the follow-up plan discussed by our investigation team at the meeting. In addition, we will give Your Excellency Viscount Bart a result as soon as possible, and no less than 6 months at the latest. Yang Lei answered respectfully. You two keep your word? After reading the plan, Yang Bo asked with a smile. This? Yang Lei hesitated. Do you think I'm easy to fool? At this moment, Yang Bo's superpowers suddenly erupted, and he kicked the table away, directly knocking Yang Lei and Su Xing away. Superpowers suddenly emerged from the two, but they had no way to resist the huge force, and they crashed into the wall directly. Bang! Just as the two men hit the wall hard, Bart came up to them, reached out, and patted their faces gently, then said, Go back and tell that shitty general 6 months. If there is no result in 6 months, I will make him pay, just when we met. He acted like a shitty major general. He is nothing. The two men, who were still in shock, saw Viscount Bart calling Alan after he finished speaking. Alan, let go, shit major general, who dares not show up himself, pushing out some small fry, coward. Yeah. Alan also nodded. The investigation team sent 2 captains to negotiate. The status was not equal. Of course, there was no way to target the 2 captains, because these people just followed the orders of others. It would be embarrassing to make things difficult for them. Yang Bo was very happy, because he had just taken the opportunity to release the spiritual seeds to the 2 people. Although these 2 people were only B-level superpowers, and they were captains, Yang Lei really knew where the second world was. Because the second world was also under the charge of a separate department, there were many people in this department, and this department also developed a communication system, logistics system, intelligence system and various detection systems for the second world, to ensure that these systems were independently operated. This department is independently managed by a steward in the royal family. In order to conceal his identity, this steward is also responsible for some of the royal family industries. There are 2 armed spaceships in the second world, both of which are converted from private spaceships, and a space laboratory. It seems that the Emperor can't get the warships over there, because the attention to warships is too high. Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there are no warships, it's fine. Yang Lei is an engineer responsible for developing the communication system, and the other Su Xing is a member of the royal family, and is considered to be Su Wei peer. In the royal family, there are still some people who are loyal to the Emperor. On the one hand, these people have no right of succession. Even if the Emperor has an accident, it is not their turn to inherit the throne. On the other hand, these people do not have much influence, so they can only follow the Emperor. Su Xing's real identity is a secret agent of the Special Service Department, and he has also been on an armed spacecraft in the outer space of the second world. Su Xing and other secret agents will constantly change jobs. Of course, their backgrounds are all fake, because this way they will not be noticed. Moreover, Yang Lei and Su Xing both have biochips in their brains. They cannot say or write anything about the second world to anyone. Once the biochip detects such actions, it will take immediate measures. But Yang Bo's spiritual seed directly reads the memory, which cannot be detected by the biochip. And some people will be released from the soul secrets when they leave the second world, and then they will forget everything about the second world. But there is a threshold for this, and those who cannot reach it will be implanted with a biochip. How can I get to the second world? Yang Bo knew the exact location of the second world, but it was still difficult to get there. To get to the second world, you need to go through 3 space jumps, and the places where these space jumps are located are guarded by the Emperor-trusted guards. These guards are on the other side of the space jump location, which means that there is no way to find guards on the jump location. In addition, there are no fixed flights between the royal family and the second world. And Yang Lei and Su Xing have nothing to do with the second world now, so Yongbo cannot find out when there will be flights from them. And if there is no emergency, there may be no flights for 3 to 5 years. But there will be communication. And the two of them don't know what the laboratory is researching in the second world. And they don't know whether the other party has any relationship with the second world. Do we have to find an opportunity to go to the planet Yadri? Yongbo muttered in his heart. Yadri is a mineral planet. And it is the private property of the royal family. The reason for going to this planet is that it is also a place to communicate with the second world. The fleet here can go to the second world at any time. In addition, there are armed spacecraft in the second world. The materials needed by the laboratory are also transported from here. And they will not depart from the imperial capital. Yadri planet produces energy stones. And it is reasonable that the royal family has a fleet here. And it is not so easy to go to Yadri planet, because it is the private property of the royal family. So there is no public transportation. And there is no mail service. Yongbo wants to learn how to find someone on March Star to bring energy stones with space coordinates to Tianyun Star. But it is a bit difficult. How about going to the imperial capital first? Yongbo plans to go to the imperial capital first, because those who are responsible for the royal industry will definitely take turns. And this is the opportunity. Where are we going? After Yongbo got on the flying car, he found that Alan was driving the flying car to other places. Paradise Island, but let's change cars first. My car is too obvious. Paradise Island business has not been very good recently, so the prices are much cheaper, and there are also good things that can't be sold. Alan chuckled. Yongbo nodded. This is the disadvantage of Interstellar, that it takes a long time to transport materials. For example, the items that want to be auctioned on Paradise Island have been transported a year or a few months ago, but a series of things happened on Devon Star. Many nobles left Devon Star. Because of several terrorist attacks, many nobles were afraid of death, and they stayed at home, or a few people formed a group to play in private. Okay then. Yongbo nodded. Let's go see if there are any good things. You have so much money. Why don't you want to buy some property in other places? Too much cash is not a good thing. It doesn't keep its value. Alan asked while driving. I want to, but I'm not good at investment. Yongbo nodded. Ask me, our family is the best at this, and I know those people are eager to cash out or something. Alan said. Alan family has a considerable influence in the entire financial department of the empire. What Alan meant was that some nobles were in urgent need of money, and wanted to sell assets at a low price. Are there any good assets in the imperial capital? Yongbo asked directly. Of course there are. The imperial capital is indeed a good place to invest, but if there is a bad thing, the money will be gone quickly there. It is common for someone to lose tens of billions in a gambling game. There are too many rich people. There are too many powerful people. If you are not careful, you may offend some of them. Some of them may even take a fancy to your things. Alan got off the car at a place and changed cars. And then continued. Hee. I hope someone will provoke me. I feel that there is no sense of accomplishment in bullying those country bumpkins on Devon Star now. Yongbo laughed. Forget it. With your current strength and influence, only a sick person would provoke you. Just don't bully others. Alan pouted. It's just right. When the time comes, I will go to the imperial capital and bully anyone I don't like. Especially those geniuses, dandy disciples and the like. Yongbo laughed. That fine. When the time comes, we will be assholes in the imperial capital together. No problem. Chapter 1027 Entering the Fleet. There was nothing Yongbo liked at the auction. What the nobles of the Blue Water Empire liked, Yongbo didn't like very much. For example, those genetic mutants, both male and female, with various animal characteristics, much like the orcs and nobles on Earth. In the past, these genetic mutants were easy to sell, regardless of male or female, because the nobles also had females, and of course there were nobles who took both male and female. Other luxury goods, Yongbo didn't like them at all. So I left a message for Alan to ask him to help me keep an eye on the industries in the imperial capital. And then I returned to Bart territory. I had dinner with Ning Shui here, and then stayed with her for another night. The next day, I used the excuse that I had something to do in the laboratory. And then I made materials in the laboratory for a day. And then asked White to send me away in a space mecha. Back to March Star. Su Wei and the other two prepared to go to the 9th Fleet for mecha training. 1 day a week. And there would be fighter planes to pick them up. While there was still some time, Yongbo came to Wanhua Valley again. Extracted a mutant black rock bee and some honey. and prepared to go back to the laboratory for experiments. This black rock bee was already the size of an adult fist, and was very fierce. It also had a sense of territory, not around its nest, but regarded Wanhua Valley as its own territory. After placing the collected samples in the laboratory, Yang Bo came to the villa. Su Wei and the other two were a little nervous. Yang Bo, will there be any problems? No. Will it cause trouble to others? It okay, don't worry. You will owe others too many favors. Have you met Shou Rui, cousin? Yes. Su Wei and the other two were ready. All three of them were wearing mecha protective suits. Yang Bo was also wearing a protective suit. This kind of protective suit cannot be seen from the outside. This kind of protective suit can provide simple protection. Of course, several people have not put down their masks yet. The four of them are in the mecha warehouse behind Yang Bo Villa. There is a storm outside now. This mecha warehouse can dock fighters, and this time it is an unmanned fighter to pick up 4 people. At this time, the unmanned fighter came, and the unmanned fighter flew lightly into the door of the mecha warehouse, and then landed at the designated location. Then the unmanned fighter opened the door. This small fighter is only more than 4 meters high, only more than 8 meters long, and only 6 meters wide. This fighter is different from the fighter in the atmosphere. This fighter can be used in the space atmosphere. Yang Bo and his 4 companions boarded the fighter plane. You couldn't see inside the fighter plane from the outside, but you could see outside from the inside. Yang Bo didn't know what the purpose of this fighter plane was, maybe reconnaissance or communication. The fighter plane took off again. After the fighter plane left the mecha warehouse, the door of the mecha warehouse slowly closed again. The fighter plane was very fast, and rushed directly into the storm. Looking at the dark clouds and rainstorms around in the fighter plane, it was another different view. The fighter plane shuttled through the clouds at a speed of Mach 3, and you could also see lightning in the clouds. Soon the fighter plane reached Mach 7, Mach 10, and saw the sun again. Looking at the sea of clouds below, Yang Bo looked normal. When he reached a certain height, he looked back at the sea of clouds, and saw a huge vortex. Wow! Su Wei was amazed at the huge vortex of the storm behind her. And looking at the sky, there was a huge halo above, which was the airport. The entire airport was more than 30,000 kilometers away from March Star. At this time, the speed of the fighter reached 20 Mach, which is close to 7,000 meters per second. The fighter reached space, and the speed was even faster, because the 9th Fleet was 100,000 kilometers away from March Star. About half an hour later, the fighter arrived at the location of the 9th Fleet. The huge warship was almost invisible in the dark space, because most of the light was absorbed by the warship and converted into the energy it needed. It's so big! Su Wei and the other two looked at the huge warship. The entire battleship is only more than 6,000 meters long. The main battleship is generally more than 8,000 meters long. But the 9th Fleet fought a battle with pirates on the Green Devil Star, so it lost a lot of modules. Later, due to the reasons between the military warlords, the 9th Fleet battleships were not repaired. But the main battleship is not based on size, but on the power of its own energy cannon, shield power, engine power, and the level of the commander. Yeah! Yang Bo was also very jealous. If he had 3 or 5 such battleships. Forget it, or don't dream about it. Not to mention the cost of this kind of warship, even the entire alliance doesn't dare to build too many, because the cost of these warships, and the subsequent maintenance and use costs are quite high. And there are very few opportunities for this kind of warship to fight, but warships are indispensable, so no matter how expensive, it is necessary to equip. As the fighter planes get closer and closer, the warships are getting bigger and bigger. The fighter planes are the kind that are descending. So it looks like the entire warship is like a huge piece of ground. Of course, there is no fixed top in space. Just like people on Earth. No matter at the South Pole or the North Pole, the top of their heads is always above. The fighter entered an open passage, and the door was closed after the fighter entered. When the door of the fighter opened, there was already air in the cabin where the fighter was parked. There was no need for people to walk here, and there was a dedicated mobile device next to the fighter, just like a convertible. After the 4 people sat down, the whole device began to move. Without human control, this device will take people to their destination. The entire device moved quickly in the passage inside the warship. In less than half a minute, the mobile device arrived in front of a hatch. Welcome. The hatch was already open. After entering the hatch, I found that the space was very large. The entrance was in the upper part of the cabin. Wang Mushua was wearing an admiral uniform and was waiting here. Thank you, General. Yang Bo put down the mask on his face and greeted him. Thank you, General. Su Wei and the other two looked at Wang Mushua. They didn't expect the admiral to be so elegant and beautiful, especially with the admiral uniform. Su Wei and the other two quickly followed Yang Bo and opened their masks and said thank you. Mech training is very hard. I hope you can stick to it. Wang Mushua was also curious about what Yang Bo's three girlfriends looked like. Because Wang Mushua had tried to get closer to the two before, but it ended in failure. I also know that Zhou Rui also had this idea. But it didn't work out. Of course. Wang Mushua didn't know that it was because she was too smart that Yang Bo didn't take a liking to her. In Wang Mushua's opinion, Su Wei and the other two were not particularly outstanding. Su Wei's baby face was a bit special. But Annie and Xiyao were just average. Thank you. We will. Su Wei and the other two nodded quickly. This is where you will train in the future. Once a week. As for the coach, you don't need to know him. And during the training, you'd better not communicate too much about things that are not related to mecha training. Because strictly speaking, this behavior is already against the rules. Wang Mushua looked at Su Wei and the other two, and continued. Yeah. Su Wei and the other two were already suppressed by the Admiral aura, and just nodded in agreement. This is your watch. It has temporary access rights. You can go back to March Star directly after the training. Just order what you need to eat. Of course, I don't recommend doing this, because it might make others recognize you. Yeah. Then Wang Mushua demonstrated how to choose a training mecha. This is a special cabin for mecha training, and there are many types of training mechas in it. After the mecha is selected, it will automatically fly to the platform, and then get on the mecha. After the mecha lands, training begins. Because it is in space, there are many more subjects than ground training. Various gravity environments, various weather environments, even terrain environments, and space environments. The laser gun of the mecha here uses visible light as the light source and has very low power. Moreover, the training cycle is very long, with a 5-year cycle. In the later stage, actual combat training can be conducted on other nearby planets. Su Wei and the other two chose their training mechas, and Yang Bo also put on his mask. At this time, the mecha master who trained Su Wei and the other two drove the mecha into the arena. Yang Bo couldn't hear the content of Su Wei training, but today he would first get familiar with the training mecha, and then get familiar with some other things. Do you want to sit in my office for a while? Wang Mushua asked Yang Bo. Of course. Yang Bo nodded, and he just wanted to find an opportunity to check the location of the Green Demon Star. The two also took the mobile device and came to Wang Mushua's office. This is not the command center of the spacecraft. Wang Mushua was in the command center when she was commanding the battle. This is usually used for office work. Are you really not talented in mecha? Wang Mushua poured a glass of water for Yang Bo, and then asked. I also wish I had a talent for mecha, but unfortunately I can't. Maybe it's because of the pharmaceutical industry. My hands are too steady. I'm not suitable for the industry of mecha, which requires extremely high hand speed. Yang Bo shrugged. In the first phase, there are about 12 people here who need customized medicine. These 12 people are fleet officers, my confidants, and their families need such medicine. Wang Mushua still doubted, but there was no evidence. And Wang Mushua was also half believing and half doubting now, because it is impossible for a person to be so outstanding, a genius pharmacist, a genius mecha master? How is this possible? And Yang Bo seems to have psychic superpowers. Of course. No problem. The scale of the experiment will be expanded later. Yang Bo nodded. Confidants are good. Confidants prove that they have followed here from the Green Demon Star. As long as he gets the chance to release a few more spiritual seeds, he will definitely find the location of the Green Demon Star. How did the last incident go? Wang Mushua asked again. Because of the incident on Tianzi Star, some people's plans have been postponed. Yang Bo knew that Wang Mushua was asking about the pirates. The fleet still has a big gap. Whether it's funding or other things, the 9th fleet's strength is half that of other fleets. I hope the pirates can help the fleet turn around. Wang Mushua said again. Yang Bo was thinking about how to check the fleet configuration, whether he could implant some program backdoors. After all, it's much easier to tamper with the fleet. Chapter 1028 Secondary Mutation of Black Rock B. There are too many places that can be tampered with, such as the unmanned fighter planes that transport several people, temporary identity permissions, and the mobile equipment inside the warship, etc. The main reason is that Yang-Bo does not know what level the system of the main battleship is. System intrusion is something that will be difficult to happen again once it is discovered for the first time. And once it is discovered, the chance of being discovered is very high. So Yang-Bo will not take the risk of tampering with the equipment he touches before he is completely sure, because once there is a problem, it is easy to know that it is his own doing. And finding the location of the Green Devil Star through the warship system is only one of the options. Later, he will contact the officers of the warship. So Yang-Bo is not in a hurry to take action. Besides, it is his first time in the Ninth Fleet. Maybe Wang Wuxue is always watching him. I can't help with anything else. Yang-Bo knows that the Ninth Fleet is under great pressure now. The Ninth Fleet only has the most basic guarantee. That is, the fleet can only get the salary of the entire fleet from the military. And there is almost nothing else. The treatment of the main fleet of the Alliance has a lot to do with the station, because the station can subsidize a large part. But March Star is too barren, so the fleet can't get any subsidies at all. The patrol of the Ninth Fleet is also the lowest standard patrol mission dispatched, because the fleet consumes the most when it travels, and the salary of the personnel on the fleet is subsidized when the fleet travels. In fact, you have helped a lot. Many people in the fleet actually stayed because they could get high-quality genetic drugs sometimes. Our salary is too low. Wang Wuxue shook his head. The money from the sale of the high-quality gene medicine produced by Yang-Bo to subsidize the fleet is a drop in the bucket. The biggest reason for the stability of the fleet personnel is that the fleet commander Wang Wuxue has a channel to obtain high-quality gene medicine. When the people in the fleet need high-quality gene medicine, they can go through internal channels. In other words, it gives everyone hope. Of course, some people are for faith. Wang Wuxue's suppression of the rebellion caused the military to exclude him. But some soldiers also have faith. No matter what kind of society it is, there are still some people who have faith. What do you think of the mental training method I gave you last time? Wang Wuxue asked again. Psychic superpowers account for a small proportion of the entire superpower group, and even fewer can grow to a high level. Wang Wuxue also wants to know what level Yang-Bo's superpowers have reached. Keep it secret. Yang-Bo said two words lightly. Wang Wuxue rolled her eyes at Yang-Bo, because Yang-Bo seemed to have been on guard against her. Wang Wuxue didn't know why Yang-Bo was on guard against her. So she said, I am presumptuous, but you can still ask me if you encounter problems in cultivation in the future. Thank you. It is probably not necessary. Can you take me to visit the warship? Yang-Bo asked again. Are you curious about the warship? Everyone in the entire alliance is curious about these warships. Such a behemoth brings a great shock to people. I still clearly remember the war between this warship and the pirates' warship on the Green Demon Star. Yang-Bo spoke. Yeah, I didn't expect the battle to come so suddenly. Wang Wuxue also thought of the battle at that time. Then Yang-Bo visited the warship, just took a general look. The specific parameters would definitely not be leaked. It has a complete range of facilities, from entertainment to learning, to competition and so on. Of course, more important is the military equipment, various fighters, drones, bionic robots, mechas, various energy cannons, missiles, and so on. 3 hours later, Yang-Bo brought the trained Sui and the other two back to March Star. The three were exhausted. It was easy for a master-level mecha master to train 3 junior mecha masters. But the junior mecha masters would feel that they were being crushed. The 3 of them were still practicing their reaction ability for the time being, and would practice long-range sniping when they reached a certain level of strength. The reaction speed of the 3 people now was practicing long-range sniping, which was similar to letting the new recruits play with sniper rifles in the army. Then Chun-Chun is a target. The 3 returned to the villa, without even taking a shower, and went to rest. Yang-Bo came to the underground laboratory, and conducted experiments on the mutated black rock bees. Huh? Yang-Bo first purified the black rock bees into materials, and in the middle Yang-Bo found something strange, that is, the material of the black rock bees showed 2 energy colors. One is green, and the other is silver. Green represents the wood attribute, and silver represents the spiritual system. Could it be a mutant creature of the spiritual system? Yang-Bo was a little puzzled. Strictly speaking, these black rock bees are secondary mutations. So there are many possibilities. If they are really mutant creatures of the spiritual system, then their value is too great. Yang Bo became interested and quickly experimented with this material. First, he experimented with the positive and negative formula materials of the wood attribute. And the final result was that the positive formula was successful. Then he experimented with the spiritual material formula, and finally succeeded. Then we started the experiment, which was to dilute the two finished medicines into various proportions and inject them into the gerbils, and then observe the gerbils. Among them, the wood-attributed material formula medicine has a faster effect. It can be diluted 45 to 52 times according to the dosage used by humans. Too low a dilution ratio will cause energy residue and side effects. Too high a dilution ratio will cause insufficient energy. Of course, this is the case of the same usage. If the dilution ratio is too high, you can inject a larger amount according to the calculated results. However, drugs with low ratios are not recommended, because the concentration is too high. When injected into the gerbils, it will cause a violent reaction at the injection site and cause side effects. After the genetic evolution drug is injected into the body, it will take a certain amount of time for it to flow through the blood throughout the body. The mental system is more difficult, because the success of the mental system mutation depends on whether these gerbils will become smarter in the future. TSK. Looking at these successful gerbils, Yang Bo was also amazed. Zhongbua town has become prosperous. Yang Bo still does not plan to develop these mutant black rock bees independently. On the one hand, he does not have time. On the other hand, the stronger Zhongbua town becomes, the greater the benefit to him, regardless of Yang Bo real identity or Mr. Jiu. And he can get two kinds of money. The first is the material money, the second is the production, because these materials will definitely be given to Mr. Jiu. And the risk market is all borne by Zhongbua town, and he does not need to bear these. The next step is observation. Yang Bo looked at the time and found that 7 or 8 hours had passed. He returned to the villa. Su Wei and the other two had not yet gotten up. Yang Bo asked Shen Gongbao to wake the three to get up and wash up. And he cooked. Shen Gongbao saw Yang Bo enter the kitchen and open the refrigerator. And he happily turned around on the ground. He hadn't eaten Yang Bo food for a long time. When he heard Yang Bo asking him to call people, he jumped upstairs. Too strong. Our instructor reaction speed is too fast. In 3 hours, we only practiced for half an hour. Our mechas didn't touch the instructor, but were hit by him constantly. Too abnormal. I almost collapsed. Su Wei and the other two got up and washed up. After going downstairs, Yang Bo had almost finished. The three of them talked while eating. Take your time. It's best to have such a master to train you and lay a foundation for you. Yang Bo nodded. After eating, the three of them began to train their superpowers again, because the reaction ability of the Mecha Master needs physical fitness as a basis. The higher the level of superpowers, the better the physical fitness. Yang Bo came to the Federation city of Vichy, ready to attend the celebration reception prepared for John Lee. The venue of this celebration reception is in Vichy City. After Yang Bo came out of the underground safe house in Xiaoyao Manor, he received news about the reception. At the reception, there were not only senators from Korea State, but also senators from Mauru State, and several people from the Special Investigation Team of the Alliance, who came to Golden Lion City. They were all from the Union Department of Homeland Security, and the team leader was a Major General. Major Generals are as numerous as dogs. Yang Bo muttered in his heart, because in just a few days, he had already met a Major General. A general. And there were more generals at this reception. The one who sent the message to John Lee was the beautiful assistant arranged by the Mecha Master Union. Jenny, Monica, and Luna. The three of them had different divisions of labor. Jenny was mainly responsible for some information contacts. Monica was mainly responsible for image and event arrangements. And Luna was responsible for connecting other things. Because the Federation Mecha Masters Union not only does business, but also has various missions. There are too many conflicts in the Federation, so there is never a shortage of missions for Mecha Masters. Moreover, there are a lot of S-level missions hanging in the Union. These are bounties for the leaders of certain forces. The bounty amount is at least 500 million. In the Federation, human lives are not valuable, and there are few bounty missions worth billions. Therefore, the Free Mercenary Union, the Adventurer Union, and the Brotherhood all like to accept bounties from the Alliance and the Empire. Because human lives are valuable in these two countries, mainly because the weapons of the Federation are rampant, although the weapons are not too high-end, but as long as the opportunity is right, it is not a big problem to kill people. Yang Bo controlled the Mecca in the appearance of Li Jian, and came to Li Jian residence in Vichy City. Monica had already selected the clothes for attending the cocktail party, and provided them for Yang Bo to choose. Boss, these are gifts from some people. I don't know how to deal with them. Luna took out a document and handed it to Yang Bo. None of them. Yang Bo took a look and shook his head. They offered all kinds of gifts, such as women, houses, and fast cars. But Yang Bo didn't know the details of these people, so he wouldn't accept them. What if he accepted them now, and they wanted to attack him later? Because the cake of Korea State is so small, if he wants to eat it himself, someone must leave the table. Okay. Boss, do you need to sort out some tasks? Some tasks of the union are very well paid. Luna asked again. No. Boss, if you need anything else, just tell me. Luna whispered again. Well, let's talk about it after this cocktail party. Yang Bo probably had a plan in mind, but he had to see what position he could get before he could proceed with the next plan. Chapter 1029 Buying an Official Position? Yang Bo looked at the clothes he was wearing. The style of this thing was similar to the clothes of the nobles of the Blue Empire. These bigwigs in the Federation were basically born as warlords. Because if they didn't have some military force in the hands of the Federation, they couldn't even think about keeping their wealth. So they were a little bit behind in terms of cultural heritage. When the Federation was on its mother planet, it was a united emirate. This united emirate was a nation, but this nation was divided into several factions based on religion and race. In the early days, this emirate was composed of many countries, and they were very poor. Later, oil was discovered. Oil was the main energy source on the mother planet. Therefore, under the interference of other major powers on the mother planet, the countries in the emirate fell into war. Later, these countries saw that this was not okay. We have so much oil, but why are we still so poor? The money from selling oil is not enough to buy weapons. So these countries formed an emirate, attempting to monopolize energy. It is also because of the development of technology that other major powers do not need oil as their main energy source. So the emirate was successfully established. The emirates also took advantage of the last bit of glory of oil energy, invested heavily in science and technology, and eventually became one of the three giants in the universe. The emirates have had frictions with each other since their establishment. All because of land. Because oil is underground. Whoever has more land can get enough money. Moreover, for the same oil field, half belongs to this one and half belongs to that one. And the two often have conflicts. You pump more oil, and I pump less oil. Some even bring up history, saying that this place used to be mine. So the internal conflicts in this emirates are quite serious. Later, in the process of exploring the stars, because the technology of the emirate itself was not very advanced, and because it developed too late, some companies from big countries took the opportunity to join in. This led to the chaotic situation of the Federation today. If we talk about the system, the original culture of the Federation has been shattered by the culture of the Empire and the Alliance. There is no way. Because if you want to buy other people things, buy other people technology, you have to learn other people writing. Indirectly, you also learn other people culture. Therefore, the history and culture of the Federation cannot be understood at all. Historical records contradict each other, and they do not even recognize each other. Because most of the countries before the emirate were hostile, you cut me, I slaughter you. If the historical records recognize one version, wouldn't the others become invaders or something? So now these guys in the Federation are learning from the imperial nobles, showing their status. Yang Bo did not make any other reaction, and he just put on the clothes chosen by Monica. This cocktail party was very grand, and all of it was funded by Black Star Company, which was also the style of the Mecha Masters Union. The Mecha Masters Union cocktail party was sponsored by many people. Now, welcome our protagonist today, Grandmaster Li Jian. Yang Bo entered the cocktail party, and the host shouted loudly, "Thank you. I'm glad to meet you all here. And thank the union for recognizing me." Yang Bo said politely. Maria was wearing a black dress. But this figure? This is Mr. Su Xingwang, the president of the Senate of Korea State. Maria began to introduce the guests with Yang Bo. We have talents like Mr. Li in Korea State. We have neglected him before. Su Xingwang is a white bald man who looks a bit like Schwarzenegger, he said with a glass of wine. Nice to meet you. Yang Bo also raised his glass. Not many people came from the Senate of Korea State. This is because John Lee is a shareholder of Black Star Company. The House of Representatives itself represents local forces. Other members have no relationship with Black Star Company, or even have a grudge against it, so it is impossible for them to come to the reception. Then he met the leader of the Alliance Special Investigation Team, Major General Carlos of the Alliance Homeland Security Department. Major General Carlos is a middle-aged man with yellow skin, but he is very thin, with high cheekbones and small eyes, which makes him look sinister. I wonder if Mr. John Lee wants to develop in the Alliance. Our Alliance welcomes talents from all over the world. After the two sides met and introduced each other, Carlos asked directly. Yang Bo didn't know why Carlos came to the cocktail party. After hearing this, he realized that this guy was here to poach people. So he shook his head and said, "The Alliance is full of talents, and I'd better forget my level as a country boy. Mr. Lee technical level is the best among all the mecha masters I have ever seen, whether it is on-the-spot reaction or direct confrontation. And to be honest with you, Mr. Lee, I am also a mecha master." Carlos was telling the truth. The battle video released by John Lee. The first one was Attack Halfway, and the second one was the action against Golden Lion City. There are many senior mecha masters in the Alliance Department of Homeland Security, but only a few have actually participated in the war. Sometimes, the Department of Homeland Security needs people with other identities to perform tasks. As a Homeland Security Department, it not only needs to solve problems, but also avoid triggering political crises, whether internationally or domestically. The ideas of some groups in the Alliance are too extreme. There are some things that the Department of Homeland Security cannot intervene on its own. With such a technical level, John Lee can definitely develop into a partner. For the remote and poor country of Korea State, the Department of Homeland Security of the Alliance can just give out some things, which is enough for these people to fight for their lives. Of course, if John Lee is willing to join the Alliance, that would be even better. The Alliance likes these senior mecha masters of the Federation, because these people grew up in such an environment, and their technical level and on-the-spot reaction are higher than those of the same level in the Alliance. And there is another advantage. That is, these people have no background. They can be just like rags, used and thrown away, so as not to dirty their hands. And when these people from the Federation are doing their tasks, they will not question the orders of their superiors at all. When the Ninth Fleet was suppressing the rebellion, a large number of people actually questioned the commander orders and refused to execute them. This is not an isolated case. The Department of Homeland Security has also encountered many such things, because most people in the Alliance grew up in an environment of various thoughts. Thank you for the compliment. The Alliance is too free. I don't like it a little, because I don't know if what I see is true. Yang Bo didn't know the other party attitude, but it was impossible for him to join the Alliance. If he joined the Department of Homeland Security, he would just be a thug. For example? Carlos shook his glass and asked. For example? Women. Yang Bo shrugged. Hee hee. Carlos smiled, then raised his glass and took a sip. So how about we strengthen our cooperation in the future? Carlos saw John Lee take a sip and then asked. For example? Hearing this, I probably knew what this guy meant. For example, to do some tasks, and we can not only provide financial, technical, equipment support, but also political support when necessary. Carlos replied with a smile. Happy cooperation. Yang Bo understood, in fact. The Federation has many forces supported by foreign countries, and the Department of Homeland Security must have many tasks outside, which requires foreign assistance. Happy cooperation. This is the address of a virtual room. Sir, you can contact me if you need anything. We can get a lot of equipment that is not available on the market. Carlos took out a paper business card, but there was no text on it. Okay. Yang Bo nodded. The reception was like this. Everyone ate and drank and got to know other people. Later, the Senate of Korea State will vote on John Lee joining the Senate, and then he will take up any position. Boss, this is the latest information from the Union. After the cocktail party, Assistant Jenny took out the information from the Union. I go. After seeing the information, Yang Bo was also surprised, because it was a price list for positions in Korea State. In other words, buying an official position. One of the positions, the head of the A3 group of the Korea State Customs Inspection Bureau. A3 is mainly responsible for the inspection of industrial processing equipment manufacturing. This position requires 600 million credit points. The head of the D1 group of the State Administration of Taxation, mainly responsible for the collection of federal taxes. That is, for the deadbeats. Because many deadbeats in the Federation have their own armed forces. So this position is not a good position, because it is very likely to be beaten to death. And the price is only 50 million. And this is still a low price. If there is competition, the price will be even higher. The Commander-in-Chief of the Alert Fleet, with the rank of Major General. This position is worth 150 million, because it can be used for free. And it can also engage in small-scale smuggling. It not that large-scale smuggling is not allowed, because Kalaya State does not have so many smuggling tools, and armed spacecraft are not suitable for smuggling, because the capacity of armed spacecraft is limited, and the cost of a round trip is not enough. In addition, the smuggling people have already divided it up. If you want to take someone else's cake, on the one hand, you must have a price advantage, on the other hand, you must have enough force. When doing things in the Federation, the first thing is to have a big fist. As long as your fist is big enough, you can grab more cake. Of course, the money is donated to a charity organization called the Kalaya State Development Fund. The money in this organization is used to develop Kalaya State. I think about it. Yang Bo saw that the message said that an accurate reply would be given in 3 days. Because these positions are not always vacant. Okay. If the boss is short of funds, you can borrow from the union. You will not have any interest. You can deduct the debt after completing the union tasks. Ginny spoke again. Yang Bo nodded. The 3 assistants were dressed normally, just normal work clothes, but they were all very pretty and highly educated. However, Yang Bo did not have any idea. The Mecha Masters Union was not a charity, and their money was not blown by the wind. Can any of you help me analyze and see which position is suitable for my current situation? Yang Bo said this deliberately. Okay, boss. Ginny nodded. I'm also a Major General? Yang Bo had actually already thought about it. That is, the fleet commander. He didn't expect that he would jump from a killer to a Major General. Of course, there are really many generals in the Federation, and many local armed forces are marshals. Chapter 1030 New Identity in the Second World. Yang Bo didn't know why the Mecha Masters Union operated itself as the Senate of Kalaya State. Is it for political purposes, or for the sake of the union-owned prestige? Because other Grandmaster-level Mecha Masters of the Mecha Masters Union are all senators of various planets, and are basically representatives of some major forces. Only Grandmaster Li John is a small shareholder of the Black Star Company in Kalaya State, Vichy City. This is actually very rare, because the Mecha Master itself is a very expensive profession. Apart from other things, the technical level of the Mecha Master depends on talent on the one hand, and financial resources on the other, because the more advanced the mecha, the stronger its performance. Even if you are good at controlling a low-level mecha, it is difficult to compete with the latest generation of mecha. Just like racing on Earth, it is a money-burning industry. The same is true for Mecha Masters. Without a certain amount of financial resources, it is impossible to find a top-level mecha as a sparring partner. And a Mecha Master of a certain level is also required. Because if you find a group of intermediate Mecha Masters as sparring partners, there is almost no hope of reaching the Grandmaster level. As for Li John Worth, as a Grandmaster of a Mecha Master Union, it is somewhat cheap. However, Yang Bo did not think much about it. As long as there is a good thing, he will definitely not let it go. After the cocktail party, on the 3rd day in the Stone City of Kalaya State, the Senate passed the proposal that Li John become a member of the Senate of Kalaya State. The Stone City is located on a stone mountain, but it is surrounded by plains. The height of this stone mountain is not very high. The highest point is only 300 meters away from the plain. However, the area of this stone mountain reaches 12 square kilometers. The entire stone mountain is the Senate and government departments of Kalaya State. The area within 10 kilometers around the stone mountain is all grassland. The real Stone City is 10 kilometers away. So standing in the room of the Senate in Stone City, looking down from a high vantage point, it is a green scene. Moreover, these lawns are imported at high prices. These grasses are also specially cultivated to absorb pollution. In addition, the Senate building is a fortress-level building. If an accident occurs, the entire fortress can allow 10,000 people to survive for 30 years. Of course, under this grassland is actually a weapons system, because the combat effectiveness of the planetary alert fleet of Kalaya State is very poor. There are more weapons and equipment on the ground. The plain where the Stone City is located is also the largest granary in Kalaya State, with an area of more than 900,000 square kilometers. Yang Bo was also assigned a small villa here, which is located on the edge of the Stone City. From here, you can overlook the huge grassland. And of course, you can see the energy shield generator not far away. It is about 8,000 kilometers away from Vichy City, on another continent. Mr. Lee, congratulations. Your loan has been issued. Maria called and said, thank you. Yang Bo chose to borrow money from the Mecha Masters Union to buy an official position, because as long as he repays the loan within a certain period of time, there is no need to pay interest. Yang Bo himself has money, but if he doesn't take advantage of it, he is a bastard. Anyway, he doesn't take the Mecha Masters Union seriously. General Lee, I congratulate you in advance on your promotion to Major General. I wonder what arrangements General Lee has for his next work. Maria asked again. I have to deal with the affairs of Vichy City recently. I wonder if Ms. Maria has any questions. When Yang Bo heard this, he knew what Maria was talking about. There is a training mission. 1 hour of training will cost 500,000 credit points. You can choose the location of the mission. Maria said, sorry, I don't have time for now. I talk to you after I finish dealing with the affairs of Vichy City. But Ms. Maria, I want to order a batch of 10th generation air superiority mechas. I don't know. Yang Bo refused the mission. 1 hour and 5 million for 10 hours. It seems a lot. But there are 2 factors here. The first is to practice with the Grandmaster. 1 hour at a time is basically enough. The Grandmaster puts a lot of pressure on you. The second is that the practice may be a cover. Maybe they are collecting your combat videos for analysis. Of course. No problem. Maria was very happy when she heard that John Lee wanted to buy a mecha, because as long as there is a sale, she will make a profit. But I have to deal with the assets in my hands first. Besides, because of the company affairs last time, I still haven't received some rewards. I will contact you after I get these things. Yang Bo really needs to buy a mecha, so it's okay to contact him first. Of course. Maria knew what the reward Li John was talking about. Golden Lion City is likely to go bankrupt, because the hacking attack on the Alliance has been verified. But the mastermind has not been found yet. The Federal Security Department has also conducted a detailed investigation, and all the evidence points to Golden Lion City. Maria gave another piece of news. This news is good news. Yang Bo could only say this. Then Yang Bo left the Senate and returned to Vichy City. The 3 exclusive female assistants arranged by the Mecha Engineers Union were all arranged in Boulder City. Yang Bo only released the spiritual seed to Luna, because Luna handled some matters of the Senate on behalf of John Lee, and of course John Lee authorization was required. The 3 female assistants also had special tasks, mainly to serve the Mecha Engineers Union. The Mecha Engineers Union now wanted to get John Lee biological samples. Yang Bo suspected that the Mecha Masters Union would use Li John biological samples to clone people, or they would use sperm to breed offspring. In the environment of the Federation, anything could happen. Although the sperm of a superpowered person might not necessarily produce offspring, there was a certain chance of success. The last time I participated in the company action, the reward had not been calculated, because the first thing the company had to do was to strengthen the defense of the mine, to ensure that there would be no problems with the fruits of their victory. The other thing was to evaluate the proceeds of this auction. It is impossible for a company to control such a large area of land. Because the company does not have so many people to manage these lands, they can directly auction or contract them to other individuals or teams, or more accurately, gangs. A large company has many small affiliated gangs or teams. There is still about a month left, just in time to deal with the affairs of the Second World. Yang Bo returned to March Star. There is still a month left for the appointment of the Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Korea State Vigilance Force, so he took this time to do something else. Yang Bo's plan was very simple. He went directly to the Empire Adri Star. Because Yang Bo checked, the transport ship that supplied materials to BART Laboratory was from the Adri Star. Although this mineral planet produced energy stones, it also produced other minerals. And the material supplier was Su Ruoshin, but the other party only found Jerry the butler. Yang Bo handed over most of the matters on Devon Star to the butler. Yang Bo left a message to Su Wei, saying that he would conduct experiments on the mutant black rock bees. Then Yang Bo asked White and others to use the space mecha to pull him to Devon. He also found out the arrival time of the spaceship from Yadley planet to deliver materials to his laboratory. Then he asked the butler to place a large order again. Then this spaceship will quickly return for the second delivery after unloading. Yang Bo was ready to take this opportunity to board this spaceship. So now Yang Bo was going to consume materials like crazy. White and the other 2 were very excited, because the boss decided to make ultra-high temperature materials and parts for several consecutive days. Because White and his two friends get commissions from these transactions. And the most important thing is that the boss doesn't care what the three people are researching. White and his two friends can research any project they want, as long as they submit the project feasibility report to the butler. As a scientist, the most important thing is to research what he is interested in. He spent a week in the laboratory making ultra-high temperature materials and parts. The transported materials are directly sent to BART territory by the cargo plane on the cargo ship at the airport. So Yongbo hid himself directly on the cargo plane. He successfully sneaked into the cargo ship belonging to the royal family. After unloading the materials, the cargo ship immediately returned to Interstellar, because Viscount Bart had ordered a large number of materials. This cargo ship was not very big, it was the smallest cargo ship. However, this cargo ship was modified, and it had certain weapons and equipment and mechas, because this type of cargo ship transports various high-value materials. Moreover, this small cargo ship is very fast. It takes about 16 days to reach Yadri Star. So Yongbo was invisible on this ship for 16 days. There was no other way. Although he could leave a space beacon, the space beacon needed energy as a carrier. There was no way to leave an energy stone in this ship. Yongbo was quite bored during these 16 days, because there were only a few staff members on this ship. There were only 9 staff members on the entire ship. The rest are all intelligent operating systems. Finally arrived. Yongbo saw the airport above the planet Yadri. The diameter of the planet Yadri reached 45,000 kilometers, and the gravity is 1.6 times the standard gravity. There are many minerals on this mineral planet, and the most valuable one is the energy stone. So there is an airport in the space outside this planet. After the ore mined on the planet is carefully sorted and selected, it will be sent directly to the airport for storage by cargo space planes. Found it. Yongbo got out of the cargo ship in stealth, and came to the airport. He soon found the contact ship of the second world. From the outside, it looks like a small cargo ship. In fact, Yongbo knew that this cargo ship had a very abnormal combat capability after modification. This small cargo ship was docked alone at a berth in the airport. Yongbo entered the cargo ship in stealth again. TSK. Yongbo could see the difference after entering the cargo ship. This cargo ship looks the same, but it has thick battleship armor inside, and the exposed energy pipelines are very thick. Yongbo came to the control room of the spaceship again, and found that the spaceship had extremely huge energy and backup engines, and 2 high-powered secondary guns of the battleship. Good luck. Yongbo directly released the spiritual seed to the captain, and found that the spaceship would go to the second world tomorrow, because the northern hemisphere of the second world began to enter spring. Many players in the second world game were ready to enter the game. Players who have played the second world game know that after the game character dies in this game, try not to create a character in winter, because it is easy to die again. After the game character of Suwei brother Suhai died, he prepared to create a new game character in the spring of the game. The game character launched was a clone produced by the laboratory in the space of the second game world. This transport ship was used to transport some materials there, because there were 2 armed ships in the laboratory, and they all needed some logistical supplies. It takes 12 days to get from the planet Adri to the planet where the second world is located. This ship is a separate berth, and the goods that come up will be sent to the warehouse after layers of inspection, and the staff in the airport cannot enter this ship at all. Moreover, Yongbo also knew that these staff members were implanted with slave chips. In other words, these staff members were, in a sense, the private property of the royal family. Of course, slave chips were what the people on the Alliance called them. The Empire also called the Alliance biochips slave chips. Yongbo knew from the captain memory that the Second World experiment had been going on for more than 200 years. For a long time at the beginning, it was not connected to the second game world. The captain did not know what the purpose of this experiment was, and only the core researchers in the laboratory knew what to do. After 3 more space jumps, finally arrived at the second world. TSK. Yongbo stood on the cargo ship, looking at the huge planet of the second world. The ocean accounts for about 60% of this planet. The north and south poles are also covered with thick ice and snow. The whole world is divided into 3 continents. 2 continents in the northern hemisphere, 1 continent in the southern hemisphere. Yongbo originally wanted to sneak into the space laboratory to see what kind of experiments were being conducted. As a result, he learned from the captain memory that Any cargo entering the laboratory must pass a very strict inspection, including the mental scan of the psychic superpower. It is said that there is also the latest soul particle scanning device. It is said that there are 2 A+ level soul mystic superpowers in this laboratory. And the cargo ship will not dock with the laboratory. The laboratory sent a cargo terminal to directly deliver the goods to the laboratory. The captain now has no idea how many researchers there are in the laboratory, nor does he know the people inside. Yang Bo took advantage of the cargo hold of the cargo ship to open, and when the laboratory cargo plane came to deliver the goods, he jumped directly from the ship. The invisible Yang Bo was slowly captured by the gravity of the planet in the second world. Then he fell into the planet. After Yang Bo became invisible, his whole body became ethereal, without any substantial performance, including weight. But it would be affected by gravity or gravitational force. So after Yang Bo left the spacecraft, he was attracted by the huge gravity of the planet. After being captured by gravity, his speed went from slow to fast. In the air, Yang Bo could not control his direction. The main reason was that he was now in an invisible state. So Yang Bo is not sure where he will land in the second world. And the invisibility makes the body virtual, so the force of gravity on the body is not very obvious. But because the body is virtual, there is no resistance. So Yang Bo falling speed is relatively slow. After 5 hours, after the invisibility of Yang Bo, he approached the second world. The falling location is the northern hemisphere of the second world. It should be around 30 degrees north latitude. Moreover, Yang Bo knew that there were 2 armed spacecraft in outer space, and there were laboratories closely monitoring the second world, so he could not use any energy. During the fall, Yang Bo also thought about how to develop in the future. The fourth disaster, NPC, unified the world. He developed secretly under the nose of the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire. And when the time came, he would rise up. Soon Yang Bo found that he landed in the suburbs of a big city. This city is close to the sea, with mountains on one side and plains on the other. There is still snow on the high mountains in the nearby mountains, and the land on the plain has changed color. It is obvious that farmers have started to cultivate the land. The area of the entire city is not very large. There are 2 circles of city walls. If calculated according to the area of the outermost city wall, it is about 15 square kilometers. The area of the inner city wall is about 4 square kilometers. The height of the outer city wall is about 3 meters, and the height of the inner wall is about 12 meters. There are some castle-like buildings on the mountains around the city, and the towns in the plains also have similar walls. The area of the entire plain is about 30,000 square kilometers. There is a big river in the middle of the plain. The whole plain is obviously formed by the alluvial deposits of this river. The widest part of the river is about 200 meters. The river is in the middle of the plain, and there are many branches around the river. The north of this city is a mountainous area, the east is the sea, and the west is a tributary of a big river, with a bridge built on it. The city is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Only the southern area is a plain where large-scale military operations can be carried out. However, there is a moat around the city. There is also a dock in the sea east of the city. Yang Bo remembered everything he saw. Yang Bo's body fell freely in the mountainous area north of the city, because his body was virtual. The landing speed was not very fast. It looks like a noble. Yang Bo was still thousands of meters in the air when he saw someone riding a horse in the ravine below, galloping with a hound. At first glance, he was a noble. A few hundred meters behind the noble were several knights. And further away, there was a camp with tents set up, and servants were making fires and the like. He a young man. Judging from his clothes, he should be of high status. As he got closer, Yang Bo looked more carefully. The reason why he couldn't see clearly just now was mainly because this guy was riding a horse in the forest below, blocking his view. Yang Bo landed on a hilltop, still in stealth mode. The sound of hounds barking came from not far away, accompanied by the constant shouting of the noble young man. However, Yang Bo did not understand their language, so he did not know what he was shouting. The noble young man was chasing a deer, which looked a bit like a moose on earth. Very tall. But this guy had a single horn on his head. However, the horse the young man rode was also very tall. Taller than the horses Yang Bo saw in the game. It looks okay. Look at the equipment on this guy, he a noble of high rank. Fortunately, I don't have to look for someone to disguise myself as. But let's see how this guy behaves first. If he a good noble, forget it. Yang Bo must find a person with status to disguise himself in the second world. If he has to disguise himself as a commoner, Yang Bo is afraid that he can't stand it, because the living environment in this world is too bad. And there's no way to do big things if you disguise yourself as a commoner, because the class system in this world has long been solidified. If you want to break the class solidification, you must overthrow all the current systems. This is unrealistic. And Yang Bo doesn't have time to waste so much time in this place. The Federation will soon grant him the rank of Major General and appoint him as the Commander-in-Chief of the Korea State Police. Yang Bo hid in the young man, chasing the prey, and when the young man approached him, he released a spiritual seed. It turned out to be a scum prince. Through the spiritual seed, Yang Bo knew that this guy was a prince, but not the crown prince. He was the 17th son of the king. This guy's name was Holden Ruiz. He was 17 years old this year. He had little education, but he was good at martial arts. And now, he was a first-class knight. However, this guy was a scumbag. He robbed women, got tired of playing with them after taking them back, and then let them go. Of course, the growth of this scumbag prince is inseparable from the scumbag friends around him. Moreover, the prince identity also has a very convenient condition. That is, he can ask the king to grant him a fiefdom. This is much easier than the character in this second game world. First of all, the prince territory is definitely larger than the territory of the character he established in the second game world. Moreover, the prince identity and bloodline can be recognized by more people. Although this thing does not seem to have much effect, it is very useful when doing big things. Of course, the character in the second game world cannot be abandoned, because through this game character, one can find out what the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire is going to do. With so many reasons, Yang Bo did not have any psychological burden and decided to kill this guy, and then disguise himself as this guy. Yang Bo has been following behind the other party looking for opportunities, because there are several knights following behind this guy. While reading the other party memory, he waited for the opportunity. Soon the opportunity came. Holden rode his horse around a ridge, and just got out of the sight of the knight behind him. Yang Bo suddenly wanted to show his body, and he jumped and kicked Holden out. The moment the opponent flew out, Yang Bo mental power broke his neck. Riding skill +1. Then his mental power moved, and all the equipment on this guy fell off automatically. He left a handful of his hair, and then threw his body directly into the alien space. The huge spatial turbulence in the alien space instantly crushed the guy's body into the tiniest particles. At the same time, Yang Bo used his camouflage ability and mental power to quickly put the opponent equipment on himself. All this was done in a short moment. At this time, the hounds chasing the prey did not notice that their masters had changed. Even Holden Mount saw his master fall to the ground, and then another person appeared. Then the person who appeared in the blink of an eye became the master. The original master on the ground disappeared directly. The mount has inertia when running, and before the mount stopped, he saw his master jump and sit on his back again. Holden Mount shook its head, wondering if it was dazzled. But after a closer look, it was still its master behind it. So the mount continued to chase the prey in front. Holden caught the prey in front mainly to use it as a mount. So Yang Bo directly let the mount speed up. The prey in front had already been chased by the knights led by Holden for a while. This huge unicorn was already exhausted. Yang Bo mount accelerated, mainly because Yang Bo wanted to hold back his strength. Otherwise, he would have flown over and subdued this guy long ago. Your Highness, be careful. Because he read Holden memory, Yang Bo could clearly hear the loud shouts of the knights behind him. The knights behind him saw Holden rushing towards the unicorn. Several knights were horrified, and hurriedly chased after him while shouting. Yang Bo jumped onto the back of the unicorn, and the unicorn was frightened and started to kick and run wildly. Yang Bo himself has the ability to passively detect sound waves, so he can clearly sense the surrounding environment, and he directly lay on the unicorn. Let the unicorn run wildly in the forest. The unicorn is obviously very smart. It chooses places with low branches to rush. And when rushing, this guy will lower his head, or he will pass through the huge thorns. Although he will suffer some damage, it is obvious that this guy wants to deal with the person on his back. The spiritual perception of this world seems to be a little different. It seems that the spiritual perception is clearer in this world. Yang Bo thought that the unicorn was so smart, which might be related to this world, because Yang Bo had long noticed that the spiritual perception of this world seemed different from others. The unicorn ran wildly, and found that the person behind him was like a dog skin plaster. So he started to rush along some big trees. He tried to use the friction between the big trees and himself to make the other party come down. However, Yang Bo kept changing his posture on the unicorn. He reduced his own damage to the minimum. And Yang Bo had well-made leather armor on him. The unicorn ran wildly, and directly left the knight behind. Seeing the unicorn rushing towards the stream, and rushing towards the opposite mountain, Yang Bo estimated, and then instantly hugged the unicorn neck, and then exerted force. The unicorn was running at high speed, but he didn't expect the man behind him to jump directly and hug his neck with both hands. So the unicorn fell into the stream. Gugugugu. Gugugugu. Yang Bo hugged the unicorn head and neck tightly, and pressed it into the shallow water. Although the unicorn struggled hard, it couldn't get up at all, and kept choking on water. When Holden Knights arrived, they saw that His Highness and the unicorn were soaked. However, the unicorn did not run away, but stood beside His Highness. Your Highness! Several knights hurried over to check Holden injuries. It okay. I subdued this guy, Yang Bo said as he stretched out his hands for several knights to check. Speaking in the local language, of course. After checking, several knights found that His Highness' equipment was damaged, and there was nothing wrong with him. So they were relieved, because as the guardian knights of His Highness, if something happens to His Highness, then these knights will also be punished. The unicorn stared at the short human in front of him with wide eyes, and couldn't understand how this guy could have such a strong power. The unicorn in front of him was about 2.8 meters tall. If you look up and count the horn, it's probably 3.2 meters tall. The horn is like a rhino horn. The reason why Holden wanted to catch this unicorn as a mount was because of the instigation of his friends. In fact, the fighting power of the unicorn is quite abnormal. If Holden surrenders, there will probably be problems. Yang Bo doesn't know whether these friends of Holden have good intentions or are really bad, or whether there are other conspiracies. After all, the status of the prince will inevitably arouse some people vigilance or jealousy. Just like the crown prince, he certainly doesn't want his younger brother to be too outstanding. In addition, other nobles support some princes, and they must take action against other princes, whether to take a territory or develop in the capital of the kingdom next. But there is no time to think about it for now, because the Federation will show up soon. Holden Mount also arrived, so Yang Bo rode Holden Mount and walked towards the camp with the subdued unicorn. Then he thought about what to do next. It's a good opportunity to recruit these players from the fourth calamity. The local nobles don't like these outsiders, but I do. Because these outsiders die and another group comes, but there is a gap of about 3 months in between. And the most important thing for game players is gold coins. I can bribe these players with gold coins. Even if their current game characters die, they will be heroes again in 3 months. Then I am suitable for a territory. Because there are many people in the capital, and my identity mixed with these outsiders, it is easy to cause collective disgust among the nobles. The only thing you need to pay attention to when doing this is the interference of the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire. After all, there are 2 armed spaceships in space, and the other party can make you, and even your territory, disappear in a minute. So you have to find a territory first, and then get some equipment that can protect yourself. If these armed spaceships of the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire dare to attack, I will destroy them directly. So how can I recruit these players reasonably without causing the disgust of the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire? Yang Bo sat on his mount, thinking as he walked towards the camp. They soon arrived at the camp, where Holden friends were. Brave Prince, you are a real warrior. You actually did it. A knight had come back to report the news. Holden's servants quickly prepared clean and fragrant dry clothes. A short and fat man complimented Holden in a flattering tone. Yang Bo released a spiritual seed to this guy. This guy is really a flatterer. Yang Bo read the other person memory, and found that this guy was either sent by someone else or simply wanted to flatter the prince. Moreover, this short and fat guy was a baron. Your Highness, you are a truly fearless warrior. Next to this short and fat guy was a young man. The guy's tone of voice sounded very literary. Yang Bo threw another spiritual seed at this guy. This guy is a bad seed, sent by others to guide Holden to become bad. And he is actually a musician. Yang Bo found out that this guy was sent by someone else. Comfortable. Yang Bo let Holden's servant change him into clean clothes. It must be said that the clothes of nobles in this world are comfortable to wear, and they are specially fumigated with incense, and they are natural fragrances. This is also the reason why Yang Bo chose the identity of a noble, because if he chose to be a commoner in this second world, it would be too uncomfortable for a superpower. Even now, he can smell the faint stench on Holden's servant. Chapter 1031 Performing Duties. These servants often bathe, and their clothes are clean. From this smell, you can imagine what the civilians are like. Return to the city. Yang Bo has no time to waste. Let's go back to the city first. Ah. Some friends don't understand. Your Highness has tamed the unicorn, so of course we have to show you your bravery. The short and fat guy quickly flattered him. These people are actually just eating and drinking with the prince, but sometimes these guys are useful, but for Yang Bo, they are not very useful. Of course, he couldn't behave in a way that would make the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire suspicious. Because this was someone else's home ground. If he wanted to occupy this planet, he would need to think long and hard. After all, the other party was the royal family of the Blue Water Empire. He couldn't possibly destroy the royal family. There would still be a new royal family, and the other party could easily destroy this planet. He still needed to have a strong enough military force to deter others. Individual strength was only one aspect. The servants began to pack up their things in a mess again. During this time, Yang Bo discovered that the spiritual power perception of this world was indeed a bit strange. That is, it seems easier to use mental power in this world. I turn my mental power into a line, which can actually extend 10 kilometers away, and clearly sense the situation 10 kilometers away. And this line formed by mental power can also rotate and scan. Snap! Yang Bo slapped his thigh, because he remembered something. When did the soul secrets of the royal family of the Shuilan Empire begin to appear? When did the research on the soul begin? It would be nice to know the time when the royal family of the Blue Water Empire studied the soul secrets and discovered this world. Yang Bo felt that there was a connection between the two, but unfortunately it was impossible to judge from the existing information. Whether it was the captain of the material transportation, or Yang Lei and his team, they were responsible for a small part of the whole thing and knew limited information. The servants and helpers cleaned up the mess for more than 2 hours before they began to return to the city. The character I created is on another continent, but the kingdom I am in is one of the few large countries in the world, with a population of about 8 million people. The continents in the northern hemisphere of this world are inhabited, but the continents in the southern hemisphere are uninhabited. Yang Bo sat on his mount, followed by a unicorn that had been tied with a rope. This guy was too big. Just now in the camp, Yang Bo fed the unicorn some salt water, and the guy kept following behind. Wild herbivores need to consume salt, but animals certainly can't get salt like humans. Yang Bo felt that his mount next to the unicorn was like the comparison between an off-road vehicle and a large truck. It seems that this world also has some inhuman power. Or power that the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire cannot control. Or it is power that technology cannot control. So the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire made such a layout. Is it really related to the soul? As the group walked out of the mountain, Yang Bo walked in front, and the rest of the people were behind. The tents and other supplies were carried by pack horses. The reason why Yang Bo walked in front was because he could smell the stinky smell of the Guardian Knights if he walked behind. These Guardian Knights were the Prince Guards. The kingdom where Holden is located is called the Kingdom of Himla. This kingdom occupies 80% of the plains that Yang Bo saw and a large mountainous area in the north. The Kingdom of Himla has the most ferocious unicorn cavalry regiment in the entire continent. Although this cavalry regiment has only 120 people, but in a land where 70% of the land area is plains, this is an invincible existence. This mountainous area where we are walking now is a protection area for unicorns. The kingdom will send the most elite hunters to hunt down the beasts that threaten the unicorns. Of course, not everyone can catch a unicorn. If you want to catch a unicorn, you need the king permission. Nobles need to pay gold coins to catch a unicorn. It costs 10,000 gold coins to enter the mountain once. There are also time limits and individual limits. That is, you can only catch adult male unicorns between February and April in the spring of each year. No one is allowed to enter at other times. In addition, knights granted by the king can catch unicorns if they reach a certain level or make contributions. Moreover, the number of unicorns owned by other nobles is also limited. Each level of nobles can own a maximum number of unicorns. The king does this to prevent rebellion. The capital of the Kingdom of Himla is called Rekshi, which is the economic and trade center of the kingdom and the largest port. The mountainous area to the north of Rekshi is very steep. This is a mountain range. The mountain range used to be an uninhabited wasteland and ice field. The wasteland is frozen for 7 months a year. It is precisely because of this mountain range that the Kingdom of Himla has such fertile plains. The Kingdom of Himla is at the easternmost part of this continent. From the Kingdom of Himla all the way to the west, there are hundreds of kingdoms of different sizes. The terrain there is mountainous basin, mostly high mountains. The mountain range to the north of the kingdom of Himmler runs through the entire continent, dividing the continent into two. The north of the mountain range is the uninhabited area, ice field and the Arctic. It takes 1.5 months to get from the port of Rekchi to another continent. However, what Yang Bo saw in the air is about the distance from France to the United States on Earth, but the navigation technology in this world is very low, and it can only sail at fixed times every year. As for the west of Yang Bo continent and the east of another continent, there is also trade, the distance there is closer, and there are many archipelagos extending there. But because of this, the kingdoms of the two continents often have naval battles, snatching the fishery resources of the islands, and even pirates are rampant. It hurts. Yang Bo saw that the city was not far away, but if he walked there, it would be very slow, because he had to take care of the pack horses behind him. I don't know if the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire has restricted the development of science in this world. I don't think it possible for me to make some small inventions. But it doesn't matter. I can come to this planet, which means it's destined to be mine. If I really have to, I will join the Alliance. At least on the surface. The Alliance is doing very well, especially in terms of democracy, freedom, and human rights. Although Yang Bo knew that the Alliance was terrible, if he had to choose one of the three countries to join, Yang Bo would still choose the Alliance. Just like on Earth. Although the Free State has its own problems. But compared to that, cough cough, if there is no threat from the Emperor of the Water Blue Empire, I can go to develop the continent in the southern hemisphere. Pa. If there is no threat from the Emperor of the Water Blue Empire, I can do it freely. Why do I need to go to the southern hemisphere? Yang Bo muttered to himself. Holden is here. Hi, quickly. That pervert is here. Not long after leaving the mountain, before reaching a town, Yang Bo heard someone shouting in the town. The towns here all have walls. But the walls are not very high. Only about 3 to 5 meters high. Some are wooden fences. Some are stone. And some are rammed earth. Anyway, it all depends on the town financial resources. Yang Bo rolled his eyes in his heart. With the looks of these women in the town, can he be good at them? In the eyes of superpowers. Let alone people in this backward society. Even ordinary people in the Alliance have large pores and smell from various organs on their bodies. The stronger the power of the superpower, the clearer they can see. When you look at a beautiful woman with a 500x magnifying glass, you will know what the result will be. This incompetent idiot caught the unicorn? Isn't it cheating? It is very likely that his guardian knight helped him catch it. It doesn't look like it. The unicorn is following this incompetent sex maniac. When passing through the town, many people whispered. However, these people's voices were low and far away, so the others in the team could not hear them. Yang Bo led his men through the town. There were few guards in the town, only a few people. The militia system was adopted here. In wartime, they were soldiers, and at other times, they were farmers. Alas, there were many thatched houses built illegally outside the walls of Lake City. I could smell the stench before I arrived, because there were traces of feces everywhere on the road, although someone had cleaned it up in time. And although the carriages, the pack horses and other animals all had dung bags, but walking with this thing hanging on them, it smelled quite nice. We need to stay away from here, and ask the old king for a piece of land. However, it's not good for me to do it myself. I have to wait for others to give it to me. If I get the unicorn now, it will probably make some people jealous. Well, let's see what happens first. Yang Bo couldn't stand the city environment. But for Holden, it would be wrong if he didn't show off the unicorn in the city after catching it. Yang Bo also stood on his mount, and jumped onto the back of the unicorn. Unfortunately, there was no harness, so he was naked. Yang Bo shouted, and the unicorn started running. Holden guard knights also shouted loudly to cheer for their master, and slapped their mounts to keep up. The gatekeeper saw it from afar, and quickly got out of the way. For a while, the city of Rekchi was in chaos. The unicorn had strong explosive power, a huge body, and strong jumping ability. It jumped over other people in the city who never had time to dodge. Although it was a mess, under Yang Bo control, it basically did not cause any direct damage. Humph. Inside the inner city, someone saw Yang Bo riding a unicorn passing by, and snorted coldly. Yang Bo returned to where Holden lived, an ancient castle on the hillside north of Rekchi City. Much better. Here you can overlook Rekchi City, and you can also see the port and the sea. There is no stinky smell in the city, but there is definitely a fishy smell. Yang Bo moved to the highest place in the manor. Here it is high up, and the ventilation is good, which is much better than living down there. There is a study room and a bedroom on the top floor, but no bathroom, because the bathrooms in this world are very dirty. So you can pretend to go to the bathroom downstairs. Then Yang Bo transformed a large wardrobe in the bedroom. It looks like a normal wooden wardrobe from the outside, but 1/3 of the wardrobe is a layer of battleship armor. After closing it, it forms a sealed small space that isolates energy fluctuations. Yang Bo placed an energy stone with a space beacon in it. The door of this cabinet is a mechanical structure. It will close automatically. It is also locked at ordinary times. If you want to leave, you can also use mental power to lock it. He also released the spiritual seed to the housekeeper here. This housekeeper was sent by the old king to monitor him. At night, Yang Bo locked the door on the top floor to prevent outsiders from coming in. Then he turned off the lights, entered the cabinet, closed the cabinet door, and teleported away. Finally done. Yang Bo returned to Devon Star and changed his identity to Bart. Of course, the housekeepers on Devon Star thought Bart was doing an experiment. He accompanied Ning Shui for a few hours as Bart, and waited until it was almost dawn at Holden Place, and then entered the laboratory again. This time, he asked White and others to send him away through the space mecha. Back to the underground laboratory on March Star, he first observed the experimental results of the second mutation of the Black Rock Bee. This thing can really increase intelligence. These gerbils not only mutated successfully, but are also much smarter than their peers. If this kind of genetic evolution drug is on the market, it will drive people crazy. But this thing has a limit to its increase, and it is also related to its own foundation. These mutant gerbils let go to the second world first, and then come back. Yang Bo teleported away from a special laboratory in the underground laboratory of March Star. The reason why it is a special room is to avoid the impact of energy fluctuations caused by space movement on the surroundings. He turned into Holden and came to Rekchi City. He first asked the butler to bring food and drink, then pretended to wash up, and finally said that he wanted to read and asked people not to disturb him. The housekeeper was very confused. The prince can read? Would he be thinking about how to do something bad again? After Yang Bo closed the door, he entered the closet and left to return to March Star. At the same time, Yang Bo also learned from Holden housekeeper memory that Holden was indeed plotted against by other princes. After returning to March Star, Yang Bo came to the villa. Su Wei and the other two had been to the 9th Fleet several times during this period. Now the three of them were training in the mecha warehouse at the back, and Yang Bo was preparing to cook. When Su Wei and the other two came back, they saw the loving dinner prepared by Yang Bo. Su Wei and the other two were very touched, because whether in the Alliance or the Empire, it was rare for a man to cook for a woman. After the meal, Yang Bo took out the experimental data and said, "We are going to get rich again. The second mutated black rock bees can be used as genetic medicine materials, and there is a certain chance of increasing intelligence." Ah! Su Wei and the other two heard this, and quickly looked at the experimental records that Yang Bo took out. "Can it be used for Shingongbao?" Su Wei asked eagerly after reading it. Shingongbao heard someone say his name and ran over. This guy is extremely fat. He has food and drink but doesn't like to exercise. Of course. But more experiments are needed. Do you want to tell your brother that I can find a way to send him the second mutant black rock bee? Yang Bo also remembers the well digger. I asked. Su Wei nodded, and then sent a message to ask. He doesn't want it. He said that too many good things would make people jealous. Su Wei's message was very tactful. It said that the black rock bee had undergone a secondary mutation during transportation and was now very valuable. She asked Su Hai if he wanted it. Then I give him a share of the profit. Yang Bo asked again. He asked me to exchange it for the gold coins of the second game world. He is about to create a character. Su Wei said after sending the message. No problem, let him come to Green City. I will give him the territory to manage when the time comes. Yang Bo said with a smile, he has caught a coolie, after all. In the second game world, he also needs a trustworthy butler. He said no problem. Su Wei sent another message and made an appointment with Su Hai. Unfortunately, I don't have much time to play games now, and I don't have much time to take care of Momo. Su Wei sighed, after all. She got to know Yang Bo because of this game. It okay. I bring Mao Mao with me when I play games in a few days. Yang Bo said comfortingly. Although Yang Bo has many identities now, he doesn't have much to do. Bart identity on Devon Star is mostly in the laboratory working on ultra-high temperature materials. Although John Lee in the Federal Vichy City will soon be a major general. And he is also the commander-in-chief of the Alert Fleet. He can't expect to do anything in the short term, because he has no people and no equipment. Holden identity now is just an idle prince. If he wants to wait for a fiefdom in the next step, he will probably have to wait. Then there is Yang Bo identity. There are not many things to do. He just needs to conduct a custom potion experiment and find the spatial coordinates of the Green Demon Star. Then he needs to find a way to go to the Green Demon Star. The Ashes organization knew the location of the Green Demon Star, but unfortunately, it was cleared out by the Alliance. Some interstellar pirates also knew the location of the Green Demon Star, but unfortunately the pirates who released the spiritual seeds of Yang Bo did not know. So there is plenty of time to play games and give the second mutated Black Rock Bee to Zhang Buishan, so that Zhang Buishan will have more influence, more money, and more wealth. And then Mr. Jiu can get more warships and so on. Of course, Yang Bo took out the second mutated Black Rock Bee, and would not give detailed experimental results, but would ask Zhang Buishan to find someone to conduct the experiment. No matter who Zhang Buishan finds to conduct the test experiment, in the end, there is a high probability that he will find the pharmacy master behind Mr. Jiu to make this genetic medicine. Yang Bo muttered in his heart, why not find a chance to bring Mao Mao back? But Mao Mao doesn't know Su Wei in real life, so forget it. Yang Bo identity as Holden appeared intermittently, and he stayed at home and used the excuse of reading and so on. Finally, the federal state of Korea appointed John Lee as the commander-in-chief of the Korea Star Fleet, and awarded him the rank of Major General. A man without any military experience became a Major General. I will definitely do my job well, escort the safety of Korea, and resolutely crack down on any illegal and criminal actions. Yang Bo disguised himself as John Lee and wore a military uniform, and spoke passionately at the inauguration meeting. No one present believed what John Lee said, as the commander of the Alert Fleet was not as good as the armed forces of some companies in Korea. Moreover, the planetary Alert Fleet of Korea State is not only under the jurisdiction of the governor, but also under the jurisdiction of the Senate. Yang Bo has already made a plan. Once he has a clear understanding of the situation in the fleet, he will start to fight against pirates. The warships of the Pirate Alliance are his warships. As for those pirates, all the guilty ones will be killed, and all the innocent ones will be implanted with slave chips. Yang Bo does not want to manage them laboriously, and it is better to be simple and rough. Anyway, on the Federation side, as long as you pay enough money, a lot of skilled and capable people will beg you to implant slave chips. After Yang Bo took office as the commander of the Koreabang Planetary Fleet, he realized that this department was more corrupt than he had imagined. The official number of people in the entire fleet headquarters was 6,351. But in fact there were only 2,150 people. There were 5 armed ships, all of which were converted from cargo ships. The largest of these armed ships was only 500 meters long, and the smallest was only 200 meters long, and they could only fly in space. Moreover, the conversion was very rubbish. The largest armed ship had only 8 energy cannons, and the smallest had only 3. Moreover, the models were very old, and the energy utilization rate was very low. Moreover, although the energy system of the spacecraft has been optimized, it is too bad. The energy system of the civilian spacecraft cannot provide enough energy for the energy cannon. Therefore, once there is a conflict, the firing frequency of these energy cannons is very low. Other protections are not mentioned, and the personnel are only 1/3 of the full staff. Of course, the cost of modifying these armed spacecraft is not low. As for why this is the case, it is of course corruption. 120 space fighters, 30 aerospace fighters, 60 space drones, 60 atmospheric drones, 200 mechas, 15,000 missiles, and missiles are 2 base numbers. These missile models cover all models used for fighters, drones, and mechas. Yang Bo is in charge of this fleet. The Planetary Security Force also includes ground armed forces, which are not under Yang Bo jurisdiction. The fleet also has a ground command center, which is located in an office building in Boulder City. This is not as strong as the armed escort of some company transport fleets. After reading it, Yang Bo muttered in his heart, let's see where to start first. These armed spacecrafts are a poor performance, so they only wander around in outer space near the planet, and cannot travel far. Insufficient personnel, poor equipment, backward energy system, backward defense, few combat units carried. This fleet is like a sieve. If you want to do something, I'm afraid others will know it soon. So first let it go, then lay off employees and take empty salaries, kick out those with bad backgrounds, and then buy slaves to replace these people. Slaves have slave chips, and are easy to manage. This is not good either. There are many people with connections in the fleet. Oh! A headache. Yongbo also felt a headache. And then he asked for a month leave, saying that he had something to deal with in Vichy City. Because if Korea State was really invaded by foreign enemies, there was no need for the alert fleet to attack. And the armed forces of other companies would naturally protect Korea State. In other words, this position was just for empty salary. And Yongbo got about several million every month. And it was not just this government department, but other government departments in Korea State were the same, dividing the tax revenue. The money paid by the company was basically returned in full, and the money of others was divided among the major companies. On the surface, everyone in Korea State paid taxes, but in fact, the major companies took the money back through various means, and then divided the money among others. Others were relieved about Lee John's style of doing things, fearing that this guy was ignorant and used chicken feathers as a command arrow to make trouble, and really thought he was the commander. In Vichy City, after the Black Star Company occupied the land and mines of Golden Lion City last time, it was time to calculate the credit for Lee John. First, the territory of John Lee Xiaoyao Manor has expanded. Now it has an area of nearly 2,000 square kilometers. Nelson made the communication to let the owners of the land around Xiaoyao Manor give up their land and exchange it for land in other places. Then John Lee made the first contribution in occupying 2 mines, so he was given 10% of the shares. Yongbo used these shares to exchange for a batch of mechas from the Mecha Engineers Union, which means he gave the shares to the Mecha Engineers Union, because Yongbo knew that he didn't manage it himself. Others could give you as much profit as they wanted, and it was not impossible for you to suffer a loss. 39th generation air superiority mechas, 10th generation air superiority mechas, 10 air superiority fighters, and a batch of space drones were ordered, as well as related ammunition reserves, such as mecha bombs, mecha missiles, fighter bombs, and fighter missiles. Then, there were none. 10% of the shares of the 2 mines were exchanged for these things, and it was hard to say who lost and who gained. When these equipment were in place, Yongbo recruited mecha divisions and fighter pilots, and then asked to implant slave chips. This is his first team. In the future, he will ask everyone in Xiaoyao Manor to implant slave chips, because Yongbo does not have the energy to manage it. Anyway, those who are unwilling in Xiaoyao Manor will be dismissed. The matter of the Federation has come to an end. It will take some time for the equipment to arrive. Then Yongbo will deal with the matter of March Star. Zhang Buizhen was also stunned when he looked at the black rock bee as big as a fist. This guy was placed in a metal cage, squeaking, biting the cage, and stabbing frantically with a poisonous needle on the tail. Fourth brother, maybe during the interstellar transport, maybe because of the unique environment of March Star, the black rock bees that Su Wei brought have undergone some secondary mutations. Wanhua Valley has now become the territory of these guys. I want to ask if fourth brother is interested in this thing. Zhang Buizhen was a guest at Yongbo house. When he heard Yongbo say this, he quickly nodded. Interested, I will find someone to test it right away. Zhang Buizhen suspected that it was because of March Star, because March Star itself also has mutant creatures, and Zhang Buizhen is now a little superstitious about Yongbo good luck. It was because Yongbo discovered the first mutant that he is where he is today, and later discovered the second and third. This allowed the March Star to take off directly. And this mutant bee, it looks very normal, very successful, at least from the appearance, except for being a little bigger. The rest is normal. In fact, whether the material of mutant animals can be used as genetic evolution material, it depends on the mutant itself. If the mutant looks normal, there is basically no problem. It depends on the size of the effect. Mutated creatures look weird and abnormal, and there is a high probability that they cannot be used as genetic medicine materials. These second mutated black rock bees are smarter than normal ones. These guys will clear the weeds in Wanhua Valley. Fourth brother, please watch. Yongbo showed Zhang Buizhen a video. In the video, some second mutated black rock bees nibbled on non-flowering weeds. Wanhua Valley was not originally full of flowers. There were also some beautiful plants, which were nibbled by these second mutated black rock bees. TSK, I think it possible, so should we do it the same as before? Zhang Buizhen didn't pay much attention to what Yang Bo mentioned, but asked about the future distribution of benefits. People like Zhang Buizhen like to make things clear first, to avoid trouble later. This kind of secondary mutation black rock bee requires a lot of investment. Basically it needs equipment like Wanhua Valley. If we do it the same as before, would fourth brother lose money? Yang Bo asked with a smile. Haha. Of course we won't lose money. With one more gene medicine category, we will be more competitive. Besides, are we setting the price? Zhang Buizhen laughed. Do you know how many people want to buy high-quality gene medicine now? A lot. A lot. These people have a lot of money. But their heirs are not ideal. After these people die, will the money become someone else? So even though the price of gene medicine is high, for those rich people, it is much more cost-effective to exchange for an excellent heir. When Yang Bo heard Zhang Buizhen say this, he chuckled and said, then do it the same as before. 70% of the money will be given to Su Wei, and the other 30% will be held by Xia Annie and me. After all, if there is no Su Wei, there will be no second mutation of black rock bees. That fine. Zhang Buizhen was a little impressed by Yang Bo distribution, but he would not interfere in other people's family affairs. Yang Bo was giving the three people a small treasury. Although he gave them money to spend, it was not as good as his own. Of course, it was all agreed. Su Wei and the other two were also very satisfied. After all, it was good to have income. Wait, I seem to have overlooked a question. Are you saying that this black rock bee is a secondary mutation? Zhang Buizhen suddenly realized something. Of course, the black rock bee itself is a mutant. Yang Bo was not surprised that Zhang Buizhen realized this at this time, because people who don't understand don't know the value of it. Hiss. Zhang Buizhen took a breath. A creature that successfully mutated twice. This is simply 1 in a million, because the properties of the second mutation must conflict with the first, which is very difficult. And looking at the shape of the second mutation black rock bee, there is growth, which means that the properties of the two mutations are mutually generated. How small is the probability of this happening in nature? No. If it can be used, you must take 10% more. My goodness. No. Take 20% more. Even if the material is useless, as long as it is spread out, it will attract a large number of scientists. Zhang Buizhen immediately adjusted the distribution plan. Isn't this inappropriate? After all, this is a huge investment. Yang Bo quickly refused. It's settled. Of course, this thing can't be given to other scientists for research. Those crappy scientists are spokespersons for some big companies. Zhang Buizhen made the decision directly. Thank you. Fourth brother. TSK, secondary natural mutation organisms. As long as you tell others about this thing, a lot of companies will waive checks to participate in the research. Don't tell others about this thing. Don't let others know about this good thing. Zhang Buizhen told several people. Of course, I leave everything to my fourth brother. I just sit and wait for the money. Okay. Zhang Buizhen liked Yang Bo more and more. This kid was so lucky. Zhang Buizhen signed an exclusive development agreement with Yang Bo, and Yang Bo only asked for 20% in the end. The next day, Yang Bo took out Mr. Geo watch on Devon Star, and found that Zhang Buizhen had sent a message to Mr. Geo. Mr. Geo, I have a second natural mutation creature here. I wonder if the Grandmaster is interested in studying it. Hee, I take advantage of it. Zhang fourth brother seems to be making a lot of money, but he actually working for us. So happy. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. Chapter 1032 Location of Green Devil Star. Yang Bo, of course, had to brag about his other identity, so he replied, Zhang Xiao, are you mistaken? How low is the probability of biological secondary mutation? We once did an experiment, invested countless resources, and did tens of millions of experiments, but there was not a healthy living organism, and some unexpected mutations would occur. Zhang Buizhen sent a message to Mr. Geo yesterday, because Zhang Buizhen himself has mutant biological materials, genetic pharmaceutical business, so he knows a lot about these things, and of course, he knows how rare a biological organism that successfully mutates twice is. After sending a message to Mr. Geo, Zhang Buizhen has been anxiously waiting for news, because this is a rare advantage facing Mr. Geo. Seeing Mr. Geo replying, immediately replied, Mr. Geo, how could I possibly tell a lie? And this secondary mutant creature has become a group, and do I need to lie? After all, The thing is real. Mr. Geo replied quickly. Where is the thing? I will send someone to get it immediately. Zhang Buizhen. Okay, appoint a time, but if the mutant creature is really useful, then let have a happy cooperation. Mr. Geo, happy cooperation. Zhang Buizhen did not bargain with Mr. Geo about the share of the profit, because Zhang Buizhen did not need to give Mr. Geo any money, because the worship order was considered a deduction. In other words, the money from selling the medicine only needs to be shared with Yang Bo. And the rest is his. All his. Soon, Mr. Geo took away the live second mutated black rock bees, and Zhang Buizhen was eagerly waiting. Zhang Buizhen did not find other institutions to test the second mutated black rock bees, even though Zhang Buizhen himself had established a research institution, because this kind of thing is very rare. Once the news leaks, it is likely to attract the attention of many people. And there is another point. That is, even if the research results can be used, he still needs to ask Mr. Geo for help. Anyway, Mr. Geo is just working for him for free. Although he has a warship, the insurance company will pay for it in the end. He doesn't even have to pay for the insurance. Zhang Buizhen is looking forward to the Grandmaster mentality after getting the Black Rock Bee. Yang Bo saw the second mutated Black Rock Bee in his hands, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy is still alive, because it is a worker bee. So Yang Bo gave it to Zhang Buizhen, and Zhang Buizhen gave it to Mr. Geo. And he was not worried at all. Although it is theoretically possible to clone. The cloned individuals of any mutant creature will not inherit the abilities of the original individual. Otherwise, humans would have cloned a large number of top-level masters long ago. Yang Bo will not reply to Zhang Buizhen immediately. He will let this guy worry for a few days before replying. There is nothing going on at the Federation for the time being, because the order from the Mecha Engineer Union will take 2 months to arrive. There is nothing going on at Devon Star for the time being, as the ultra-high temperature materials produced last time are still in stock. Looking forward to it. Yang Bo was looking forward to the customization of genetic medicine in a few days. When the time comes, he will go to the 9th Fleet to customize it for the people there. They are all descendants of officers of the 9th Fleet. Then Yang Bo went to the second world game. Games are still good. After entering the second game world, Yang Bo thought of the stinky smell he smelled in the city over there when he disguised himself as Holden. No wonder Sue was so disgusted by the smell when she was studying gardening before. So sometimes what you see in reality may not be as good as what you see online. Green City is a mountainous area. There is still a lot of snow on the mountains, and there are no farmers working in the farmland. Yang Bo mailed some money to Sue when he came online. In the future, the management of the territory in the game will be handed over to Sue, because Yang Bo has another idea, which is to let Sue mess around with his territory and see where the bottom line of the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire is. And there is another solution that is not a solution. Sue knows a lot of bad friends. If all these people are gathered in the game, when one day he really fell out with the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire, he would make this matter public, and then bring Sue and his people to occupy the second world. Sue friends were all nobles with no achievements, and royal children. These guys were more likely to cause trouble than to help. When they knew that the game they were fighting for was real, Yang Bo was looking forward to what these guys would do. Because when everyone in your family thinks you are a waste who is just waiting to die, but you succeed, and someone wants to erase your success. Of course, this is just one of the methods. In addition, after Holden has a territory, he will also recruit those outsiders. Treat these outsiders, as long as they are given a bite to eat, they will burst out with strong vitality. Even if these outsiders die, there will be a steady stream of outsiders joining. When Holden reputation spreads among the outsiders, then Holden identity will be directly strengthened. Of course, Yang Bo will also make preparations in the territory, such as preparing to build energy weapons, of course. These energy weapons cannot be installed first. Even if we build a fortress for isolation and detection underground, it won't work, because isolation and detection will arouse the suspicion of the space fleet of the second world. We need portable energy weapons, or modular energy weapons. These alliances have them, which are ground defense weapons that can be deployed quickly. So we still have to rely on Zhang Buizhen, because these weapons cannot be equipped by individuals or groups. Yang Bo controlled the character to set off from Green Academy to Green City, thinking about the abnormalities of the second world, because he didn't know what the abnormality in the second world was. Yang Bo didn't awaken his power. Moreover, there were many knights in the kingdom of Hemla who could release power seeds. Yang Bo also knew from Holden memory, and the memory of the housekeeper around him, that power seeds also had different attributes. They were divided into knight power seeds, warrior power seeds, archer power seeds, and the most mysterious seeds. The mysterious seeds were said to be a group of people who studied mysticism. The things they studied included exorcism, astrology, foresight, sacrifice, etc. Ancient civilizations cannot do without these things. Just like in ancient times on Earth, whether in the East or the West, there are many mystical things. Handy, you are really an excellent and self-disciplined noble. Yang Bo controlled the game character to come to the Green City Lord Mansion. And the Lord was still drunk. As mentioned earlier, the nobles in this world do not like to drink raw water, because it is easy to get sick, and they do not drink hot water, so they rely on fruit wine to replenish water, because in the knowledge of these nobles, drinking can strengthen the body, mainly because drinking raw water can easily make you sick, but drinking fruit wine won't. Handy, the game character, didn't attend a few noble wine parties this winter, nor did he follow other nobles to mess around. He spent most of his time practicing archery and weapons at Green Academy. Thank you for your compliment. I came here to hold a wine party. Spring is here, and I want to develop my territory. But I don't have enough manpower. So I hope to recruit some outsiders. The reason why Yang Bo plays games well is that when you don't have the ability to overturn the rules of the game, you must abide by the rules of the game. Of course, it seems that Yang Bo is following the rules of the game. But in fact, he is following the armed spaceships in the second world. If he goes out of line, the two spaceships have many ways to make the characters disappear. Foreigners, they are a group of troublesome and rude guys. The city lord poured a glass of wine for Handy, and then said, "It better than livestock. It costs money to buy livestock." But they don't. Yang Bo controlled the game character to raise the glass and answered, "You have a point. But you have to be careful. These outsiders have bad intentions." The city lord thought Handy made sense. Then, they are not outsiders. They are bandits. Yang Bo shrugged. Ha ha. Handy, you are already a qualified noble. The city lord heard this and laughed. I agree. The city lord took a sip of fruit wine and agreed. Thank you for your generosity. I don't have the manpower and experience to hold a cocktail party. I want to trouble you for help. Of course, I will give you gold coins. Yang Bo said again. Of course, Handy, you should recruit or buy some housekeepers and maids, and you also need to build your own castle. Do you need my help? Spring is here, trade routes are open, I can find someone to help me in the capital. The city lord said again. Thank you for your reminder, everything is up to you. Yang Bo nodded. Just listen to my good news. The city lord was very satisfied with Handy's performance, and the city lord no longer thought Handy was a foreigner. Yang Bo game character territory has nothing, even the number of farmers is insufficient, and Yang Bo does not intend to use too many locals, because the locals' thoughts are imprisoned, or to be more precise, they are ignorant. The reason why Yang Bo told the city lord is because later on, he needs to buy food, tools, and everything else in Green City. Many industries in the game are monopolized by nobles, such as the manufacture of tools and the sale of food, because all resources, mines, forest farms are monopolized by nobles. Yang Bo controlled the game character to return to Green Academy, and strolled around in the game with Su Wei for a while, and then let the character hang up. The noble party was not ready so quickly. It took at least half a month to prepare, including inviting guests, getting guests' responses, preparing ingredients, and preparing venues. However, it felt strange to stroll around in the game with Su Wei. After all, Su Wei was also a man in the game character. My brother is ready. And he brought some people with him, all of whom he knew in real life. After leaving the game, Su Wei saw the message from Su Hai and said to Yang Bo, "No problem. My territory in the game is big enough, and as many people as you want can come." Yang Bo smiled in his heart. He had already promised to let Su Hai manage the territory, so Su Hai would definitely bring someone he knew. Annie and Xia also created game characters. They also chose men. Their birthplaces were not around Green City, so they had to wait for the money to be mailed. Now they were just doing hard labor in the game, and they only had one meal every 3 days. Because it is not the busy farming season, there is not so much work. That good, I will help you when the time comes. Su Wei decided to keep a close eye on Su Hai, and not let Su Hai destroy Yang Bo territory. Okay. Yang Bo was eager for someone to manage his territory. Then Yang Bo sneaked to the second world. Rekchi, disguised as Holden, and appeared in the prince's castle. Holden's identity was a fallen nobleman in Heimla, a black spot of the royal family. Yang Bo asked the butler to borrow a lot of books from the royal library, mainly travel notes. As for history, they were all written by the victors. Believe it or not, if you sort out the history of several surrounding countries, there will be too many contradictory things. Most of the travel notes are hearsay, and there are some exaggerations. It's strange. The recorded civilization in this world is only 20,000 years old. But science and technology are still stagnant. It's impossible for the nobles to have such a strong power. After all, humans like to fantasize, and human desires cannot be satisfied. Yang Bo looked at a lot of things, and found himself getting more and more confused. Yang Bo did not try to find the truth by himself, because he had not found the spaceship above his head, and it was even more impossible for him to find it by himself. In addition, there was no way to search recklessly. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire chose to infiltrate silently, and he had to do the same. Moreover, the infiltration method chosen by the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire was indeed the most appropriate, because civilians in this world did not have any identity. But slaves had identity, and slave owners would tattoo slaves. And these tattoos meant that these slaves had masters. Of course, nobles also have status. So the common people in this world are mobile. Moreover, many common people do not have land. They work for the Lord here this year, and they may be in another place next year. The lords also like these mobile common people, because the formal subjects are a burden, and the lords need to guarantee the basic living of the subjects. Just like many places on the earth like to outsource labor, the lords here are the same. When they need people during the busy farming season, they will hire these mobile common people, and when there is no work, they will get out. Your Highness, His Majesty has sent someone to see if your Highness is sick. Yang Bo disguised himself as Holden, lived at the top of the castle, and rarely went out. The butler reported the matter to the king, and the king said someone to see. Yes. Yang Bo hummed and opened the door. The room was normal, because Holden would ask the maid to clean up for a while every day. But the maid said that His Highness was also a little abnormal, because His Highness used to communicate deeply with the maid, or he would touch her. Let talk outside. Yang Bo released the spiritual seed to the butler, so he knew all the actions of this guy, so he waited here. It was because he released the spiritual seed to the butler, so whenever the butler had something to ask Holden, Yang Bo would appear. There was also a platform on the top of the castle, and there were some reserved catapult parts and ammunition next to it. Your Highness, this is Dr. Mon. Holden Butler was a middle-aged man, dressed neatly, but he wore a skirt similar to the Scottish skirt on Earth, and it was red with plaid. The old man sent you here because he thinks this prince is ill? Yang Bo looked at the doctor in front of him, who was also a middle-aged white man, and there was an attendant carrying a black suitcase beside him. Your Highness, I am just following the orders of His Majesty. Dr. Malin took off his hat and bowed to answer. Since you have seen it, let go. Yang Bo waved his hand and said, Your Highness. What else did the doctor want to say? Before I throw you down from here, get out of my sight. Mon was interrupted. Hearing Holden's words, he turned around and left, kicking the stunned follower, because Holden could really do such an outrageous thing. Dr. Mon felt that Holden was fine and normal. Holden Butler Quest bowed and said, Your Highness, you should be more polite to the doctor. I'm already polite enough. Otherwise he would have landed. Help me find something about mysticism. When I have mysterious power, I will surprise everyone. Yang Bo borrowed books for this purpose some time ago. Because occultism is also a development process, it develops along with the development of history. It is difficult to know what occultism is talking about by reading it alone. In addition, with this excuse, I can stay at home in the future, because people who study occultism basically don't go out. Yes. Quizzes thinks His Highness Holden is fine, but if His Highness Holden says that he wants to study occultism, I think there is something wrong. But His Highness said later that he wanted to surprise everyone, which is normal. Your Highness is trying to show off, which is right. Yang Bo decided to learn about the whole world first, although he knew it was difficult to find the reason why this world was a little abnormal, because the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire probably had already scanned all the books in the library. But maybe because of different understandings, the different texts recorded things differently. And the most important point is culture connotation. Just like an Oriental person on Earth, no matter how well he learns English, he often cannot understand other people's culture. Similarly, a foreigner who learns Eastern culture, no matter how fluent he speaks, cannot understand Eastern culture. Yang Bo himself can release spiritual seeds for people, and it can be said that he understands more and more deeply than the people on the side of the Emperor of the Blue Empire. Some things can only be understood but not expressed in words, and some things are in our bones. For example, Oriental people on Earth have the idea of returning to their roots, but other countries may be different. This kind of influence can be said to be blood or soul level, which cannot be affected by words. Then Yang Bo closed the door, entered the house, and then entered the cabinet and left the planet. In fact, this cabinet also has a little influence. That is, if the armed spacecraft in space scans the castle, it is estimated that it will find problems. However, Yang Bo photoelectric passive ability did not sense the armed spacecraft starting active scanning. Yang Bo also knew from Quest memory that someone was targeting Holden and wanted to drive Holden out of the capital. As long as the prince went to his fiefdom, he would not be able to participate in the competition for the crown prince. Yang Bo was eager to do so, so he did not interfere. He would come out to make trouble at the right time and get some benefits. After all, to hire players from the fourth calamity, he still needed some basic things, at least food and tools. The second world will develop on two fronts. For now, we will develop while we see the situation. Yang Bo returned to March Star. The next day, Yang Bo accompanied Su Wei and the other two to the Ninth Fleet. When Su Wei and the other two were training with mechas, Yang Bo disguised himself as the Grand Master of Brian Potion. Anthony, the pharmacist of the Ninth Fleet, was extremely excited. It had been a long time since he last met Grandmaster Brian. He did not expect to see him again. Anthony also met Brian in disguise as Yang Bo last time. Of course, the idea of disguise was not proposed by Yang Bo at that time, but was discussed by Zhou Rui and the other two. Wang Muxue looked at Yang Bo disguise. It was too similar. Even she could not tell the real from the fake. Last time Yang Bo disguised himself as Brian, he used a disguise potion to imitate someone else's appearance. This time, Yang Bo used Brian's biological sample to disguise himself, which was not at the same level at all. Your Excellency. Anthony saw Brian in a room of the warship. Admiral Wang was also here. Anthony was very excited and bowed. Young man, we meet again, Yang Bo said to Anthony with a smile. Anthony was so moved that he was about to cry. Grandmaster Brian actually spoke to him in such a tone. Anthony knew that it was Grandmaster Brian who supported Admiral Wang. The high-quality medicines sold by Admiral Wang were all made by Grandmaster Brian. Of course, Anthony had such an idea, which was also the result of Zhou Rui and others arranging Yang Bo to disguise and mislead Anthony last time. I want to invite you to join my new research. Do you know? Yang Bo looked at Anthony's appearance and asked with a smile. Yes, I do. Of course I do. Anthony almost fainted with happiness, and said anxiously, my research includes genetics, energetics, biology, which is to customize different gene evolution drugs according to different individual attributes. Not only the individual itself, but also the individual parents. I don't know if you understand? Yang Bo asked. It doesn't matter whether I understand or not, I will just follow your orders. Anthony didn't dare to express his opinions at all. Young people are wrong to do this. You still have to have your own ideas. This time, I will teach you how to do it. Next time, I will leave some preliminary work to you, because it is not convenient for me to show up. Yang Bo said this because he was preparing for not coming here in the future. Because as long as he achieved his goal this time, finding the location of the Green Demon Star, why would he come here? I understand. I will definitely do it. Anthony felt his blood was burning. Put on the protective suit first. The reason for wearing the protective suit was to prevent others from seeing his current disguise. I go call them in. Wang Muxue saw that the disguised Yang Bo and Anthony were ready, and went out to call people. Because such an opportunity to show favor must be done personally. And this room blocks any energy, including communication. Yang Bo looked at Anthony and released the spiritual seed directly. Now Anthony was dizzy and didn't notice any changes in himself. Damn! Yang Bo originally wanted to release the spiritual seed to Anthony, which was considered an insider he had planted. After all, this guy was in the fleet. He didn't expect that this guy knew the location of the Green Devil Star. Moreover, his two senior brothers were still working in the outer space laboratory of the Green Devil Star. The Green Devil Star is now an autonomous planet of the Alliance. The Alliance uses living materials and the like to exchange for the mutant material resources on it. The Alliance directly established a pharmaceutical laboratory in the outer space of the Green Devil Star. The pharmaceutical materials obtained from the Green Devil Star will be processed and purified in this laboratory before being transported out, because the Alliance does not allow any unprocessed materials to flow out of the Green Devil Star. And Anthony also received some interesting mutant material samples sent by his senior brother. Of course, the mailing channel is through the pharmacist department within the military. The military pharmacist circle is relatively independent, and the things developed by the military pharmacists are not available to civilians. For example, some power burst potions. These potions improve combat effectiveness in a short time, but the sequelae are very serious. Have we been so lucky recently? Yang Bo sighed in his heart. At this time, someone came in from outside, a man and a woman with a teenager wearing protective clothing. The teenager was just an ordinary person. Anthony, I tell you to do it. First collect biological samples from the parents, then the target individual. Yang Bo spoke directly. Okay. Anthony hurried to prepare. Excuse me, how long will it take to get the genetic evolution potion? The man was a middle-aged man, and asked carefully, because most people in the fleet knew that Wang Mushua had a pharmaceutical master behind her. Otherwise, how could she come up with so many genetic pharmaceuticals? Don't ask so many questions, Anthony said unhappily. The officer recognized Anthony's voice. And before he could speak, another person wearing a protective suit, who couldn't see who was inside, said, "It almost 5 hours. Thank you. Thank you." The officer hurriedly thanked him. Yang Bo knew from Anthony's memory that this person was one of the radar officers of the battleship, and the main task of the radar officer was to analyze radar data. Because the radar scan results are very complex, because there are many things in the universe, energy rays, solar storms, some meteorites with radiation. Because these energies are not of the same frequency, the intensity is also different, so the data fed back to the radar is also different. And the universe is very peaceful when you look at it with your naked eyes, but from the perspective of energy, it is colorful, all kinds of energy, radiation, and even energy that is spread far, far away. Since the goal has been achieved, Yang Bo certainly did not plan to delay any longer. And he also had a plan for Anthony. Wang Mushua got 15 places this time, and the speed of collecting biological samples was very fast. After the biological sample collection was completed, Anthony brought the biological samples to the pharmaceutical laboratory on the battleship. Anthony, we mainly analyze the hidden energy properties of individual targets. But because individual targets do not have superpowers, it is difficult to analyze. For example, for target number 1, the father is a positive wood attribute, and the mother is of negative water attribute. So, Yang Bo started to make it while explaining these things to Anthony. Anthony nodded quickly. In fact, making potions requires some subtle understanding. But once the understanding is not in place, the results will vary greatly. Yang Bo explained his own. And then according to what he explained, he chose a formula. There were only Anthony and Yang Bo in the laboratory. Anthony looked at the formula written by Brian and was a little confused. This seems to have no weight? Because the raw materials come from different places, the other energy content contained in the materials is also different, and the producers of the materials are different. The energy intensity is also somewhat different, so I don't need to weigh the potion when I prepare it. I can just prepare it based on experience. Anthony was stunned when he heard Brian's words. Brian said so much, but the meaning was only one: I just do it myself. Anthony quickly prepared the materials, and then saw Brian start to make the potion. Brian put all the materials aside, and asked them to take as much as they wanted. This was absolutely not allowed in Anthony's opinion, because it was impossible to know the energy reaction. You can write down the proportions of the materials I used. Although the materials of the customized medicine are different each time. You can try it yourself. Maybe you can make a high-quality genetic medicine. Yang Bo said as he did it. Is it really possible? Of course. I would actually like some people to join my research. You know that most research is very boring and repetitive. Sir, I have several senior brothers, whose technical level is very good. Can I share the experiment with them? Anthony hurriedly said when he heard Brian say this. Of course, but I will not personally guide others, and the project must be kept confidential. This is what Yang Bo was waiting for. Anthony had long wanted to show off to his senior brothers that he had a perfect potion, but without Brian's permission, Anthony did not dare. Anthony hurriedly recorded Brian's experimental process, preparing for a review later. Anthony saw again what it meant to be smooth and flowing. A 5-star quality potion was completed in front of him again. Anthony was overwhelmed with emotion. Then he continued to make other potions with Brian. In just 2 hours, 15 5-star quality gene potions appeared in front of Anthony. Anthony felt dizzy. You inject these potions into them, and then have them observe carefully, pay attention to recovering these potion bottles and injection equipment. Yang Bo asked Anthony to do these things, and was thinking about how to let Anthony send the energy stone with a space beacon to his senior brother. Anthony nodded, and hurried to do it. The injection speed of the gene drug was very fast, and the elders of these people had experience, because they were superpowers. Grandmaster, I also have some interesting materials here, which were given by my senior brother. Anthony took out some materials he had saved. Very interesting. If your senior brother has any other interesting materials, you can share them with me for research. Yang Bo saw that this opportunity had come. Of course, I can make a perfect potion for you, and you can give it to your senior brother. Yang Bo said with a smile. Thank you. Grandmaster, I think my senior brother will be very willing. Anthony had long wanted to show off to his senior brother. Although we are brothers, I know the Grandmaster, and I am his assistant. How can I not let my brothers know about such an awesome thing? I must let them know, and make these guys envious and jealous. Definitely. Chapter 1033, Chang Shenghui. Anthony personally saw Grandmaster Brian make a 5-star quality potion, and asked for permission to film the video. Of course, in the video, you could only see a pair of hands making the potion. In fact, it was just Master Brian, which was okay, because he was wearing protective clothing. What moved Anthony the most was that Grandmaster Brian actually took out a box for collecting potions. This box has an anti-radiation setting, and there are also many safety measures, including anti-fall, anti-theft, etc. It uses a very small energy stone to supply energy. Even if the transport spacecraft explodes, this box also has its own energy shield. This kind of box is very expensive. Generally, it is only equipped by professional insurance companies or high-end transportation companies. There are also collectors, so this box is also quite expensive. Anthony certainly didn't know that one of the energy stones in the box was used as a carrier of the space beacon. Thank you, my senior brother will be moved to tears when he sees this. Anthony held the box, which contained the prepared potion. I'm sorry, for some reason, I can't sign it. Of course, if I can make it public in the future, then I can add your signature. Yang Bo said with a smile. Grandmaster, you are too polite. The video just now is enough for us to study for a long time. Anthony was very moved. Okay, pay attention to those experimental targets. I want to hear your detailed report next time. Yang Bo finished his work and prepared to leave. Yes, Anthony answered quickly. Yang Bo nodded, didn't say anything else, and then left. Anthony had just sent Master Brian away, and quickly sent an email to his senior brother, of course. These emails were sent through the military internal communication system. Then he went to observe the experimental individuals injected with the gene drug. Anthony, my son seems to have succeeded. Just when he came to the radar officer room, the radar officer said excitedly when he saw Anthony. You are so excited. Don't you see who made the drug? Just look at how much this 5-star quality drug is worth, not to mention that it is customized. Anthony saw his colleague so excited, although he was also very excited in his heart, but he looked very calm. He kept reminding himself, he was a member of Grandmaster Brian's team, and he must not bring shame to the Grandmaster. Yes. The radar officer rubbed his hands excitedly. I don't know how to thank the Grandmaster, the radar officer said quickly. What Grandmaster? There is no Grandmaster. Let's talk about it later when there is a chance. Anthony rejected it outright. As for thanking him, Anthony did not dare to refuse it, because he did not dare to make the decision. Yes. The radar officer nodded quickly. This is an open secret, but it is also a secret. Anthony checked the data of the experimental target, and found that the target really began to awaken superpowers, and the data was too good, and there was no side effect at all. All the data of all experimental individuals were collected. Anthony looked at the data feedback. Although he knew that the Grandmaster action would be awesome, but he didn't expect it to be so awesome, because these people were injected twice. Yang Bo returned to March Star again, waiting for Anthony to deliver the potion to his senior brother. I hope nothing will happen on the way, Yang Bo muttered to himself. Of course, Yang Bo was not afraid. If he failed, he would just go there himself. The military has its own exclusive logistics material transportation channels, which are much faster than civilian ones. However, the material transportation of the Ninth Fleet has a cycle. After calculation, it will take about 1.5 months to reach the Green Demon Star, because the transportation of materials from Green Devil Star also has a cycle. And Yang Bo also has his eyes on Green Devil Star 8th Fleet. The Alliance originally had only 7 fleets. Green Devil Star used to be a garrison fleet. Didn't Wang Wuxiu make meritorious contributions? So a new fleet was established to accommodate Admiral Wang Wuxiu. But the number of admirals in the military department cannot be an even number. So the military department gave all the warships of Green Devil Star former garrison fleet to Wang Wuxiu, and then established a new fleet, the 8th Fleet. The 8th Fleet also received strong support from the parliament, because the Green Devil Star is a huge treasure house with many rare special materials. Wang Wuxiu led these fleets that had not been fully repaired and replenished after the war to form the 9th Fleet. Let's talk about it when we get to the Green Devil Star. Yang Bo still has a position in the Green Devil Star Parliament, because he was a powerful person at that time. And it might be easier to do things with an identity. What exactly is going on there? We have to go there to know. Anthony was not very clear about the current situation of Green Demon Star, because his senior brother was only a senior researcher, and the laboratory also had regulations. In the second game world, Su Hai received the money sent by Yang Bo, and he was relieved. If it was later, he would have starved to death. This time, it was not just Su Hai alone. Su Hai arranged his followers and guards into the game, and he also had a group of bad friends. Su Hai posted the game screenshots in a small game group. This small group was some of Su Hai's bad friends. These guys were some royal disciples, and some children of nobles close to the royal family. Of course, those who can play with Su Hai are all idle guys, who just eat and wait for death all day long. Recently, there have been attacks on nobles in the Blue Water Empire, so these guys don't go out to show off. Although these guys are incompetent, they are more afraid of death. Although there have been no terrorist attacks on other planets, they are still afraid. There are a total of 16 people in this small group. Su Hai sent a screenshot. A person named Su Dong quickly sent a message. Su Hai, you robbed the nobles. You quickly hide the money. Send me the coordinates. And wait until you are hanged by the nobles. I will dig it out. And then we will split the money 30 to 70. Su Hai, Dongzi, UTM looked carefully at the background. Am I Su Hai a robber? Another Weibo in the group sent a message. Damn, appointment letter, Su Hai. UTM started to forge. You can make it so realistic. It turned out that Su Hai sent a purse filled with gold coins. There was a piece of paper under the purse. It was an appointment letter. Su Hai, what do you think of me? Su Hai. As a person, I am a forger. Being with bad people like you, I can grow to where I am today. You can see how self-disciplined I am. A series of pa followed. Someone sent a message. Brother Heisey, have you sold your ass? Someone immediately replied, it possible. The nobles in the game have all kinds of fetishes. Brother Hai, do you have any connections? Brothers don't compete for favors. Someone else sent a message. Brother Hai, how do you feel? Is it the same as in reality? Su Hai cursed angrily. How the hell do I know what it feels like? Realistic? I just like women. Then Su Hai quickly sent a message. Those who want to come to your grandpa Su Hai, raise your hands. I give you travel expenses. Gather at the target point. Your grandpa Su Hai stood up. There was a series of disbelief below, but many people sent private messages to Su Hai, expressing their willingness. Su Hai mailed gold coins to these people according to their game addresses. Thanks to the appointment letter that Yang Bo mailed to Su Hai in the game, otherwise he would have been robbed as soon as he left the town. Su Hai is now nominally the steward of Viscount Handy, a servant, a slave, and even the private property of the noble, so basically no one in the town and the village targets Su Hai game character. Of course, it's hard to say after leaving the town, it in the wilderness anyway. Then Su Hai went online and sent a private message to Yang Bo, saying that he had received the money and would leave for Green City immediately. Su Hai was actually in a city next to Green City, and the carriage would arrive in 3 days, of course. The prerequisite is that you have money to take the carriage. There are passenger carriages between cities in the second world. The carriages are fast, and there are guards, so they are very safe. Some passenger carriages with backgrounds can also set off with the patrol team of the local city, and then go to the border with the patrol team of another territory. It's hard to say about walking, because the roads are muddy at this time of spring, and the snow has just melted in many places. Yang Bo replied to Su Hai in the game. Yang Bo was working with the officials of Green City in the game to demarcate his territory. The demarcation of the territory should have started last year, but the city lord suggested doing it in the spring, because if he took over at that time, there would be no income from the land, and the original owner of the land might leave some of the old, weak, sick and disabled to the people behind, and take the young and strong away. Andy originally had a ranch, but the conditions were very poor, just a mountain, and a small amount of land under the mountain. After several meritorious deeds, he now has 2 more ranches and 2 farms, and the total area is now close to 20 square kilometers. Moreover, these ranches and farms only have some wooden warehouses, and no stone buildings. Almost 2/5 of these lands are mountains, which are useless. They can only be used to graze sheep, but not cattle, because cattle are prone to falling. Another 1/5 is forest rivers. There are about 3,000 acres of pasture, but the number of livestock raised per unit area of land in this world is limited. On the one hand, there is no fertilizer, there is no professional pasture, there is basically no irrigation conditions, plus the livestock are sick, etc. There are also 3,000 acres of 2 farms, 1/3 of which are orchards, and only 2,000 acres can be cultivated. And the land that can be easily irrigated is only 800 acres. The rest is the kind that is not convenient for irrigation. There was no way, no noble was willing to give up the good land. In this world, food was hard currency. And the key point was, these farms and pastures were empty, because winter was over. The old, weak, sick and disabled, who could not survive the winter had been eliminated. The spring farming season was coming, so the original owner of the land took the people away. So Yangbo territory was in urgent need of people, and Yangbo did not despise the outsiders, who were despised by the locals. These officials in Green City still respected Viscount Handy. After all, Viscount Handy was still a powerful archer. Viscount Handy now looked stronger than before. The boundaries of the territory, most places where people can walk are divided by roads, and places where people cannot walk, such as pastures, are fenced. So it is still easy to distinguish. The reason why Yang Bo brought the original steward of the territory with him was to let this guy partner with Su Hai in the future. This steward is loyal to him, but Su Hai is not necessarily. That guy is very bold. And as a game player, the brain circuit is completely different from the local natives. Yang Bo game character is responsible for making money. In fact, it is easy for Yang Bo to transfer gold coins to the game character now, but he will not do so. He will not let his identity in the second world and his game identity have any intersection. So Yang Bo game character will also hold a position in Green City. As for what position, we will talk about it when we attend the cocktail party. In the second world game, when these officials of Green City separated from Viscount Handy also gave them rewards, which made these officials very happy. Yang Bo quit the game and looked through the spiritual seeds he had released to those people. There was nothing about him. Anthony, the pharmacist of the 9th Fleet, mailed a gift to his senior brother, which was a high-quality potion made by Yang Bo. There was also a video storage device, which contained a video of Yang Bo making potions. Anthony wanted to show off, because Anthony's voice was in the video. Then Yang Bo himself didn't need to go to the second world Rekshi frequently, because Holden had already instructed the butler not to disturb his studies, and he could just leave the food and drinks outside and take them by himself. Except for the maids and the butler who delivered food and drinks. No one else could come to the castle. Anyway, I had released spiritual seeds to the butler quest, so if there was anything urgent, I would just go there quickly. The next day, Yang Bo continued to play in the second game world. Tonight was a celebration party. A celebration party for his becoming a Viscount. The venue of the party was at the City Lord House. Although many nobles thought that Viscount Handy was a little impolite. How could he entertain guests at other people's homes? It must be in his own manner. But he didn't say anything. After all, Handy's strength and achievements were visible to everyone. The party was just eating and drinking. And these nobles were drunk all day long. So Yang Bo felt that the reason why the civilization of this world stagnated was because they drank too much. Famous scholars, artists, and nobles in Green City all came. And none of them was not slightly drunk. These nobles all brought gifts. There is an unspoken rule for what level of nobles to attend the party, and what kind of gifts to give. Yongbo controlled the game character to chat with these nobles for a while, and then found the city lord, who was chatting with several beauties, who were old enough to be the city lord granddaughters. Handy. What kind of job do you want? The city lord understood Handy need for a job. Although the city councilor's status was rich, who would complain about having too much money? I don't have any special skills, but my fighting skills are pretty good. I hope the city lord can recommend one. Yongbo spoke up. Actually, I have been thinking about a problem. That is, the safety of Green City. Last time you mentioned outsiders, I think there is a good way, that is to organize these outsiders as cannon fodder, just like raising a group of livestock. How about it? Of course, these outsiders are not suitable for the city. I personally think your territory is very good, not far from Green City, and the most important thing is that there are almost no locals in your territory. And you are also an outsider, you know how to get along with these outsiders. Usually let these outsiders work in your territory. If needed, these outsiders can be cannon fodder. Of course you will have a separate salary, and I will supply you some food at a low price. The city lord spoke. Of course. Yongbo did not expect that the Green City lord would think so. In fact, our Green City has not yet overcome the crisis. I have received reliable information that those bandit groups will seek revenge, and some people want to seize the foundation of our Green family, and there may be a greater crisis, that is, foreign war. So we need enough people to protect our land. Foreigners are impolite, rude, and have a high crime rate. They are not suitable for use in the city, but they are also a force. You know what I mean? The mayor said and looked at Handy. Yongbo nodded, of course. I can gather these foreigners in Green City together. Just give them a little food, which is more cost-effective than mercenaries. That it. But don't tell others, because some people are unreliable. I hope that when Green City is in crisis again, you can give me a surprise? The mayor said again. Of course. Yongbo nodded affirmatively. The Lord of Green City is the largest landlord, and the largest grain merchant in the area. He has a lot of grain in his hands, and he has to collect a lot of grain every year for taxation. As for how to manage those outsiders, just leave it to Su Hai. After the cocktail party, Yongbo controlled the game character to reject some noble ladies, noble girls, and some socialites, because he was not sure whether they would be sick. The next day, Su Hai arrived in Green City. Yongbo took Su Hai to see the territory. Su Hai became the steward of the territory, and the original steward became the deputy steward, responsible for managing the supplies for Su Hai, and the amount of food per person per day was distributed by the original steward. After the game was closed, Su Hai sent a message, saying that Yongbo didn't believe him. In the game, the two pretended not to know each other. But Su Hai followers knew that it was this guy who sent his young master to the border. Of course, this was the young master dark history, and it couldn't be mentioned again. Su Wei game character also participated in the management of the territory. Su Wei meant to keep an eye on Su Hai. Otherwise Su Hai might just rob and run away. Yongbo originally thought that he could use Holden identity to carefully study the mysticism of the second world. After all, these books were borrowed from the Royal Library. Unexpectedly, something happened on Devon Star. Yongbo asked White and others to pull him over with a space mecha. Butler Jerry was already waiting outside the laboratory, and when he saw Master Bart coming out, he quickly said, "Master, I have seen the message you sent me, let go." Yongbo nodded. A notice. The notice was very simple, notifying Bart to take the membership test of the Changsheng Society in 3 months. This society can only be joined by A+ level superpowers. The notice looked like an invitation, but it flew to the outskirts of the territory by itself, and was discovered by the warning system. Yongbo looked at the invitation-like thing in his hand. It looked ordinary, but it was actually made of interstellar biological materials. The entire notice was made very well, and it cleverly used the energy-absorbing properties of interstellar biological materials as energy. Then, a device for releasing energy was designed and manufactured on the invitation. It was these devices that allowed the thing that looked like an invitation to fly by itself. The principle of this thing is the same as the principle of interstellar creatures flying. It is actually very simple, but the design and manufacturing are really sophisticated, because this thing is just a thin invitation. It can fly by itself. Of course, this thing is limited to flying, and it can't do other things. The Immortal Society? Are those A+ level guys just studying this? Yongbo felt that things were not that simple. On the one hand, A+ level superpowers are not fools, and it is impossible for an immortal to make these people obedient. So there must be other reasons. We will know the answer in 3 months. Yang Bo still has doubts. Why did he receive the membership test? He didn't want to join them. Has he been noticed? Or is there someone behind the scenes? Yang Bo thought about it carefully. Bart offended many people with his identity, but the one he offended most recently was a general. And the Empire Secret Service Department might have contact with this organization. Yang Bo thought it was impossible for these organizations to be so high and mighty, and abandon the secular world? Then practice immortality? Research immortality? Even research requires resources, so... As for why Yang Bo did not doubt other big families, it was because these big families had no connections, or it would be bad for these big families if Bart really joined the association. Those who wanted to join this association wanted to use this association to restrain themselves. But Yang Bo was not interested in this association. It was too rude. They just sent a notice directly, and no one saw it. But Yang Bo would not fight a battle without confidence. So he would first see what the other party is like, and what benefits this would bring. If there is no benefit, he would just get out of here as far as possible. Just pretend that this incident never happened. And I will see what happens later. Yang Bo told Jerry, the butler. Well, Master, what is the origin of this meeting? And why have I never heard of it? Jerry, the butler, asked. Maybe I am too dazzling, and these people notice me. Jerry, the butler, was speechless when he heard his young master words. When did his young master become so narcissistic? Yang Bo sent the butler away and went to see Ning Shui and Bai Lu training with mechas. Then Yang Bo fought with them. Ning Shui and Bai Lu mecha operation skills have improved a lot. Ning Shui is already a senior mecha master, and Bai Lu is an intermediate mecha master. Bai Lu has been in contact with mechas for a short time, while Ning Shui has been in contact with them before. And Ning Shui comprehension is higher than Bai Lu. Have you ever thought about a second genetic evolution? After the training, Yang Bo took the initiative to rub Ning Shui back, and then asked. Because Yang Bo felt that Ning Shui's superpowers were not very good, his Leech Gene Potion could completely undergo a second genetic evolution, because Leech Gene Potions have no properties. Second genetic evolution? Have you been cheated? Ning Shui looked back at Bart suspiciously, with a blushing face. Where would a nobleman rub a woman back? And saying that made her sound as if she was so dirty. After hearing Bart's words, why did she feel like Bart had been cheated? Chapter 1034 Battleships are delivered to the door? Of course I know. And I also know that there are no successful cases of secondary mutation in the whole society. Yang Bo said while rubbing Ning Shui back. Secondary mutation is a big problem. There are two main uncertainties. The first is the user invisible attribute. Generally, superpowers do not have only one attribute, there are other invisible attributes. The second is the attribute of the gene medicine. The side effects of the gene medicine are due to the uncertain ingredients in it. Although the amount is already very small, the terrible chain reaction brought by the tiny energy, I don't know what kind of effect it will bring. So the topic of secondary mutation has been studied by some people. And many experiments have been done. After all, some people can do anything for research. But so far no one has announced success. And no one has continued to study. Because even if one test product succeeds, what about other users? The properties of other users will definitely not be the same as those of the test product, even if a huge amount of research and analysis is invested, and the results of the experiment are followed. The probability of success is only 50%. This 50% is an illusion. It is actually success or failure. Success is 100%, and failure is 0. But such an investment is too large, and the rate of return is too low, so no one is willing to continue to invest in research. Even if a model is established, it cannot be calculated, because everyone's talents and attributes are different, and the model cannot be calculated. When Ning Shui heard this, she became more suspicious, but since Bart was saying it, there must be a follow-up. Do you know why I am so strong? I was not so strong before. It was because I went out for adventure a few years ago and met a person. This person developed a gene evolution drug that can evolve twice. I am a living example. Yang Bo said. Ah? Ning Shui was a little surprised when she heard this. In fact, many people in the Empire were still a little surprised at Bart's change. Because although Bart was also very strong before, he was not so abnormal. He suddenly became abnormal. Many people thought Bart was pretending, and would show off his strength when he was strong enough. I didn't expect that there was such a thing. Ning Shui believed it after being surprised, because Bart already had the facts in front of him. That is, the 3 whites. The 3 plus BART 4 people laboratory. How much value does it create every year? And this kind of industry is sustainable. Not a one-time deal. Then, can the success rate be guaranteed? Just in case? Although Ning Shui believed what Bart said, she was still a little worried. And she was not just a little worried, but very worried. After all, it was her own body. Anyway, the cases I know are all successful. Of course, the choice is in your hands. I can't guarantee this. Yang Bo felt that he owed Ning Shui a little. After all, he was not himself. However, the choice was still in Ning Shui's hands. Yang Bo would not force her. Ning Shui nodded. "I think about it." "Yes." Yang Bo nodded. Ning Shui had many questions in her mind. The person who could research such a potion must be a celebrity, and probably a great master of potions. How many people did Bart know? What did he do during the years he disappeared? No one knew Bart past, because no one collected Bart information. In the past, Bart was not worthy of any intelligence agency attention. The back-rubbing turned into an in-depth communication. It must be said that Ning Shui practiced swordsmanship, and her figure was perfect. The next day, Yang Bo came to Bart Independent Laboratory. He was the only one in the laboratory. After entering the laboratory, he moved away directly. The next second, he appeared in the underground laboratory of March Star. He came to the room in the villa where he surfed the internet. He first hung up the second game world character. Su Hai had already started recruiting those outsiders. Su Hai organized people to make detailed measurements of the entire territory first, and then make plans. It must be said that players, like Su Hai, have different execution capabilities. Anyway, Yang Bo only managed the food for these people. Of course, it would not be very good. It was just some boiled beans and the like. If you want to eat well, you have to work hard with your own hands. In fact, territory construction planning is a compulsory course for Su Hai and the children of these imperial nobles in their growth. Because these families have territories, including Su Hai. Yang Bo doesn't know how to manage it. But these people know. Yang Bo approved Su Hai's plan. And Su Wei would go online from time to time to see if her brother had any intention of running away with the money. Yang Bo just left the game character idle. As for the matter of training foreign militias, there is no rush for the time being. And they are all players, which is much easier than commanding natives. Then Yang Bo returned to the underground laboratory, and then came to Devon Star, and sent some preliminary data of the secondary mutant Black Rock Bee to Zhang Buishan, and said that this creature at least had no toxic side effects. These experimental data were obtained in the underground laboratory of March Star. Then he went directly from the laboratory of Devon Star to the second world Rekchi. As the 17th son of the king, Holden changed his previous style, began to stay at home, and studied mysticism. There are some rumors in Rekchi City that Holden studies the occult in order to do evil better. These people say that once Holden masters the mysterious power, he may release a terrible curse. Yang Bo learned these rumors from the housekeeper. In fact, someone wants to drive Holden away, because for the crown prince, he would rather the king not have any princes, and let them go to their own fiefdoms. Holden used to have a bad reputation, and was led astray by some people. Other princes didn't care much about Holden before, but this idiot Holden really caught a unicorn. Among the king princes, only 2 had caught the unicorn, and Holden was the 3rd. What did the other princes think? What did those who followed the prince think? So someone organized an event to invite Holden out to see if this prince, with the worst reputation, had really changed for the better. These were all known in Holden Butler memory, because the butler was the king man, so he would not remind Holden too much. Because the king wanted to test these princes. The king here does not have much power, because there is also a noble parliament, and the ministers in the country are all from big families. Once the royal family does not do well, these families will take over. The reason why Yang Bo was interested this time was that he learned from the housekeeper memory that the person who asked him out this time brought a scholar of mysticism with him in order to test whether he knew mysticism. The one who invited Holden out this time was the family of the crown prince mother, the 11th heir of the Harper Marquette, Helson, who was the crown prince's cousin. This is also one of Holden's bad friends. But he is just pretending, and he likes to stir up trouble in the circle and instigate others to do something. Yang Bo also read the mysticism of this world, but he couldn't understand it either, and the records were all ambiguous. Astrology can predict fate, predict national destiny, predict good and bad luck, etc. There are also some weird curses, potions, etc. Yang Bo thinks that these pharmacists are probably making similar chemical products, some of which may cause hallucinations, such as making potions that can make the soul leave the body after drinking and see the real world. Some people drink potions to summon demons, and some see heaven. Some people practice hard and see other things. And every book seems to be self-consistent. But there is no evidence. Anyway, it means that if you understand it, you have enough talent. If you don't understand it, you don't have talent. In comparison, Yang Bo believes more in power seeds, because they are real things. If someone comes to compete with you, you should first see what kind of person he is. If you really don't understand, you can find a mystic scholar with a bad reputation to kill him, and see what kind of ability he gives. And at the power seed and the like. Yang Bo thinks that killing skills are more reliable. If he learns it himself, he might not be able to learn it. Your Highness, these are some recent invitations. Holden Butler Quest took out some more invitations. As a prince, some people try to curry favor with him. Although this prince has a bad reputation, but a bad reputation is a weakness. Yang Bo pretended to be Holden, and picked up the invitation and looked through it. Casus thought His Highness would just look at it like the last few times. But he didn't expect His Highness to pick up an invitation and say, "Here, go prepare it." "Yes, Your Highness." Casus looked carefully, and found that it was Helson who invited His Highness to go fishing at the seaside. Of course, fishing for these noble children is like a vacation in the wild, or a cocktail party in a different environment. Yes. Casus nodded, and knew what to prepare. Yang Bo sent the butler away, and came to the platform on the top of the castle. He looked at the sky. The sky was so blue. You couldn't see the stars in the game. So Yang Bo couldn't tell the direction of the second world at that time. Of course, it is to distinguish and find the route. The distance of 3 space jumps reaches more than 6.2 million light years. So without space jumps, you will never reach this place in your lifetime. This place is already on the outer edge of the universe. Standing here, you can see a piece of ground in front of the castle, where Holding Guardian Knights are training. There are 4 of them with power seeds. The strength of these guys is very abnormal, and their strength is almost 10 times that of ordinary knights. These guys picked up their weapons, and kept waving them, picked up their shields and kept charging. Each of these knights had several followers, and when they fought, these followers had to help put on armor, and so on. These knights were sweating profusely, because they also wore armor during training. The explosive power and endurance of knights with power seeds were much higher than those of ordinary knights. Yang Bo looked for a while, and then stopped, turned his head back into the house, locked the door, and then went into the closet and left. Because the nobles would not do anything today or tomorrow, but would do it 3 days later. After returning to March Star, Yang Bo felt that he had nothing to do in the game. He had Su Hai in his territory, and the products in the laboratory on Devon Star were in stock. The equipment purchased from the Federation had not arrived yet, and the real world of the second world had not yet developed its own territory. After arriving at the villa, Yang Bo looked online and found that the alliance was very lively at the moment, because of the election, parties, and groups came out to make trouble. Now all the celebrities are trembling, because at this time these people like to use one hot spot to suppress another hot spot. The black material of these celebrities may be exposed. Then Yang Bo looked at the spiritual seeds he released one by one, to see if there is anything he can intervene in. Huh? Yang Bo suddenly found an opportunity. The Pirate Alliance Council has a task, targeting a company in the Federation. This company in the Federation smuggled a batch of goods from the Alliance to the Federation, and someone paid the Pirate Alliance to attack this spaceship. The goods and the people on board belong to the pirates. I don't know who issued the bounty. Yang Bo muttered to himself. The reason why Yang Bo paid attention to this mission was because the company that was robbed was the company of Malyabang, which is the closest to Karaya. At the last celebration party of Zhonli, the people of the Mecha Union branch of this state came. Of course, Malyabang is the closest state to Karaya, but the actual distance is very far. There is only a space jump channel between the two, and an ordinary cargo ship can reach the other planet in 12 days. This is an opportunity. The reason why Yang Bo said it was an opportunity was because the Black Skull Pirates were the ones who took the mission. Yang Bo released a spiritual seed to a deputy leader of the pirate group. The Black Skull Pirates have more than 5,000 people, 2 C-class warships, for D-class warships, more than 20 small attack ships, 500 mechas, more than 400 fighters. This time, The Black Skull Pirates decided to send AC, Alliance Level 4, class warship, 2D, Alliance Level 3, class warships. The Alliance and the Empire have different warship standards. The Alliance 6th level warships are strong, while the Blue Water Empire A-level warships are the strongest. The Blue Water Empire military is behind the Black Skull Pirates. The Alliance has been unable to stir up trouble recently, because of the Alliance election. If anyone jumps out to stir up trouble now, these candidates will hype these things up, saying that they will crack down on interstellar pirates when they take office. And the other party took action in the Federation. Because the smuggling spacecraft departed from the Alliance, it would sail silently after leaving the Alliance territory, making it difficult to be found. Only by entering the Federation can we know the other party route. So the Black Skull Pirates will enter the Federation in advance. Hee. I thought we had to wait for Jean Bouillon warship. But I didn't expect it to come to us. The Black Skull Pirates actually sent a flagship with a length of 2,500 meters. Yang Bo also learned about it from it, the deputy leader of the Black Skull mercenary group, whose spiritual seed he released. This guy is an A+ level superpower. And he is also an Imperial soldier. Yang Bo would definitely not let go of such a good opportunity, because it would be hard to have such a good opportunity again. He knew the gathering place of these pirates in advance, and also knew the route of their retreat. So now Yang Bo had to think carefully about how to successfully capture these warships. As long as he could get one of the warships, his strength would be greatly increased. The warships used by these interstellar pirates were much better than those of the Caribbean interstellar fleet. Moreover, Yang Bo has a plan to fish for big fish with a long line. Since the Black Skull Pirates are supported by the Empire, will they replenish new warships after losing a warship? Therefore, Yang Bo does not intend to rob the Black Skull Pirates base. Keep the opponent base, and let the opponent continue to develop. Originally, seizing the pirates' warships was also in Yang Bo's plan, but these pirates were too far away from Yang Bo, and it is difficult for outsiders to enter the interior of these pirate groups. If Yang Bo had enough time, he could completely hide, and then go around and around to the bases of these pirate groups, because these pirate groups would also export stolen goods and purchase some logistical supplies. However, these logistical supplies must first enter the warehouse of the Pirate Alliance Council. So Yang Bo did not have enough time to go around like this. Moreover, Yang Bo did not have a legitimate means to take action against these pirates. The reason why this opportunity was so good was that Yang Bo had sufficient reasons to take these pirate warships into his own name. Yang Bo's other identities have no legitimate reasons. Let not talk about Yang Bo's own identity. There is no way to do this. Bard identity is not good either. Even if Bard gets the warship, it will not be allowed to be privately owned in the Empire. The Blue Water Empire will not allow anyone to privately own a standard warship. So the Emperor is an armed transport spacecraft in the space of the Second World. The real warships are closely watched in the three countries. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire, and these nobles, keep a close eye on the shipyards that manufacture warships, and they are afraid that the other party will be equipped with such weapons. And Legion identity is completely suitable. This matter must be done before it is too late. If it is known in advance, then Legion identity will definitely be restricted. As long as I can get control of the warship, my fist will be the biggest at that time. If anyone wants to make a fuss about my identity as Legion, I will use the warship to show them off. Yang Bo has a preliminary plan, which is to get the warship first, as long as he has an official identity in the Federation. And this identity can legally control the warship. Then others will have no way to refute it. Although it is true that the bigger the fist, the better in the Federation. But it must also be within the circle of rules that everyone abides by. The reason why the Federation still has the current national system is that no warlord can overthrow the current system. So others also abide by the current system. Although the Yuhan position, as the Commander-in-Chief of the Alert Fleet now seems to be just a position for empty salary. But having this and not having this are two completely different things. However, Yang Bo does not plan to go to the Federation for the time being, because he will go to Rekji City to participate in a sea fishing event in 3 days. He will go to the Federation after the event. The plan has probably been formed. That is, as the Commander-in-Chief of the Fleet of Korea State, he will take an armed spacecraft out for patrol. There is no problem with this. Then he encountered a distress signal from a robbed spacecraft during the patrol. Then he happened to encounter pirates on the retreat route of the pirate fleet. Then he used his mecha master power to capture a spaceship. This was the general plan. Anyway, he knew the movements of the Black Skull Pirates very well, because the pirates' warships would not turn on the radar after the robbery. They would just sail silently, which gave them an opportunity. Because if the pirates' warships turned on the radar while running and actively searching, they would be discovered by the Federation fleet. As a country, the Federation, although it was relatively chaotic internally, also had its own fleet. At least the warships of the Black Skeleton mercenary group cannot compete with the Federation fleet. Yang Bo is a little excited now, because he will own a warship in the true sense. After getting the warship, first screen all the members of these pirate groups, kill all the guilty ones, and brush their skills. Implant slave chips in all the innocent ones. You can use slave chips and spiritual seeds to control these crew members. In addition, you can also bring back the materials robbed by the pirate group and cash them in. You can also optimize all the systems on the warship. After you have the first warship, you will soon have more warships. Yang Bo was excited just thinking about it. Yang Bo's main target this time was the flagship of the Black Skull Pirates. Yang Bo did not want to capture all the warships in the fleet, because he was alone, unless the other warships did not run away. Of course, this possibility was almost non-existent. The pirates' character was to fight if they could beat them, and to run away if they could not beat them, and whoever ran slowly deserved it. The purpose of these pirates is, I can't outrun the regular warships of the Alliance, but I just need to outrun my companions. And once these pirates are discovered, they dare not stay in the Federation for a long time. For these pirates, if they are captured in the Alliance, the maximum sentence is life imprisonment. And the living environment in the Alliance prison is dozens of times better than that of ordinary people in the Federation. But if they are captured in the Federation, then the end will be as miserable as it can be. The rob companies will certainly torture these pirates in various ways. Similarly, these pirates will face a miserable end if they are captured in the Blue Water Empire. Alas! Yang Bo's side, time passed too slowly. He wanted to capture the flagship of the Black Skull Pirates immediately. Another C-class warship of the Black Skull Pirates is only 1,800 meters long. This warship mainly stays near the base. We need to prepare a batch of slave ships first. And the equipment purchased from the Federal Mecha Division Union is just equipped on this warship. As long as I have this warship, there will be more people in Karaya State willing to stand on my side. However, the interest structure within Karaya State has been solidified, and behind these interest structures are the interests of the entire Federation, and even some companies in the Alliance. So it is not convenient for me to obtain more rights in Karaya State. What should I do after I have the warship? What Yang Bo is worried about now is how to develop after he has the warship. Chapter 1035 Mysterious Power. On the road of the Kingdom of Heimla in the Second World, two knights shouted to the pedestrians on the road to get out of the way. When the pedestrians on the road saw this scene, they quickly got out of the way, because the cloaks on these knights were red, which represented the royal family. The armor on their bodies, and the horse harness were also red. The common people distinguished the noble titles by color, because most of the common people could not read. Although the people on the road were dissatisfied, they still quickly got out of the way, because if the noble master horse was injured, it might affect the whole village. A large cloud of dust could be seen behind the two knights, and the passers-by moved further away. Ha ha, ha ha. Yang Bo disguised himself as Holden, riding a tall unicorn. The unicorn seat was specially made. Even so, ordinary people couldn't stand the bumps. No wonder only powerful knights could have it. You basically can't sit down when riding this thing. You just have to squat and push hard with your feet. Yang Bo laughed loudly, because a bunch of friends behind him were cursing at him. Today is the day that Helson invites us to go fishing at the seaside. Although Helson horses are good mounts, they are far inferior to the unicorn deer. Helson and 7 or 8 nobles are eating dust behind Holden, but these noble youths can't stop. Because there are so many passers-by around, even if they are eating dust behind, they have to chase after them. This bastard. This idiot bastard. This stupid prince. Helson and his group cursed in their hearts. If they had known, they would have chosen a cloudy day to travel. Unexpectedly, it was a sunny day today. The dust raised by the dirt road made Helson and his group curse Holden in their hearts. At the end of the team, there were several carriages moving slowly, and some noble girls were sitting in the carriages. Your Highness is so brave. I didn't expect that in the last bet. Your Highness really caught a unicorn as a mount. I heard that His Highness is practicing mysticism. Do you think he used mysticism to subdue the unicorn? These noble girls sat in the carriage, looking at the team of noble youths in front. I think it very possible, otherwise. With your Highness' physical strength, you simply can't subdue the unicorn. Hee, is your Highness not in good physical condition? Last time you were in the tent with your Highness, who is shouting so loudly. Hee hee. Holden and his party destination is a fishing village 20 kilometers away from Rekshi, where there is a fishing pier, which is the private territory of the Helson family. It is said that there are some huge sea fish and sea beasts nearby. Today, the goal of the group is to see who can catch the biggest sea fish or sea beast. These noble children have nothing to do, they just wander around here and there all day long. Yang Bo was disguised according to Holden's personality and character, so he rode the unicorn and let the other nobles behind him eat dust, and laughed loudly, showing off himself. He didn't care at all about the passers-by cursing him in a low voice on the roadside, because Yang Bo could hear it, but Holden couldn't. The knights in front led the way, which was also Yang Bo's order. He said he was afraid that the low-class people would harm his precious mounts. But in fact, he didn't want to harm these civilians. In addition, there were many clones controlled by players in the surrounding farmland, because the chips in these people's brains had data connected to low-orbit satellites. And then the satellites relayed to the spacecraft, and then communicated to the entire human world through the quantum space in the spacecraft. This is also why there is basically no delay when playing games at such a long distance, because of the quantum space communication satellite. The mecha game that Yang Bo played before, the same is true for the Doomsday Dungeon game. Of course, these signals will be processed step by step, to ensure that no one knows the location of the second world, and no one doubts that the second world is a real game. These players look pitifully at the nobles galloping on the road, and they can only do hard labor in the farmland, in exchange for a meager income, which is not enough to eat. Of course they can't eat enough, the civilians in the second world can't eat enough, because the nobles control the food, and will control the price of food, and the price of other materials. These nobles would adjust the prices of materials according to the production of their own territories, forcing these civilians to work hard. And if they did not work, they would starve to death. Some nobles would even make the civilians in their territories owe the money. And then the descendants of these civilians would owe the money, and they would never be able to pay it off. And they would be treated like slaves forever. Because only in this way can the civilians be controlled from moving. Because from a legal point of view, civilians can freely choose to live in a certain place, but they cannot leave if they owe money. On the one hand, Yang Bo didn't want to be left alone. And on the other hand, he went to the fishing village to see if there were any traps or anything like that. And just in case, Yang Bo brought all of Holden's weapons, including bows, knight swords, spears, etc. Anyway, the unicorn carrying capacity was no problem at all. The fishing village was in a bay, which was already a hilly area. And the fishing village was in the bay. The width of the bay was about 800 meters. The bay was a natural shelter, with some docks, all built of wood. Yang Bo also saw many players here. These players were doing hard labor here, weaving fishing nets, helping fishermen clean sea fish and drying them, etc. Now the weather is just right for drying fish in early spring, but it will not be suitable when the weather is hotter. These players all look pale and thin. When these players saw Holden, many ideas emerged in their minds, but when they saw the knight beside Holden and the unicorn beside Holden, they wisely gave up some plans. In fact, the players in the second world were ruined by the first batch of players who entered the game. Players play games, how can they possibly abide by the laws in your game? They have done all kinds of stealing and robbing, which has led to a bad impression of the local natives on outsiders. Of course, if the players were really allowed to develop, the second world would have changed long ago. Unfortunately, there is a mysterious force that prevents the players from growing stronger. For example, Suhai gathered a group of players to become bandits, but unfortunately, they were quickly wiped out by the armed forces of the nobles. Apart from other things, how did these noble armed forces know the location of these players? So now in the eyes of the natives, they are hated by everyone and are worse than cattle and horses. The fishing boats here are not big, but the fish here are still very good. Whether it is sea fish or freshwater fish, it can be used as a dish, but it is not a staple food at all. So the fish resources here are rich, but the living standards of the people here are still very low. The fish here are mainly used by the lords to transport to the inland for sale. The pungent smell, the smell of seawater, and the smell of the fishing village itself is just a street. The street is better, other places are even full of feces and urine. There are also various things used to process sea fish, and Yang Bo keen sense of smell. What a good cow and horse. Yang Bo looked at the clones controlled by the players, who had no work to do. These people were basking in the sun in the leeward place. Some were looking for some seafood on the distant reefs. The locals don't eat these shelled seafood, because they can't finish the big fish. Who would eat that stuff? Your Highness. The local village chief had been notified long ago. And he knew Yang Bo was a prince when he saw his outfit. Yes. Yang Bo nodded. The village chief took Yang Bo and 2 knights to the Lord Manor. The Lord Manor was a distance away from the bay, on a high ground in the bay. From here, you can see the whole bay from a high place. And there is an independent pier under the bay. This pier is built of stone, which is completely different from the wooden one in the fishing village. This is the manor of the Helson family. It is also the best place for sea fishing. The water here is also the deepest. Yang Bo came to the dock below the manor. Tables and chairs were already prepared on the dock, and some maids were shuttling back and forth. Go and get busy. Yang Bo could see the players digging seafood on the rocks opposite the manor. Yang Bo could clearly see the players cursing, and heard the curses of these players. Alas, the people in this kingdom are not strong either. They should drive me to the territory as soon as possible. Yang Bo pondered in his heart. After a while, Helson and others came to the manor in a dusty state. Your Highness, you are too bad. Yes, but your mount is really majestic. Yes, Your Highness. How did you catch the unicorn? 7 or 8 nobles asked while taking off their cloaks. Don't even think about it. With your ability, you will never catch a unicorn in your lifetime. Yang Bo put on airs and replied disdainfully. You almost got along with those women in the carriage. Yang Bo spoke again. These friends smiled awkwardly. Some of them disdained Holden in their hearts. Some wanted to curry favor with Holden. Nobles are good, sitting here and doing nothing. The servants prepared everything. There were all kinds of wine, snacks, barbecue and so on the table. The servants had already caught live fish for fishing. Yang Bo looked carefully at the fishing line. It was a hemp rope. Soon the carriage behind arrived. These noble girls chattered, making Yang Bo frown slightly. Because the perfume and body odor of these girls are mixed together. And Yang Bo has very good eyesight. These girls' faces are like flour. Because Yang Bo came here with his real body, not a remote game, the experience can be said to be very bad. Get out of the way, don't make noise here and disturb me fishing. If I lose, I will throw you down. Yang Bo angrily said to these pollution makers, who were swaying around him. When these noble girls heard what Holden said, they hurried away. Because Holden was a man of his word. You know, it's still very cold at the seaside in early spring. Yang Bo had been paying attention to a middle-aged man brought by Helson. This middle-aged man looked a little arrogant. When he was introduced just now, his name was Manning, and he was a professor at the Kingdom Higher School. Yang Bo pretended not to know that this guy was a scholar of mysticism. There are many factions in mysticism, and he didn't know which faction this guy belonged to. This guy is standing next to Helson now. These nobles choose their own places to fish. Some go to the bulges of the bay. Some go to places full of reefs. These guys all hold fishing rods. The fishing rod is a whole wooden stick. This wood is very round and slender. It is very elastic. But it is not bamboo. The one in Yang Bo hand is about 6 meters long. The hemp rope for fishing is also specially treated. It seems to have some kind of gum. The fish hook is made of fine iron, with a barb, and it is very big. Huh? Yang Bo was surprised. Because the mystic scholar standing next to Helson actually emitted infrasound. And it was aimed at the sea surface. The guy Adam Apple moved. But ordinary people couldn't hear this sound. Infrasound waves can be transmitted over a long distance. And because the frequency is low, the resistance is very small. Is this used to lure sea fish? That means this scholar knows the sound wave frequency of some sea beasts to communicate? Yang Bo made a rough guess. The scholar saw Holden looking at him, and his heart paused. Could it be that his mysterious ability was discovered? Helson saw Holden looking at him, and he was also a little confused. Helson went to Manning today to see if Holden was learning mysticism. Helson family supported the crown prince, so they were very wary of these princes. If any prince performed better, those who supported the crown prince would take these princes away. Helson, don't cheat, otherwise, you're disrespecting the royal family. Yang Bo said directly, trying to startle the enemy. Your Highness, how could that be? I have the qualities of a knight. Helson replied quickly. Yang Bo carefully observed how Manning managed to emit infrasound waves, so he directly used his mental power to scan the other party. So that it? Yang Bo used his mental power to scan Manning directly, and found that the other party was also using mental power to control his vocal cords. The opponent's mental power was very weak, and he couldn't release it externally, so he turned to control the organs inside his body. Moreover, under the clever control of mental power. The vibration structure of this guy's vocal cords had changed. Mysterious power? Is this the mysterious power? Yang Bo felt that he seemed to have found what the seed of the mysterious power was. But he was not sure. But soon Yang Bo found that Manning infrasound really responded. Infrasound of the same frequency came from a far distance. The distance is 3 kilometers. Yang Bo estimated the distance and found that the creature that released the infrasound wave was 6 kilometers away from here. The speed is about 500 meters per minute. Yang Bo also calculated the distance of the sea beasts. The sea beasts are a group, 7. Yang Bo also knew the number of the other party through the infrasound waves emitted by these sea beasts. Hee, cheating with me? Yang Bo smiled in his heart, and his mental power directly turned into an invisible force, penetrating into the water. The mental power gathered into a line, to see what these sea beasts look like. The environment of this world is a bit strange. The same mental power can scan a much farther distance than other worlds. Soon Yang Bo found these sea beasts. The largest sea beast is 6 meters long, weighs about 1.5 tons, and is very big. It looks like a shark, with sharp teeth, but the head is bigger. Give it a try? Yang Bo felt that some animals in this world seem to have higher IQs than those in the Alliance. The unicorn deer was an example. After being subdued by him, it became extremely docile, and there was no need to continue training or anything. Of course, this unicorn only listens to him, and not to the others. Spiritual seeds. Yang Bo directly released the spiritual seeds to the sea beast. Unexpectedly, it was successful. The leader of the sea beast has a lot of memories. And the sea beast can also use sonar to detect the terrain in the sea. And fish schools. These sea beasts can live in the deepest seabed. These sea beasts live here in winter, and go to the Arctic in summer. TSK. The IQ is about the same as that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. This big guy is really smart because of his big head. The infrasound waves emitted by Manning are to attract these sea beasts. These sea beasts hear that there are their kind here. Sea beasts also have their own territories, so these sea beasts come to see what's going on. Yang Bo also understood why these sea beasts came. So Yang Bo directly gave the sea beast an order to take the tribe away. The sea beast left directly with the tribe. Yang Bo wanted to see Manning's reaction. Yang Bo knew that this guy was limited to releasing infrasound waves, and there was no way to judge the distance of the target through infrasound waves. The sea beasts are gone, but this guy is still releasing them. Yang Bo smiled in his heart, and his mental power rolled up a 50-pound fish and hung it on his hook, and then hung Helson hook on the reef on the seabed. They're a fish. Yang Bo mental power released the big fish in the sea, and the fishing line was tightened all of a sudden, and the fishing rod was bent. Yang Bo smiled. Helson also found that his fishing line moved a little, and he pulled hard, but it didn't pull up, and he pulled hard again and knew it was bad. Catching a fish and getting caught on the bottom are completely different feelings. Then Helson watched Holden pull up a big fish, and Helson couldn't pull up the bottom hook, and then he changed the line and so on. Then something very strange happened. Holden caught more than a dozen big fish by himself, and the others caught small fish even if they caught fish. Helson didn't catch any fish at all. Helson took out 1,000 gold coins with a forced smile, which was the bet between Helson and Holden. Haha, next time there is such a good thing. Don't forget to notify me. Yang Bo laughed loudly. These 1,000 gold coins can hire 1,000 players to do a year work. Helson hated Manning to death, because Helson thought that Manning mysticism was not as good as Holden mysticism. Yang Bo got another 14 swimming +1 today. Swimming is a skill that has been mastered by a master, and it is of no use to him. He also figured out what the mysterious power seed is, which is mental power. But it a bit strange. That is, do the mystics in this world use their spiritual power on themselves? Or do some scholars use it in other ways? Maybe this is another direction of spiritual power cultivation. My spiritual power in the league is mainly used externally, while this world uses it internally. Will Manning ask his mentor to test me? It would be great if that were the case. But it a pity that I can't release the spiritual seed to Manning. The reason why Yang Bo did not release the spiritual seed to Manning was because he did not want to alert the enemy. No one knew what spiritual masters were behind Manning mysticism. Manning might not discover the spiritual seed he released. But what about others? So Yang Bo was ready to alert the enemy and wait and see what happened. Because Yang Bo felt that Manning ability alone was not enough to attract the attention of the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire, and to pay such a high price. However, Yang Bo released the spiritual seed to Helson. This guy was very insidious, and was sent by the Crown Prince to guide Holden to learn bad things. There must be something deeper hidden in this world, so the Emperor did this. Yongbo returned to Holden Manor, and did not attend the evening cocktail party. This disappointed many people, including those noble girls, who thought they were beautiful. Helson took a big sip of wine, and was depressed for most of the day. It was just right that Holden did not come to the cocktail party. TSK, you said that His Highness is already a mystic scholar? Helson looked at the other nobles, holding two noble girls in his arms. Helson was a great nobleman. The women from other small noble families would stick to the great nobles. Helson was rich and all. The two noble girls drank expensive wine. As for being touched by Helson, it was nothing. Since these girls were willing to come out to play, they had already prepared everything. After drinking too much, they probably played together. No one knew what happened when they woke up the next day. It impossible. Your Highness qualifications. Another noble son said halfway. He smiled and said nothing. Although Helson didn't believe it in his heart. He had to say it. And convince everyone. So that some people would clear Holden. A potential threat. Out of the capital. Not necessarily. His Highness caught the unicorn himself. And now he has caught so many fish. And he didn't drink with us today. Which is very abnormal. Don't you think His Highness is a bit like those scholars in the Kingdom Academy now? Helson continued. That right, I asked His Highness out today, but I didn't expect him to refuse. A Kirby noble girl said with a smile. Helson chuckled. Since His Highness refused, how about I take his place? Forget it, it would be bad if His Highness knew. The noble girl said, pretending to refuse. Helson shook his head and said, His Highness doesn't want to play with us anymore. It already very impressive that His Highness has caught a unicorn now. I believe that His Highness will become a scholar of mysticism one day. Some of these other nobles were just there to eat and drink for free. But after they went out, they would definitely show off who they were with and what they did. And would also tell some gossip. So that others would look at them with new eyes. Some of them had ulterior motives. And would report these things truthfully. Helson didn't get home until midnight. And his father hadn't gone to bed yet. He waited for Helson to finish his story before he said, You go to Manning tomorrow. I think he already has the answer. Father, what do you mean? Helson was a little confused. After all, he had drunk some wine, and had been crazy with some noble girls for a while. So he was a little out of his mind. Manning is a very low-level person in their school. Only high-level people will not come to teach at the Kingdom Academy. He will definitely find the elders in their school. Helson father said. Yes. Helson nodded. Yongbo, who was already in Vichy City, knew this situation from Helson memory, and decided to wait and see. Anyway, he had something to do. Yongbo now disguised himself as John Lee, and came to the Alert Fleet headquarters of Koreabang in Boulder City to prepare to deal with the pirates. Chapter 1036 Surprise. Kalaya State has 5 armed ships. The condition of these armed ships is worrying. The longest is 500 meters. The shortest is 200 meters. Yongbo looked at the specific configuration of these armed ships. Although he had been prepared for a long time, he still felt that his position was really a waste of time. Insufficient personnel, inadequate logistics materials, the fleet has never been properly trained, because the number of people on each warship is actually only 2/3, and these 2/3 of the personnel can only get 70% of the salary. However, Yongbo did not think of relying on these spaceships to defeat the pirate warships. Capturing the pirate warships still depends on himself. He just needs a title. Come on, prepare enough supplies for the Batello. I will lead the team out for training. Yongbo directly called the Chief of Staff of the Alert Fleet and said, Commander, we don't have enough supplies. The Chief of Staff heard the order issued by the new commander and quickly replied, while complaining in his heart. Because although John Lee is a mecha master, he knows nothing about warships. That your business. If you can't do it well, get out. I, the fleet commander, can't take the warship out for training. If others know about this, what will they think of me? Yongbo shouted loudly with an unreasonable attitude. Yongbo took this opportunity to release the spiritual seed to Jose. He didn't expect that this guy was actually a top student in command. Sir, a warship is not equal to other things. If you are not fully prepared, you may get lost in the universe. You can also see the standard configuration and actual configuration of the warship here. So, the Chief of Staff was a blonde young man named Jose. I just want a warship, not a fleet trip. If the Batello lacks any supplies, we can get them from other warships. You write an application and I sign it. We're just flying the warship out for a stroll. Not going to fight. Yang Bo said in an impatient tone. Sir, this may not be appropriate, because the configurations of these warships are completely different. So many of the supplies cannot be used interchangeably. And the same is true for the personnel. Jose continued to answer. Okay. I order you to immediately count how much money is needed to send the Batella spacecraft out for patrol for half a month. And hurry up. Yang Bo knew this a long time ago. And the reason he did this was to make these people think that he didn't understand. In this way, after reaching space, he could arbitrarily let the spacecraft fly to the destination. Anyway, he would put on a bureaucratic appearance. If I understand these things, how can I command recklessly when the time comes? If I don't command recklessly, there will be no way to encounter the pirate's spaceship. Yes. Jose knew what the commander was thinking. This commander who had never seen the world must want to drive the warship out for a stroll and show off himself. Jose was a high-level intellectual, and he also studied a major related to staff. But unfortunately, Jose had no background, and could not enter the security department of a large company, so he could only come to a shabby department like the Planetary Alert Fleet. Jose has been the chief of staff for 30 years. During these 30 years, although nominally these armed spacecraft have been funded every year, the funds soon went into other people's pockets, and the fleet got some modifications that were not in line with their value. Of course, this cannot be prepared in a day or two, but there is no rush, because the pirates still have enough time. Yang Bo attended another cocktail party in Boulder City, and then left, because he released the spiritual seed to Jose, so as long as this guy prepared the documents, he would come over immediately to save time. He returned to March Star, and then entered the second world game, and then rode to his own territory. Yang Bo territory in the second game world was only a few kilometers away from Green City. The snow in Green City had melted. The farmers on the farm began to clean up the land, and the slaves and farmers in the orchard also began to tidy up the orchard. Yang Bo came to his own territory, and the housekeeper hurried to report the situation. Su Hai had recruited more than 100 players, and these players had their own division of labor. The first thing was to repair the fence in the territory, and also to prepare for farming. These players don't get paid, but only have the most basic security. These players directly use tools to cut down trees and build wooden houses. In the past, these players had no idea of building their own wooden houses, because everything has an owner. The wood has an owner, the land has an owner, not to mention that without tools, it is unrealistic to want to build a wooden house with bare hands. In Yang Bo territory, these players divide the work and cooperate, build wooden houses, and the wood is free, they cut it themselves. The branches can be used for burning, and the bark can be used for roofs. These players are working very hard. Yang Bo took a walk. These players are doing a good job. The wooden houses are also planned. In fact, Yang Bo knows the situation of the territory very well. Su Hai reports to Su Wei, and Su Wei tells Yang Bo, because of the support of the city lord. When the housekeeper needs to buy food, he can just send someone to the city lord food merchant in the city to place an order. My lord Viscount. When Su Hai heard that Yang Bo was coming, he rode a horse. Although this horse was only a pack horse and had no harness, Su Hai thought it was good enough, because he had never been so successful in this game. Although he had been a bandit several times before, and had a mount for a short time, he would soon be killed by the natives of this world. Yes. Yang Bo nodded. My lord Viscount. We still need more tools. There will be more than 200 foreigners coming soon. We also need a sum of money, because some people are too far away. When Su Hai said this, he looked at the butler next to him. This old man glared at him. At the same time, Su Hai did not tell Yang Bo that some people who came to the territory would charge themselves. If anyone couldn't make it in the game and wanted to come to the territory, they would pay in real life. And Su Hai would mail the fees for them to come here in the game. Here is up to you. In addition, in order to deal with bandits, we need some militia. Yang Bo nodded. Also, don't have too many people. After all, so many people need to eat and drink for several months. Su Hai heard this and said, population is not a problem. We will plant some food to fill our stomachs first. We can also hunt and raise fish. The natives of this world don't eat fish, but they don't know how to do it. We can do it. We can also collect mushrooms and wild fruits. We are experts in these. What Su Hai meant was that these players can use the help of the real world to determine what to do under what conditions. The intelligent system can provide many solutions. Within 2 years, your territory will be the most powerful one. Lord Viscount. Su Hai answered confidently. Yes. Yang Bo originally used this territory as a test subject, to test the bottom line of the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire, so that his disguised Holden territory would not cross the red line. Moreover, Yang Bo was looking forward to it. Su Hai and other noble children worked hard to build in the game, and one day they touched the red line and were destroyed. Then someone told them that this was a conspiracy of the game officials, and it was estimated that these noble children would directly kill the people who maintain the game. Most of Su Hai and his people have no achievements in reality. They have a sense of achievement in the game, and then it is destroyed, and then it is the conspiracy of the game officials. These game players. Humph. If you have anything, come to me. Yang Bo just came to take a look, and then he was ready to leave after saying hello. We also need some weapons. Bows are best, even if they are the cheapest. Su Hai shouted quickly. Yang Bo nodded, and then left. It turned out that the steward of the territory was not very interested in Su Hai, because Su Hai, a foreigner, did not respect his master at all, so the steward kept a close eye on Su Hai and his gang. Although Su Hai was a little dissatisfied with Yang Bo's distrust of him, he had no choice, because Su Hai felt that if Yang Bo gave him his family fortune, he would definitely not be able to resist the temptation and would just take away the equipment and wealth, and then become a robber, who would still work hard here, playing games without killing people. It feels like there is no passion. Yang Bo came to Devon Star again, and then took out Mr. Jio watch and sent a message to Zhang Boishan. Young Master Zhang, I have good news for you. The secondary mutation material test has preliminary results. Congratulations, young Master Zhang. Zhang Boishan was anxiously waiting for Mr. Jio's news, because he didn't know how much surprise the secondary mutated biological material would bring him. Zhang Boishan quickly replied, Mr. Jio, is this good news? Mr. Jio, yes. According to preliminary test results, this material mutates in the direction of intelligence. Zhang Boishan saw this news and almost jumped up. Intelligence? You're sure? I remember that there seems to be no genetic evolution drug that evolves in this direction? Mr. Jio, yes. But for the time being, it seems that the increase is different according to the user IQ. Of course, it is still an animal experiment now, and it is hard to say about humans. Zhang Boishan saw Mr. Jio reply, and jumped up happily. He looked at the housekeeper and said, Uncle Nyo, we are rich. Rich. Uncle Nyo said worriedly, Master, this may not be good news. This medicine is too amazing. Zhang Boishan nodded. Uncle Nyo, that what I said? But we still have to wait for the results of the experiment. Mr. Jio also sent a message, saying that this is different according to the user intelligence level. Animals have low IQs, and the performance may be more obvious. People may not react so strongly in this regard. And Uncle Nyo, have you ever thought about this? I will not sell this medicine publicly. I will sell it privately to create the top level, most luxurious gene evolution medicine. Before Uncle Nyo could say anything, Zhang Boishan said, if anyone makes trouble, I will let Mr. Jio deal with it. At most, I will give Mr. Jio more contraband in the future. Uncle Nyo thought of the strength of Mr. Jio mercenary team, and nodded. Mr. Jio's strength is beyond doubt. Zhang Boishan quickly sent a message to Mr. Jio. Mr. Jio, we can help with human experiments. Mr. Jio, that's what I meant. We don't have enough experimental subjects here, and it's convenient for young Master Zhang to see the actual effect. But there are not many material samples. When Zhang Boishan saw this message, he slapped his thigh and quickly sent a message. I will gather the materials as soon as possible. Then Zhang Boishan quickly took out his watch and called Yang Bo. As expected, the call could not be connected. He quickly sent a message. Uncle Nyo, you must quickly raise funds. Build a greenhouse like the Wanhua Valley. The key is defense, defense. Don't let anyone know that we have this creature. Zhang Boishan hurriedly ordered. Yes. Uncle Nyo nodded. I will first ask Yang Bo for the materials, and you should prepare candidates for human experiments. Although the medicine is a bit risky, but once it succeeds, the benefits are also great. And I believe Mr. Jio will not lie, and the high-quality medicine made by the Grand Master, even if there are side effects, they are the lowest. Zhang Boishan was ready to let his people participate in the experiment. Okay. Nyo Bo nodded. Yang Bo returned to March Star. Yang Bo did not come to Devon Star from White Material Laboratory this time, but to his own laboratory on another island. Yang Bo, who returned to March Star, saw the message sent by Zhang Buizhen and replied to the message. The reason why Yang Bo asked Zhang Buizhen to do human experiments was that he could not do it at all, because he was not sure whether there would be side effects on people. Of course, it seems that the side effects are not very big now. Zhang Buizhen came to Yang Bo in a hurry. Seeing Yang Bo, he said happily, Yang Bo, good news. The second mutant black rock bee has a good test effect at this stage. But some test materials are needed. In addition, I want to see what Wanhua Valley looks like. Yang Bo nodded, of course. Let's catch another one. Yang Bo took Zhang Buizhen to Wanhua Valley. Zhang Buizhen looked at the huge greenhouse garden and was amazed. Brother, give me some information. What kind of flowers are in your Wanhua Valley? And I decided to build an identical one over there. Zhang Buizhen did this because he was not sure whether the nectar would have any effect on the black rock bees. Of course. These guys are multiplying more and more. Yang Bo took Zhang Buizhen to catch black rock bees directly, and they were all worker bees. Zhang Buizhen watched Yang Bo catch 2 fist-sized second mutated black rock bees, and got the flower species of Wanhua Valley, and then left happily. Then Zhang Buizhen informed Mr. Jiu. Yang Bo changed his appearance, and went to get materials again, but Zhang Buizhen only gave one, and kept one for himself. Yang Bo produced 10 E-level 5-star evolution potions, all of which used secondary mutated black rock bees, and then went to Rekji City for a stroll for most of the day, and then went into the second world game with Su Wei to play. That is, he notified Zhang Buizhen to get the potion every other day. Zhang Buizhen didn't expect it to be so fast this time. Of course, if Zhang Buizhen knew that some people finished it in less than an hour, I don't know what kind of mentality he would have. Yang Bo accelerated the delivery this time for 2 reasons. The first was to show that he also urgently needed to know the results of the human experiment. The second is to prepare for future production increases, and show their true strength. It was not until Niu Bo brought back 10 potions that Zhang Buizhen had a clear understanding of the strength of Mr. Jiu and the Grandmaster behind him. Niu Bo. It only been 1 day, and the Grandmaster has turned a living material into so many high-quality potions? Zhang Buizhen thought that this kind of high-quality potion must be difficult to make, and the Grandmaster must have brewed some emotions or something. Niu Bo didn't know what to say, because he didn't know much about pharmaceuticals. So he could only say, maybe the Grandmaster is interested in this. Maybe this is the real strength of the Grandmaster. And last time we gave the materials. The experimental results came out very quickly. Master, don't forget the materials we gave last time. But there was no formula, and the Grandmaster developed the formula in a short time. Zhang Buizhen nodded, yes. Yes. Let's speed up here. I didn't expect that we would fall behind. Tell the people below that if there is a problem in the experiment, each person will pay 100 million. And I will support the family in the future. Okay. Niu Bo didn't expect that the medicine would be brought so quickly this time. At this time, Yang Bo came to Karaya State, and Jose had come to Xiaoyao Manor to meet Commander Li Zhan in person. Sir, these are 2 plans. Jose was indeed a professional, and gave 2 plans. The first plan was to take the spacecraft out for a stroll. Now there were enough people on the spacecraft, but logistical supplies still needed to be prepared, especially safety and security. In addition, energy stones needed to be stored to prevent accidents. This plan required a budget of 350 million. The second plan is that if the Honorable Commander wants to fire a few shots, hit some asteroids or meteorites, this plan will cost 630 million. Because the weapon system needs to be reinspected and maintained, or even replaced. Let's just go with the first one. I pay for it myself. Yang Bo deliberately went over the 2 plans, and finally said with a painful look on his face. When Jose heard this, he cursed the commander for being ignorant and incompetent. What the point of going to space to show off? If I were him, I would definitely pay to hit asteroids and meteorites. Sir, if you want to pay privately, 180 million is enough for the first plan. Jose replied with a smile. What about the second plan? Yang Bo wanted to agree immediately, but thought of his own personality. So he asked one more question. This will cost at least 500 million, because the maintenance of the weapon system requires the participation of other companies. Jose replied quickly. Then forget it. For the first one, I will give you this project, and then I will give you 200 million. How soon can you set sail? Yang Bo acted like he had no shortage of money. 1 week, at most 1 week. Jose's eyes lit up as he answered. Okay, 1 week, we need to patrol in space for a month, go get ready, safety first, get it? Yang Bo nodded. Of course, I patrol with you this time. Jose was a little excited, because he had been in the fleet for so many years, and finally had a project. At other times, when the fleet funding was in place, it was immediately transferred out in the name of various projects. At most, they would attend a few banquets and forget about money. Yang Bo sent Jose away, a slave, away, and took the spacecraft on patrol a week later. The Black Skull pirates would attack the Federation smuggling spacecraft. Then he happened to encounter it. Logically speaking, the ragtag group on this patrol would not dare to confront the warships of the Black Skull pirates. But after the Black Skull pirates attacked the smuggling spacecraft, they would sail in silence. That is, accelerate the warship to a certain speed, and then turn off all the courtesy, all the radars, etc., and become a meteorite flying in space by inertia. This is Yang Bo chance. After reaching space, Yang Bo will follow the route of the Black Skull pirates and make his armed spaceship malfunction, turning it into a meteorite without power, radar, etc. Then when the two sides meet, Yang Bo will directly control the mecha to land on the opponent warship. Of course, there are still some details, and he needs to react on the spot at that time. It almost there, only 1 month left. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Chapter 1037 Armed Spaceship Set Sail. It just a showpiece. Yang Bo looked at the 2 flight plans given by Jose again. The number of lifeboats on the armed spaceships is insufficient, and many of them have not been maintained for many years. Although these things will not fail in theory, who knows if they can be used when equipped? Things that are standard on the Alliance spaceships are not standard on the armed spaceships of the Korea State Alert Fleet. Of course, the money Yang Bo paid only reached the minimum standard for long-distance voyages. But this is enough, as long as the spacecraft can be driven out. Whether it can come back is another matter. When the spacecraft is patrolling, it will also continuously release communication repeaters, especially in the case of incomplete facilities like the Federation. And even in the Alliance, as long as it is not in the channel area, the spacecraft will release small communication repeaters, which can serve as a contact relay. It is also convenient for the navigation system to locate, because in the universe, 360 degrees are suspended in the air most of the time. This kind of detector is needed to locate oneself. Xiaoliao Manor is like this. There is no time to take care of these things for the time being. After the warship is obtained, we will do it all at once, and make all the slave ships, and those who are unwilling will get out. Then Yang Bo directly moved to the second world, Rekchi, and appeared as Prince Holden. The servants and knights of Prince Holden Manor saw His Highness moving around on the roof of the castle again. Among these servants, there was a legend that His Highness was a mysterious scholar. Because the highest point of the castle was very hot and stuffy, and it was too high to use water, His Highness must have gained mysterious power, so he was willing to be there. Because many astrologers like to live in high places, it is said that this is convenient for receiving the power of the stars. Through the memory of Holden housekeeper, Yang Bo knew that someone in the kingdom had proposed to grant Holden a territory. Holden was given a fiefdom as a prince. Now these people are just getting started. Yang Bo was thinking about what kind of fiefdom to get, because in this world, there is no way to mobilize too much external power. Otherwise, it would be directly harmonized by the armed spacecraft above. Yang Bo knew that these spacecraft above had many ways to make their territory disappear. For example, microwave weapons could be used to affect the local weather, making their territory dry. Or release various infectious diseases that exist in the second world itself, making all animals in the entire territory die in a very short time. Even some pests and viruses can be spread to crops. They don't need special genetic cultivation. As long as they are cultivated in sufficient numbers, they can destroy a planet. For a high-tech civilization to deal with a low-level civilization, it is the stupidest thing to directly invade. Every time Yang Bo watched a science fiction movie, he always wondered why a high-level civilization would fight you. Take the Earth for example. A high-level civilization uses the viruses that exist on the Earth itself, cultivates and releases them in waves, and can destroy humans without knowing it. Not to mention the various energy weapons that affect the weather, unknowingly destroyed a low-level civilization. So a territory with good conditions is definitely needed, but Yang Bo doesn't plan to make a fuss now. I will make a fuss when things come to light, and it has to be a big fuss, after all. What Holden was like before, Yang Bo knows from his memory. Walked around here, let his own people or people with ulterior motives in the manner see that he is still there. Then Yang Bo returned to March Star. Liu Jijie and Zhou Rui also had quotas for the custom-made medicine experiment. So they did it together. This time, Anthony from the 9th Fleet was not asked to participate, but Liu Jijie and Zhou Rui were asked to help collect biological samples themselves. This is not a difficult task. There are not many quotas for these two people. Liu Jijie only asked for 4, and Zhou Rui asked for 6. Zhou Rui's side is the confidant of the Bounty Hunter Union. Of course, Zhou Rui has left the Bounty Hunter Union on the surface, but she is still the boss behind the scenes. However, the Bounty Hunters Union is now more likely to take on some government tasks, security assistance, etc. As for Zhang Buizhen, after receiving the high-quality gene medicine from Mr. Jiu, he asked his confidants to conduct the medicine experiment, and gave them high rewards and guarantees. The first batch of 5 people was quickly selected. Although these 5 people are core members of Zhang Buizhen's team, their own strength and ability limit their development. Most people in each organization reach their positions according to their own abilities, and a small number rely on relationships. These 5 people participated in a secret experiment. After the 5 people were injected with the secondary gene evolution drug, Zhang Buizhen felt his heart rise to his throat. However, the performance of the 5 people afterwards made Zhang Buizhen feel relieved. After the injection of the gene drug, there was no energy conflict, because these people are already superpowers. As long as there is an energy conflict, it will be immediately manifested. That is, a loud explosion or explosion. The reaction of energy conflict is faster and more powerful than the chemical reaction explosion. Master, it a preliminary success. 1 minute after the injection, the 5 people did not show any side effects, and Yo Bo was relieved. The side effects of the drug are sometimes not obvious, but most of the side effects will appear before the positive effects. Yes, Zhang Buizhen has a pharmaceutical company, so he knows the test process of these drugs very well. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, and 15 minutes passed. An hour later, Zhang Buizhen was completely relieved. The probability of side effects was very low. He would look at the bright side. The next day, Zhang Buizhen started to conduct intelligence tests after seeing that the first batch of 5 people had no side effects. The 5 people had undergone comprehensive tests before the drug test, including intelligence tests. 3 of the 5 people had some increase in intelligence, but not much, and the other 2 had no increase for the time being. But this data alone has driven Zhang Buizhen crazy. But he also forced himself to calm down, because the human experiment still needs more follow-up data. It depends on the growth rate, conversion rate, growth cycle, conversion cycle, and success rate of these drugs. But just based on the current performance, Zhang Buizhen knows that if this data is leaked, he will not be able to rest in peace. Of course, Zhang Buizhen has more important things to do, building the Wanhua Valley, because this data is enough to start cultivating the second mutant black rock bees. TSK, this Yang Bo is really my lucky star. Even the black rock bees brought by Su Wei can mutate a second time. Zhang Buizhen now regards Yang Bo as his lucky star. Of course, Zhang Buizhen also knows that Yang Bo black rock bees are also normal, so Niu Bo said, this luck is unmatched. Nowadays, in interstellar travel, the internal radiation dose is almost negligible. I didn't expect that it would mutate a second time, and it's so abnormal. Zhang Buizhen also nodded. Yes, I don't know how much scientists have invested, but they haven't figured it out. So many scientists say that doing experiments depends entirely on luck. If you are lucky enough, you can succeed quickly. If you are unlucky, someone else may succeed. Niu Bo nodded. Yes, but I'm not sure if it mutated during transportation, or because of the environment of our March star, or the flowers in the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. Maybe none of these factors can be missing. Master, I think we don't need to invest. After Niu Bo finished speaking, he suggested. Zhang Buizhen didn't understand. Niu Bo explained, Master, now whatever we do will be put under a magnifying glass. It better to just get the biological samples directly from Yang Bo. The most important thing is that we can't let other people do this. The more people know, the more likely it is to be leaked. If we get the goods directly from Yang Bo, then only you and I will know. Anyway, the shipment rate of this medicine can't be very high. I'm afraid only a few dozen will be shipped a year. This is conducive to confidentiality. In addition, we are not sure whether these creatures will have any accidents when they change their environment. Of course, the most important thing is confidentiality. Zhang Buizhen thought for a while, and felt that what Niu Bo said made sense. If he wanted to do something now, he would definitely be suspected. But there was no way to find a white glove for such a thing. Well, I talked to Zhang Buizhen thought it made sense. This kind of intelligence evolution potion did not require quantity, but confidentiality. Zhang Buizhen sent a message to Yang Bo again, and then waited for Yang Bo reply. A day passed, and Yang Bo replied to Zhang Buizhen. Then Zhang Buizhen went to Yang Bo residence to sign a new cooperation agreement. That is, Yang Bo was responsible for providing materials, and the profit ratio remained unchanged. After signing the contract, Zhang Buizhen paid Yang Bo a sum of money, which was the material money for the other 2 mutant creatures in Yang Bo territory. Yang Bo sent Zhang Buizhen away, and then he was busy with his own things. Yang Bo, the character handy in the second world game, was almost idle every day, because he didn't need to worry about the territory. And Su Hai and his gang were very active. In addition, it was early spring in the second game world, and there was nothing to do. The season when bandits are most likely to occur is autumn. On the one hand, all farms have harvested food, and on the other hand, some bandits have no money and food to survive the winter, so they must come out to make some money. On the other hand, it is the busy farming season in spring. As for Holden, he still stays at home. The Scholar of Mysticism did not come to the scene last time. This made Yang Bo a little disappointed. Why didn't he come? Shouldn't the old one come to slap the young one? Yang Bo is now focusing on the Batello armed spacecraft of the Federation Karaya Star Fleet. After a week of preparation by Jose, this armed spacecraft can sail far away. The maximum time period for an outing is 2 months. This armed spaceship is not the largest one, only 420 meters long, and looks like a fish tongue. This spaceship has no modular design. The entire energy system is a whole, and there is no backup energy system for a single module. There is an energy shield generator in the key part, but it has almost no effect, because the energy system of the entire spaceship is the energy system of a civilian transport ship. Although it has been improved, it has been a mess. It takes time to cool down the energy system when the weapon system is running at full power. Unless the weapon system is only used at 75%, it will not cause the energy system to overheat. Forget about the energy shield, which consumes too much energy. Yang Bo did not plan to modify the armed spacecraft, because it was the property of Karaya State, and he, Li John, did not understand these things. The armed spacecraft only had 50% of the personnel, and there were 60% of the personnel, but some people did not want to take risks, so they did not participate, because it was a modified civilian spacecraft. The anti-electronic interference level of this spacecraft was very low, so it was equipped with a lot of soldiers. Because in the federal government, the cost of one person death is lower than the cost of developing intelligent systems, electronic countermeasures, and electronic protection systems. Because electronic countermeasures and electronic protection need to be constantly upgraded and maintained. If they are not maintained, everything will be vulnerable. Yang Bo checked the main brain system and found that he could easily hack into the system. The federal government will not allocate too much funds to the states below, so that the armed forces of the states below are strong. Because if the armed forces of the states below are too strong, it will only put the federal government itself into crisis. Of course, there is another point. Even if the federal government gives more, these states will transfer the money to their own companies. For the legislators and companies of each state, it is safe to put the money in the pocket. Everyone has the same idea as Yang Bo. No matter how good the warship is, it is not theirs. It is better to use the money to upgrade their own armed forces, because public things may be used by others to attack themselves. In the next month, I hope everyone will unite and cooperate to complete this mission. For this, I will personally reward everyone. 200,000 yuan each. I don't want any other noise during this cruise. Yang Bo came to the armed spaceship, looking at the more than 300 soldiers on the spaceship. First, he distributed money. Ah! These soldiers were stunned. The new commander had such an operation. Thank you, sir. Then these soldiers shouted loudly. Good, good. Yang Bo disguised himself as John Lee, saying good repeatedly with a rich look, and his actions gave people a look of inexperience. These soldiers were actually reluctant to go out on patrol. Patrols are supposed to be subsidized, but on the federal side, even if they get the subsidies, they won't have much left, because their wages will be deducted. Moreover, most of the time, these soldiers actually have other part-time jobs, and patrolling will delay their own income. Yang Bo gave the money to Chief of Staff Jose. Of course, the money will be less when it reaches the soldiers below. This is the rule, and Yang Bo will not break the rule. Although the soldiers will get less money, they are also enthusiastic, because these are unexpected things. Commander, do you know our route? Jose followed Yang Bo to the combat command room and asked. You make a few plans. I mean, we should go to places we haven't been to. Compared with the armed frigates of other companies, this armed spacecraft on the waterway doesn't look good. Yang Bo pretended to be a face saver and said, Yes. Jose nodded, not surprised at all. In the eyes of the frigate fleet of other big companies, this armed spacecraft is a joke. He didn't want to go to the waterway, so as not to be ridiculed by people from those companies. The people in those companies will not show mercy, because they are backed by big companies, and they don't care about people like me who have no ability and no background. Jose quickly formulated several routes, which are actually to go to uninhabited airspace. Of course, I mean uninhabited, or some deserted routes that have been explored by people, but no spacecraft will pass through them in the next month. Jose can check the flight information within the Federation for the next 2 months. That it. Yang Bo was walking around on the spaceship, and then he chose a route. Yes. Jose nodded. Go get ready, and call me when you set sail. Yes. Yang Bo continued to walk around inside the spaceship, and when the soldiers saw Yang Bo, they all saluted. Commander. Okay. Yang Bo looked like he had never seen the world, looking around and asking questions everywhere. Jose was ready halfway, and then Yang Bo went to command the spaceship to set sail. In the eyes of Jose and others, the commander just wanted to show off. After the armed spaceship set sail, Yang Bo wandered around on the spaceship. The armed spaceship was converted from a transport ship. The idea of the conversion was quite good, but it gave people the feeling that it was a weapon of a certain big country on Earth. The performance of each item was good, but when they were integrated together, they became garbage. The laser weapon was the best imported laser weapon of the Alliance. And of course, it was a model that the Alliance could export. The radar system was also the same, and the energy control system was also the same. But these things are integrated together. Because of the problem of the engine power of the spacecraft, the maximum performance of the weapon is 75%. This is worse than buying cheap goods at the beginning. The performance cannot be brought into play, it is just a showpiece. Yang Bo strolled around, asked questions with interest, and the soldiers on the ship also answered the commander. So the people on the ship felt that the commander was elusive, sometimes here, sometimes there. Yang Bo had a separate cabin, and the commander cabin had a safe compartment. Yang Bo placed an energy stone with a space beacon in the safe room, and then freely shuttled through space. This is the only plan. Yang Bo also had his own plan. To maximize his own interests, Yang Bo decided to attack alone at that time. He would first make the armed spacecraft system go wrong, and let the spacecraft lose control and fly to a certain place like a meteorite. Then he would use the excuse of going out to take a look, and fly out in his mecha. At the right opportunity, he would launch a surprise attack on the pirate warship that was sailing silently. The pirate warship was sailing silently at that time, because the silent sailing engine was turned off, and the backup energy system was used to ensure the minimum survival system. This is a great opportunity, because in this situation, even if the enemy warship finds their mecha, it will take time to react. The Black Skull pirates have already headed to the ambush site, and there are still 10 days to go to the ambush site, and then in 5 days, they will attack a smuggling spacecraft of the Federation, and then they will flee madly, and turn the warship to the maximum power. Then when the warship reaches the planned speed, it will enter silent mode, and then rely on the huge inertia to fly to the predetermined location. The Black Skull pirates' plan was very good, because the armed forces of the Federation were not as unified as those of the Alliance. Because the states of the Federation would not be stupid enough to come and intercept the pirates' warships. Because if the ships of the states were destroyed, the federal government would only gloat over the misfortune, because the conflicts between the federal government and the states were relatively large. The Black Skull pirates' plan was quite perfect, because after attacking the smuggling ship, someone inside the Federation misled the pirates to escape. Because this pirate attack was originally a fight between companies within the Federation. The person who issued the bounty was naturally capable of doing this. However, the people of the Black Skull pirates could never have imagined that someone would intercept them halfway. And it was just an armed spaceship. The Black Skull Pirates dared to come to the Federation because each state in the Federation was independent, as long as they did not actively attack other large companies in the Federation. The pirates could easily leave with their powerful force even if they encountered any problems. Life on the armed spacecraft is very boring. After the spacecraft sets off, it will automatically head to the destination. The soldiers also have their own entertainment activities, such as playing games, and some even go into deep sleep. It only needs a few people on duty, so no one cares where the commander is and what he is doing, because the commander has the authority to wander around. Yang Bo appeared on March Star, and when he returned to the villa, Su Wei reported the territory situation in the game to Yang Bo. The admiral is very enthusiastic, and he is not so cold after getting to know each other for a long time. Su Wei told Yang Bo about the situation of the territory in the game, and then talked about the recent situation. Really? Yang Bo was a little speechless when he heard this. There were some things that he couldn't tell Su Wei too much. After all, there were some things between him and Wang Mushua that he couldn't say. Some things made things worse. Yeah. He is a very nice person. He even treated us to food. Xia also spoke up. I also gave her some black rock honey. Su Wei spoke again. Well, you did a great job. Yang Bo felt that Su Wei was right to do so. Although he gave Wang Mushua more, he wanted her worship. But now it seems that his original idea was a bit ridiculous. Even if he could get control of the warship, the Alliance would probably chase him to the end of the universe. The Alliance would definitely not allow a main fleet to be taken away by someone. No one could do that. And the most important thing is that getting the warship is almost a one-time thing, and as long as the Alliance needs it, it can continuously produce more warships. Of course, no one can say what will happen next. After all, Li Yong is still alive, and having two main fleets in the Alliance and a good relationship with me is already a very good thing. Yeah. Su Wei was praised by Yang Bo, and nodded happily. After getting the warship, you can go to Green Demon Star, which is almost the same. Yang Bo calculated the time and found that after he got the battleship, he could go to the Green Demon Star. He knew the time when the express would arrive from Anthony Memory. Good things happen one after another. Hee. I wonder how Tainyo is doing. Whether he has been bullied. And how his territory is doing. Yang Bo wanted to enter the mecha game to see Tainyo. But unfortunately, there was no way. The mecha game was useless, and had become a virtual Krypton Gold game. Even if you saw Tainyo, the game background would directly make it virtual for you. Chapter 1038 The fun begins. On the Batello armed ship of the Federation Korea Star Fleet, Chief of Staff Jose was a little curious. The ship had been sailing for a week. Everyone else on the ship felt bored. But the Commander-in-Chief of the Korea Guard Fleet, Captain and Commander-in-Chief of the Batello armed ship, Mr. John Lee, was strolling around with great interest. When he got tired, he would go back to rest. He was elusive on the warship. When you don't look for him, you can't see him. But if you need to find him, he will appear soon. Of course, Jose had no doubts. But he felt a little different. Armed ships are very different from civilian ships. There are many things added inside armed ships. So it is natural for the commander and captain to be curious. After all, as the commander-in-chief, this may be the first time to sail with a warship under his jurisdiction. And it may also be the last time. Because Jose believes that the commander-in-chief will not spend money twice. Because warship cruises are boring. Even on busy public routes. You can't see a few ships in a month. And this is only seen by radar. In fact, the distance between the two may be millions of kilometers. Jose had no idea that. In another star field of the Federation, a fleet was sailing silently. The Black Skull Pirates were a first-rate force in the Pirate Alliance. Because they had the Empire behind them. The mission the Black Skull Pirates took on this time was not dangerous at all. Because the mission issuer provided a lot of information support. All the channel information, including channel detectors, and the patrol routes of the various states in the Federation and the Federation fleet. The entire fleet of the Black Skull Pirates was like a series of meteorites, heading towards its destination. This time, the leader of the Black Skull Pirates and the first leader Aaron led the team together. Aaron's real name is Lucas. He is a soldier of the Empire and a Viscount. He is disguised as a member of the Black Skull Pirates. The Black Skull Pirates dispatched a C-class battleship and 2 D-class battleships this time. In fact, it is for safety. Theoretically, one battleship can complete the mission. But there are warlords everywhere in the Federation. What if you set your sights on someone else's mission reward, and someone else sets his sights on your battleship? Anything can happen in this hellhole of a place called the Federation. The Federation is also the area with the most criminal activities in the entire interstellar space. The 3 warships of the Black Skull Pirates are enough to ensure safety. 99.9% of the people on the 3 warships do not know the destination of this mission. This is also the usual practice of the pirates. When all the pirate groups are doing missions, only when they arrive at the mission location, the pirates below will know what the mission is. So most of the pirates are also in deep sleep, because life on the warship is really boring. Because the pirate warships were unable to connect to the outside world when they were on a mission. All networks were stopped. As the first deputy leader, Aaron relied on his own strength. In Aaron's opinion, the difficulty of this mission was very low. There were still 4 days of sailing to the destination, and then an ambush would be carried out at the destination. During this time period, there were no other transport ships passing by. The ship that was robbed this time was only known to be smuggled from the Alliance, and it was unknown what it was. However, the things that the Federation imported from the Alliance are still very valuable. Of course, if they are not valuable, they can be destroyed directly. Aaron looked at the status of the warships, and then he was bored. 4 days later, the 3 warships of the Black Skull Pirates arrived at the designated location. The C-class warship was codenamed Vol, and the 2 D-class warships were named Locust and Spider. The C-class warship was hidden behind a nearby planet as the flagship. The 2 D-class warships were in action, and the C-class warships would be on alert all the time to prevent accidents. The 3 warships communicated over short distances and quickly set up traps. Only then did the islanders on the 3 warships know the purpose of this mission. The robbed spaceship, although not converted into an armed spaceship, had 100 mecha divisions and 100 mechas, as well as some fighters, unmanned fighters, etc. This spaceship did not know what was smuggled, and did not ask for protection from the Federal warships on the way. In fact, in the Federation, many people do not trust anyone other than their own people, because these fleets of the Federation might be jealous of the smuggled goods. And then pirates and the like will appear inexplicably. Do you know your mission? Aaron shouted on the communication channel. Locust understands. Spider understands. Begin silence. As the first deputy leader of the Black Skull, Aaron appears as the chief of staff in the fleet. The leader of the Black Skull mercenary group will command after the action begins. This battle plan is simple and crude. Just wait for the target to enter the ambush circle, and then the Locusts and Spiders will launch instantly. Aaron never thought that there was a shabby armed spaceship on his retreat route. The Batello armed spaceship where Yang Bo was located had a system failure, which caused all the systems of the spaceship to shut down for a short period of time. This was actually Yang Bo experiment, confirming that he could make the system of this spaceship fail at a suitable time in advance, and then shut down all the systems of the entire spaceship, so that this spaceship was equivalent to sailing in silence. It turned out to be a smuggling spaceship of Troy Company. At this time, Yang Bo learned from Lucas, or Aaron, that the smuggling ship to be robbed was Troy Company. In the past, the captain had always kept this information. Until the last moment, only the leader of the entire ship knew what the target was. Because the leaders of these pirate groups have been deceived, pirates are not good people. As long as they can make money, it doesn't matter if they betray the boss. It's better to stick a knife in the boss' ribs. The Federal Troy Company is the 42nd largest company in the Federation. The main business of this company is mining. Of course, it involves military industry, transportation, security, etc. It is easy to get mining rights in the Federation. But if you want to keep the minerals, you have to rely on your strength. Once you are robbed, you can only admit your bad luck. It seems that the pirates were hired by Troy opponents, and the other party got the information so accurately. Tut tut. Smuggling is very common in the Federation. But don't let others find out. The main thing is that it is more dangerous to travel in space. But it is safer when you get to the place, because they are all local snakes. On the contrary, if you are known outside, there will not be too many people who want to rob. There are still 10 days left. Yang Bo disguised himself as Li John and boarded this armed spaceship, and brought his own mecha. Because Yang Bo flew directly to the fleet base at the airport with a mecha, this was also part of the plan. After the armed spaceship had problems, the mecha on the spaceship was affected by the system, and could not be used. Only the mecha he brought with him could be used, so he went out to check what was wrong with the spaceship. Yang Bo had never thought of using an armed spaceship to fight the warships of the Black Skull pirates. The other side had 3 authentic warships, and one encounter would make this armed spaceship scrapped. The most important thing is the ownership of the captured warships. Yang Bo also closely followed the development of the matter through Aaron's spiritual seeds. For days later, a seemingly ordinary transport ship, a huge transport ship with a length of 4,500 meters, a width of 800 meters, and a height of 600 meters appeared in the starry sky. This is the transport ship of Troy Company. This time it is fully loaded with supplies and returns to the company headquarters. The Troy Company ship brought rare minerals when it went there. These minerals were directly smuggled to customers in the Alliance. Then the exchanged materials will have to sail for another 5 days. And then make a space jump. And then they will go home. The people on the Troy Company spaceship are also bored. Because this spaceship has arrived at the current area. And it can be said that it is already very safe. The 2 states near this area are very poor and have relatively low military strength. The crew members should be on duty, play games, and of course, in order to avoid exposing their whereabouts, they also sail in silence. Silent sailing means not actively contacting the outside world and reporting their location. Spaceships should also be like cargo ships on Earth. They should actively sit in their positions so that agencies in the country that manages the routes can see the speed and direction of the spaceship, thus controlling the speed of other ships in the entire route and avoiding accidents. Spaceships travel very far, and the speed of the spaceships is different, so the time it takes to arrive at a certain place varies greatly. As long as the position is not actively sent, it will be difficult for others to know where the spaceship is. But this spaceship knows the information of other spaceships, and will actively keep a safe distance from them. Woo woo woo. The smuggling spaceship suddenly sounded an alarm. Under unknown attack. F-25-306 area was damaged by 90%. The main brain system of the spaceship then reported loudly. Even if it is a space energy weapon, any radar cannot detect the other party first, unless it is a long-range active detector, which can give an early warning after discovering the enemy. Because the speed of the laser was too fast, the speed of the radar energy wave was the same. The radar energy wave had not yet been reflected back. The opponent laser hit it. Everyone in the smuggling spaceship was shocked. The captain quickly started the emergency procedure, closed other cabins near the damaged cabin. We are a pirate group. Don't make any unnecessary resistance. You have been surrounded. At this time, a voice came from the public channel. Send a distress message quickly. On the smuggling spaceship, the captain immediately gave an order. Countless signal distress devices on the spaceship were ejected, like small rockets, and scattered in all directions, and then returned to the channel, sending distress signals along the channel while continuing to fly. Captain, run! At this moment, the radar officer shouted in surprise. Everyone gasped when they saw the scene displayed on the radar. 2 D-class warships of the Black Skull pirates. Someone exclaimed, "You'd better not destroy the cargo, otherwise we will capture each of you, and let each of you enjoy the most interesting second half of your life. We are the Black Skull pirates." The Black Skull pirates shouted in the communication channel again. Captain! Seeing the 2 warships appearing from the depths of the starry sky, the distance is still a little far. Everyone is waiting for the captain message. We will die if we leave. The company will definitely not let us go, after such a big loss this time, the captain said with a pale face. Everyone else also turned pale when they heard this, because what the captain said was true. Captain, the company has suffered such a huge loss this time. It might go bankrupt directly, and how could our route be known to others? The Black Skull pirates actually ambushed here in advance. Captain, let run first, otherwise it will be too late to run. Yes, Captain. If the company goes bankrupt, we will go back. If it doesn't go bankrupt, we will go to other states. I am the captain. I declare to abandon the spaceship and evacuate. The captain gritted his teeth and said, because the other side is 2 warships, although the size of the other side is not big, but the other side is a warship. Black Skull pirates, I am the captain of Kabasi. We abandon the spaceship. Please do not harm our crew. The captain shouted loudly on the public communication channel again. Okay. The Black Skull pirates answered directly. There are more than 700 people on this smuggling spaceship, including 400 guards, 100 mecha divisions, and other armed personnel, but facing 2 warships, there is no chance of winning at all. Oh my god! The crew on the smuggling ship was ejected a long distance, only to find that there was a 3rd warship. The lifeboats of the ejected crew would fly to the nearest channel according to the coordinates. No moral principles. The captain of the smuggling ship gritted his teeth. 3 warships came to ambush his civilian ship. This was simply bullying. Yang Bo knew almost the entire battle process by releasing his spiritual seeds in Aaron. The warship of the Black Skull pirates only fired once. Of course, if they fired a few more times, the smuggling ship would be broken apart. Oh my god! A few hours later, Yang Bo was stunned, because the Black Skull pirates looted the smuggling spaceship, and the supplies were too rich, beyond Yang Bo expectations. I'm afraid Troy Company will go bankrupt. Yang Bo muttered to himself. There were a total of 1,100 mechas in the smuggling spaceship, except for 100 7th-generation mechas used for spaceship escort, and the remaining 1,000 were 9th-generation mechas, and they were all air superiority models. There were also 2,000 aerospace fighters, that is, fighters that can enter the space atmosphere. 3 sets of fully automatic mining robots and supporting equipment that were eliminated by the Alliance. The largest one is 1,000 meters long and 10 meters in diameter, like a giant earthworm. There are also 150 warning satellites with built-in energy weapons. There are also many drones and bionic robots. Although these drones and robots are obsolete products in the Alliance, they are good things in the Federation. What a pity! What a pity! I can only capture 1 battleship. Yang Bo then felt distressed, because the 3 warships of the Black Skull pirates were filled with supplies. Fortunately, 100 mechas, and a set of the largest mining robots are on the Vol. Yang Bo comforted himself. Plan begins. Yang Bo also started his own plan, so the warship he was in suddenly shut down all the systems automatically, and the spacecraft went out. Warning, warning, everyone enter the survival capsule. Then a hurried voice came from inside the spacecraft. The survival capsule is available on every spacecraft, where there are supplies and backup energy that can keep the crew alive for a certain period of time. What wrong? I spent so much money. Yang Bo started to act, roaring loudly in the command room. Chapter 1039, On Board. The command room was only dimly lit. That was the emergency lighting system. Each individual light had a small independent battery storage device inside. Such emergency lighting meant that the ship was in a very bad condition. Even the gravity system failed. Everyone was floating, because the ship was equipped with a standard backup system, but it was obvious that the backup system had also had problems. Sir, let go to the survival cabin first. Even Jose was terrified, because all the systems on the spacecraft did not respond. SOS system, life-saving system, emergency response system. The armed spacecraft was now like a living coffin, and no one else inside the spacecraft could be contacted. Damn it. Damn it. What a mess. Yang Bo roared. Enter the survival cabin. Yang Bo gave the order. Moreover, the doors inside the spacecraft were locked and needed to be opened manually. The mechas can't be used either. The fighters can't be used either. The backup system can't be started either, and we can't tell what the reason is. The others in the command room met the others on duty on the way, and they brought bad news. The mechas, the fighters are locked inside the spacecraft, and the main system of the spacecraft didn't release these mechas, the fighters, so the mechas and fighters can't be ejected from the spacecraft. Where are the technicians? Yang Bo, disguised as John Lee, shouted loudly. Sir, our spaceship is seriously understaffed, and most of these systems and equipment are purchased from the Alliance, and they don't know how to open the original codes of these systems. Although there is a self-check system, it cannot be turned on now. Jose began to explain. Although there is a manual error code query, we can't see any code now. It took the group half an hour to reach the survival cabin, which is the last place of the spaceship. Other places inside the spaceship are failing, and the air system is no longer working. But the survival cabin is an independent place. There is enough air, enough food. Damn it. Damn it. But when everyone came to the survival cabin, they found that the amount of emergency food they stored was not right at all. These are nutritional pastes and nutritional blocks produced by Interstellar era. Eating one of these can last for several days. Yang Bo was very irritable and anxious. Other people who were resting on the spacecraft also came to the survival cabin. Is there any way to save ourselves? Yang Bo clearly felt that the soldiers around him looked at him as a commander with some bad eyes. Jose also blamed himself for being a useless commander in his heart. Why did he come out to patrol for no reason? Now we can only pray that the headquarters of Kalaya State will find out that we have lost contact. They should find out soon. The food here should be enough for them to find us. When Jose said this, he was also muttering in his heart, because he couldn't tell what the headquarters of Kalaya State looked like. I think we should send people to collect other supplies on the spacecraft, including personal protective equipment, food, etc. The food inside the spacecraft will not spoil in a short time, and these foods with a long storage period should be kept for the last. Yang Bo began to act calmly, and then said. The other soldiers nodded quickly, and Jose also quickly agreed yes. Yes. Jose was scared, panicked for a while, and didn't think of this at all. The mecha on the spacecraft can't be used. So what about my mecha? My mecha is an air superiority mecha, which can fly in space. Where is the nearest signal base station? Yang Bo began to ask again. No one remembers these things, because many things are controlled by the system. We can't just sit there and wait for death, these damn broken ships. Yang Bo said loudly. Jose, I leave this to you. I go see if my mecha can be used. Commander, this idea is extremely unreliable, Jose said quickly. Others nodded. Mechas are awesome on land, but in space, they are only suitable for short-distance assaults, and long-distance still depends on fighters. You don't understand mechas. Then the commander words, which made others speechless. So Yang Bo's current identity gave these soldiers a sense of arrogance in face. Yang Bo did this on purpose, because not an arrogant person would use a mecha to challenge a battleship or a pirate battleship. There will be many opportunities to make a small investment for a big gain later, so Yang Bo set the identity of Li Yuehan as arrogant. Only arrogant people will do this. Only those who care about face will do it regardless of everything. Only those who are very smart, knowledgeable, most of the time will not choose to take risks. Such people are very rational. I will go to the mecha warehouse with the commander, radar officer. You take people to collect food. The food in the refrigerator should be able to be preserved for a long time. Eat those foods that cannot be preserved first. Navigator, take your men to collect the spare emergency equipment. Jose gave the order directly, because in Jose's opinion, the commander didn't understand, and there was no need to report. The commander was now a little excited. Jose didn't know if he was wrong. Ha ha, good, it works. When they arrived at the mecha warehouse, other mecha systems could not be opened, but the commander mecha was opened, and the commander laughed. Although the mecha was locked by the mechanism in the warehouse, the commander mecha was turned on, and he could open the fixing device by himself with the powerful force of the mecha. Jose, just wait for my good news. I will bring back good news. Jose saw the commander enter the mecha, and then said this to himself, and he knew where the commander excitement came from. It seems that the commander regards himself as a hero. Jose wanted to say that it is difficult for the mecha to be in space. The protection of the mecha cannot protect against a lot of radiation in space for a long time. Okay. What can Jose say? Jose put on personal protective equipment, looked at the commander mecha, manually opened the hatch, and then the mecha jumped out. Jose closed the hatch manually again. The closed hatch is equivalent to adding an extra layer of protection to the spacecraft. The air temperature inside the spacecraft will not change too much in a short period of time, and each cabin is independent, so the people on the spacecraft can theoretically consume the oxygen in each cabin one by one, and then return to the survival cabin. Jose was not optimistic about the commander, because the spacecraft did not have any communication equipment to contact the mecha, and the commander might not know much about the direction of space travel. Fortunately, I saved the video. Jose shrugged. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him. Yang Bo saw the door of the spacecraft closed, and then the mecha found its position, and the mecha engine started the acceleration mode. Hee hee. Yang Bo smiled. Now he was free, and began to play. Yang Bo accelerated the mecha to a certain speed, and then shut down the engine, as well as the entire system of the mecha, so that the mecha would not have any energy fluctuations. This was equivalent to the silent sailing of the Black Skull Pirates, because Yang Bo knew the location of the Black Skull Pirates. Although the 3 warships of the Black Skull Pirates were sailing silently, the speed and direction of the spacecraft itself were known to the people on the spacecraft, and they could also know where they were through this. In other words, Yang Bo mecha and the warships of the Black Skull Pirates were like 2 ships meeting in the dark. Of course, Yang Bo also had to establish his own persona, act, and be in the spotlight. So Yang Bo decided to record himself. It'd been an hour. I think I was careless because I didn't know where I was, and the mecha didn't receive any signal. But I personally don't think it a big problem. So an hour later, Yang Bo recorded himself as Li Yuehan and posted it on Li Yuehan's personal account on the social platform. Of course, there is no network now, so it can't be sent out. But it can be saved and sent out immediately once there is a signal. Then Yang Bo recorded his movements for 3 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours, 18 hours, and 26 hours. At the beginning, Li John was a little doubtful, but he gave people a very arrogant feeling. Then he gradually became anxious, facing the dark space, and the feeling of despair spread. The 3 warships of the Black Skull Pirates were very far away, mainly because they were afraid of being surrounded by others. The distance between the 3 warships at this time, as long as one warship is attacked, then another warship will come to support soon, and the 3rd warship will also support soon. The people on the Federation side are not very trustworthy, and the Black Skull Pirates are also afraid that these local warlords will unite to attack them. Although the equipment of these warlords alone is not to be feared, there are many forces in these places, so in doing business with the people of the Federation, you must not collect money first. Also, if you don't collect the money, you may never receive it again. On the one hand, because of the change of power here, no one knows whether the one who owes you money has been swallowed up by other forces. Sometimes, the person who ordered the supplies has not received the supplies, and has been swallowed up by others. The second is to default on the debt. Anyway, if you have the guts, come and beat me. As for the legal process, these are all local snakes. Whoever dares to execute the legal process must be prepared for the consequences of being kidnapped, blackmailed, or even missing. The people of the Black Skull Pirates are very excited, because the value of the spoils this time is very high, and the value is probably close to trillions. The income of these members of the Black Skull Pirates includes basic income, which is the commission of each mission. For example, the reward of this mission is distributed to the members according to the proportion. Then, there is a certain proportion of the spoils. Generally, the whole team gets 15% of the spoils, and the rest belongs to the whole pirate group. The reason why the share is so high is that it is a high-risk profession. No one will do it if the price is low. 1009th generation mechas, although they are export models, are worth at least 200 billion. After the citizens of the Alliance can buy and use mechas, the price of mechas has skyrocketed. Several state-of-the-art automated mining equipment, these are interstellar mining equipment, which can adapt to a wide range of gravity environments. In addition, there are also air-to-ground transport robots, that is, robots that transport materials extracted by mining equipment from space to the planet, where ore is mined. It also includes a charging and maintenance base station that can be used for 30 years, which can continuously replenish energy for these transport robots, and perform maintenance and automatic repair robots. This set of equipment is not cheap either. The largest set is worth at least close to 200 billion. Because although this kind of robot is for civilian use, its technology is also very high. The people of the Black Skull Pirates began to celebrate. Although it was a silent voyage, there were still some areas inside the Black Skull Pirates warship that could be used. And because the warship was an independent cabin with strong isolation and protection capabilities, the energy fluctuations inside would not spread into space. Boss, we've made a fortune this time. Aaron didn't expect that there would be so many smuggled items this time. Yes, we could order more warships then, but it's a pity that the Alliance can't do the mission now. The leader of the Black Skull Pirates nodded. Boss, who issued the mission this time? Why do I feel that someone is afraid of Troy Company? Once Troy 1009th generation mechas are equipped, their strength will increase greatly. Aaron didn't know who issued the mission, so he asked. It should be their rival, or some forces in the Federation are dissatisfied with Troy Company. In fact, in the Federation, companies are also divided into levels. Troy Company is a second-rate company. These companies want to become first-rate company consortiums. Then the upper consortium circle will take action. Because the cake of each circle is so big, one more person will distribute less to others. The leader of the Black Skull Pirates spoke up. I understand. It's the same as our pirate group, but our pirate group is controlled by the council. Aaron nodded. Yes, the number of our pirate group first echelon has always been about the same. During this alliance election, some teams can no longer hold on. And because of the turmoil at the last meeting, the situation within our pirate alliance is also very complicated now. The leader of the Black Skull Pirates nodded. Boss, after we sell our stuff this time, we can buy warships. Warships are our most reliable partners, Aaron said. Because warships are very expensive, Aaron wants the Black Skull Pirates to buy warships. On the one hand, it can create wealth for the Empire, and on the other hand, it can also cause trouble for the Alliance. Well, There is this plan. I will trouble you when the time comes. The leader also roughly knows where Aaron came from, but he does not reject it, because Aaron has no intention of getting promoted, and he turns a blind eye to it, because he needs warships anyway. Where are we now? After our space jump we sailed. Now we are probably close to the star field of Karaya State. This state is relatively weak, and their space fleet has not left the airport for decades. Aaron looked at it and said, "Yeah." The leader nodded. After passing through the space jump channel, the Black Skull pirates destroyed the signal base stations around the jump channel, so that no one knew the direction where the fleet disappeared. In the vast sea of stars, it is very difficult to find a few warships. And even if they were found, they would probably be very far away, and it would be impossible to catch up. In addition, there were 3 warships of the Black Skull pirates. The general fleet did not dare to chase them. By the time the main fleet of the Federation reacted, it would be too late. That good. Wait until we reach the designated location, and then move forward at full speed. The captain nodded. Yes. Aaron nodded. The two had no idea that in a dozen hours, they would encounter a scene that they would never forget. Yang Bo in the mecha started his own performance again, and took a selfie. Oh my god. I think my direction is wrong. It's been 30 hours, and I haven't received any signal. But I want to change direction now. It seems to be a wrong decision. This trip is really a bad decision. Yang Bo said with a regretful expression. But I believe in my decision. As long as I keep moving forward, I will see hope. Yang Bo finally encouraged himself, and then turned off the video. After Yang Bo turned off the video, he was not idle. During this period, Yang Bo was mostly not in the mecha, but moved to other places in space, such as going to the second world Rekchi city to disguise as Holden and walk on the roof of the castle. Or he went to the second game world on March Star. This time, Yang Bo moved again in space, and all the internal systems of the mecha were shut down, so there was no interference with the energy team system of space movement. And Yang Bo also took protection inside. There are still about 20 hours. Yang Bo looked at the time, and saw that he would encounter the flagship of the Black Skull pirates in about 20 hours. Yang Bo also calculated the position of his mecha through the starting point, speed, and direction of the mecha. He also knew the location of the Black Skull pirates from Aaron memory, so he could easily calculate the time when the two would meet. In addition, Yang Bo could use his gravity superpower to change the direction of the mecha, ensuring that his mecha and the opponent warship were within a certain range. Because the speed of his mecha is very high, the speed of the opponent warship is even higher. If there is a direct collision, his mecha will be shattered. There is a certain distance between the route of the mecha and the warship. This distance is mainly to make Yang Bo mecha change its trajectory, that is, turn around. Then let his mecha and the warship form a parallel route. Then there is an intersection between the two. To put it bluntly, it is like riding a train. When the train comes, you have to start running, and then when the train passes by, you just find the right opportunity and get on the train. Yang Bo action this time was the same. After the warship sailed silently, it would take some time to activate the warship protection system and weapon system. Even if his mecha began to turn around and emit energy fluctuations, the other party would not have time to open the warship weapon system. As for the combat effectiveness of the pirates in the warship, Yang Bo allowed them to use only one hand, which meant that the warship greatest ability was not used. But instead, they had to fight a single soldier battle with Yang Bo. For 20 hours, Yang Bo took a video every hour or so, recording his own mental journey, from the initial confidence to the gradual despair. After 2 hours of contact, they could already see each other. Of course, what they saw at this time was a glowing point, which required some professional equipment. Alas, it seems that I can't go back this time. It's been so long, and my food reserves are not enough. Of course, at my current level, I can last for a month. But in this small space, I feel very confused, Yang Bo said as he opened the protective armor outside the cockpit of the mecha. Through the glass, he could see the vast starry sky outside. This is Yang Bo evidence, because in the video, you can see the flash of the Black Skull fleet. Although it is very weak, warships can actually absorb light and convert it into their own energy. But this will cause energy fluctuations. So now these warships are like meteorites. Yang Bo estimated that after the video was finished, he would start waiting, using gravity superpowers to slightly change the direction of the mecha. After another 40 minutes, Yang Bo opened the video, and then said excitedly with a tone of excitement and fear, "Everyone, look at what I found. A ghost ship. It must be a ghost ship. Brothers, should I take the initiative to send a signal? I think that if I don't send a signal, maybe it's because my mecha has no signal that I can encounter ghost ships. Could they be used by a higher level of civilization to monitor us? Brothers, I'm so excited. I may be the first person to contact an alien civilization. I wonder if they are hostile. I don't know if these records of mine will be sent out, but this is my only chance to be rescued." I decided to wait a little longer. Yongbo kept talking as he recorded the video. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. "Something is wrong, brothers. This warship looks familiar. It seems to be a warship from somewhere." When there were still 20 minutes left, Yongbo continued his performance. "Smuggling. It must be smuggling. No, it seems to be a warship, brothers. Do you think I picked up a warship, brothers? I'm going first." Then Yongbo closed the video and saved it. Then Yongbo started the mecha, starting the mecha engine, of course. The power was the lowest, because when the mecha was at such a high speed, it didn't need to change direction too quickly. Of course, the mecha was recording the whole process. The mecha engine had energy fluctuations, but it was not enough to trigger the passive warning of the Black Skull Pirates. Because Yongbo knew the passive warning value of the Black Skull Pirates, he kept the mecha engine within a certain range. Of course, there was also a distance warning. Even if it was just this kind of energy fluctuation, once it reached a certain range of the warship, it would also issue a warning. So when Yongbo mecha turned a big corner, it was in the same direction as the warship. And the warship was behind the mecha. Because the warship was fast, Yongbo could only turn in advance and wait for a ride. Yongbo had thought about suspending the mecha in space and waiting for it. But the mecha had to accelerate to a certain speed before it could hitchhike. If the mecha did not reach a certain speed, the speed ratio between the mecha and the warship would be reduced. Then it would be hit by the huge speed of the warship. And when the mecha accelerated, it would trigger the passive energy warning system of the warship early. Yongbo watched the warship behind him getting closer and closer to him. And he was very nervous in the video. Of course, the camera of the mecha also saw the huge warship colliding with him. "Brothers, this is the warship of the Empire. These bastards of the Empire actually sneaked into our Federation," Yongbo said in the video. At this time, the warning system and collision system inside the warship also began to prompt. The person on duty first saw the prompt of the warning system, and saw the value of the energy fluctuation, and didn't care at all. After seeing the collision prompt, the optical image reconnaissance system of the collision system was turned on to see what kind of object was about to collide with the warship. Oh my god! The staff on duty was also shocked when they saw the camera outside the warship turned on and locked onto the object to be collided. This kind of camera cannot shoot at a long distance because it does not use energy wave imaging, but simple optical imaging, which reduces the risk of self-exposure. Of course, this set of equipment is also together with the collision system, because the distance to the warship is close enough. The collision system will issue an alert. This distance is just what the optical imaging camera can see. The staff on duty quickly pressed the emergency button, and then watched the engine of the mecha that was about to collide start up. And then the mecha got on the car. No, on the ship. Yongbo, who was on the mecha, shouted loudly in the video, "Brothers, I'm on the ship. It's too dangerous." To be honest, I know a lot about warships. The first thing I did on the Batello was to look around and ask the soldiers on duty. At the same time, I announced that this is not a ghost ship. The battleship has energy fluctuations. Damn the invaders of the Empire. Brothers, I'm going to work. I admit that if it a battleship duel, I don't understand, but what is it now? It a mecha. No one knows mecha better than me. I'm John Lee, certified mecha grandmaster by the Union Mecha Master Union, commander-in-chief of the Koreabang Planet Fleet. Attack! Then Yongbo directly picked up the mecha cold weapon, clang clang clang, and worked hard. Yongbo had already used his metal superpowers to find the battleship maintenance channel. Of course, there is also an energy cannon nearby, but the battleship engine has not started yet, so these energy cannons have no movement. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! After the on-duty personnel pressed the emergency alert button, everyone in the command room was a little confused. Where did this mecha come from? It even got on the warship. The leader of the Black Skull Pirates was in deep sleep. He was ejected in a daze. And Aaron, who was on duty, had issued a series of orders: start the engine, start the energy stone backup energy. Wake up all units. Just as Aaron gave the order, he saw the mecha outside the warship through the camera. It actually opened the outer shell of the warship with a bang. After a closer look at the location, this is a maintenance channel. The energy cannon is the main weapon of the warship, and it is also the main target of the enemy attack during combat. So there is a special channel for automatic maintenance robots, or maintenance robots controlled by people to repair. So the armor here is only single layered, unlike other places which are double layered. Quick! Quick! Aaron looked at the unknown mecha that actually went directly into the maintenance channel, and was so anxious that he was incoherent. The scene then switched to the maintenance channel, and then saw the mecha quickly infiltrating into the interior of the warship. I am a Mecha Master certified by the Korea Mecha Masters Union, a member of the Korea Senate, and the Commander-in-Chief of the Korea Fleet. Now I order you to identify yourself and surrender. Then Aaron heard the other mecha shouting in the communication channel. Fuck. Aaron was going crazy. He didn't expect that what the other party said was true. The Vol was the flagship, so it was in the front because it had the strongest defense and firepower. If it encountered an enemy, it could block the enemy, and then the Locust and Spider behind it could provide reinforcements. If the battleship behind is attacked, the Vol can go back to help and run faster depending on the situation. The energy system is damaged. The control system is damaged. What makes Aaron crazy is that it takes time to start the battleship. But the opponent is wantonly destroying the things inside the battleship. The communication system is damaged. Inside the command room, the intelligence system keeps sending prompts. Mecha, where are our mechas? Attack! Aaron is going crazy. Without the captain order, the person on duty whispered. The pirate group cannot be like a regular fleet. The officers have their own authority. The captain has many powers over the pirate group warships, because he is afraid that the people below will cause trouble. The captain just came out of deep sleep, and is not very sober yet. Yang Bo said in the video while controlling the mecha laser cannon to shoot everywhere, I know. This sign is the communication system pipeline. This is the energy system pipeline. This is dangerous, let's forget it. This is the control system, people, just need to learn more. Yang Bo has entered the warship, while destroying, while quickly rushing to the command center. Why can't I see anyone? Yang Bo muttered in the video. Suddenly, a man in armor appeared in the distance. Yang Bo mecha laser cannon directly blew him up. Boom! The pirates are all superpowered, and they were turned into a ball of fireworks by the laser cannon. Fighting +8. A message popped up in Yang Bo mind. Yang Bo said in the video, brothers, this is a credit, go! Yang Bo mecha has reached supersonic speed, and the mecha is still firing continuously. Those pirates wearing armor, who want to stop Yang Bo mecha, under the attack of laser cannons, turned into bombs, and continuously destroyed various things inside the entire battleship. The internal defense of the battleship is just like that. Yang Bo was so happy, especially from the angle of the video. It was like these unknown people in armor were sent to the muzzle of the laser cannon. Fighting +8. Swordsmanship +8. Fighting +8. Gun mastery +8. Fighting +4. A series of information popped up in Yang Bo mind. People retreat. Get on the mecha. Only then did the leader of the Black Skull Pirates give the order. It not that the leader of the Black Skull Pirates is slow, but Yang Bo mecha is too fast. Moreover, the leader of the Black Skull Pirates will not issue any orders when he is not sober, because he does not trust anyone. The mecha masters on the Vol battleship can no longer wait, and after getting authorization, they immediately start the mecha. There are only 50 mechas on the Vol, because this mission does not require so many mechas. Boom! The door of the mecha warehouse was rushed open, and the mecha masters were shocked. Boom! 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 As soon as these mecha masters opened the mecha cockpit, they were hit by the mecha laser cannons that rushed in, and the mecha masters burst into flames instantly. Because these mecha masters had not had time to enter the mecha or had entered but had not had time to close the cockpit, only a few mecha masters closed the cockpit. 45 mecha pilots +16. Because Yang Bo mecha laser cannon only needs the minimum power, so one sweep, these mecha masters are finished. In the command room, the leader of the Black Skull Pirates saw this scene and roared, "Kill him for me, kill him! Attack! Attack!" The first deputy leader Aaron also issued orders frantically. This was an order for the remaining mechas. 50 mechas, in the blink of an eye. There were only 5 mechas, because the other mecha masters had no mecha protection, and were extremely vulnerable in front of the mecha laser cannon. Chapter 1040 The Greatest Mech Master. Inside the mech cabin of the Vol, the flagship of the Black Skull Pirates, the mech masters of the remaining 5 mechs had their adrenaline rushing, because just now 45 of their colleagues exploded into balls of fire in front of them. Come on! The mech master of one of the 5 mechs pushed the mech engine hard, and directly crashed into the enemy mech, buying time for the other 4 mechs. But the next second, the mech master vision suddenly went black, then the screen flashed, and then it went black again. A rapid alarm sounded in the cockpit of the mecha. Warning, the radar transmitter is 100% damaged. Warning, the backup radar transmitter is 100% damaged. Boom! The mecha master in the mecha felt that he was spinning around, and then a huge force came, accompanied by the warning sound of the mecha system. The mecha master now felt like he had fallen headfirst, but because he couldn't see clearly outside, he had no idea what was going on. Outside, the remaining 4 mechas saw their companions' mechas rushing over, and then little flames appeared on their companions' mechas. This was the appearance of the mechas being hit by the laser cannon. However, the 4 people were not worried, because from this point of view, the laser cannon power of the mechas on the opposite side was not adjusted high, because the attack frequency was high, and the laser did not cause serious damage to the mechas. But the 4 people could not figure out why their companions did not adjust the direction when the enemy mecha slightly moved away. I saw the enemy mecha stretched out a leg and kicked out when the companion mecha passed by. The companion mecha was originally moving at high speed, and an external force was applied from the side. The whole mecha crashed directly into the wall of the isolation cabin of the battleship as if it was out of control. And because it lost its center of gravity, it looked like it was rolling over. The other 4 mechas hadn't reacted yet, and they saw the enemy laser cannon coming at them. Kill! These pirates were indeed very fierce. The 4 mechas waved their weapons and rushed directly to the enemy mechas, ignoring the opponent laser cannons. However, the 4 mechas also experienced the dark moment of their companions. The vision that was originally good suddenly disappeared, then flashed, and then disappeared again. Then the same warning came from the cockpit: radar was attacked. Damaged 100%. Backup radar was attacked. Damaged 100%. When the mecha was in combat, the mecha cockpit was protected by armor, and the vision seen by the mecha pilot was converted through equipment and displayed on the transparent cockpit. Yang Bo directly used the mecha laser cannon to attack these devices. The radar receiver itself also receives energy waves. Laser is also a kind of energy, but the energy of the laser cannon is super high energy. Even if the radar receiver is not destroyed, it will cause system protection. It was like a camera being illuminated by a laser. Also, although the power of this mecha laser cannon could not penetrate the mecha armor, it would be no problem to destroy or interfere with the mecha radar generator. For mechas rushed towards Yang Bo mecha, and then encountered a black screen. Each mecha division had different reactions to the sudden situation. Some stopped immediately, and some continued to rush. So the people in the Vol command room saw the 4 mechas collide directly with each other, just like a chain car accident scene. The invading mecha leisurely avoided the 4 mechas that rushed towards them without thinking. Damn it, what going on? What going on? The leader of the Black Skull Pirates roared. Leader, the radars of several mechas were damaged, the other side. The data command room of the mecha was very clear, so someone immediately projected the data over. The show is about to begin, brothers. At this time, the voice of the invading mecha division came from the public communication channel. What frightened the people in the command room was that the invading mecha actually wielded a huge mecha cold weapon to deal with these mechas. The mecha masters of the 5 mechas could not see the situation outside, so the huge mecha weapons penetrated the cockpit. Although I don't know who you are, you have invaded our Karaya star field, and you all must die. Then, the mecha took the bloodstained mecha cold weapon and left the mecha cockpit. And the mecha master of the mecha also said loudly and threateningly. Yang Bo had 5 more mecha pilots plus 8 in his mind. Boom! 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 Inside the command room, everyone's scalp was numb, because this invading mecha came directly to the command room, and the colleagues wearing armor on the way were hit and exploded, and the whole passage was like a bomb was placed. Captain found the information of the invading mecha division. At this time, the Vol took the initiative to open the network connection with the outside world, and found the information of Li John. Let go, activate the warship self-destruction program, quickly. The hearts of the Black Skull Pirates were bleeding. There was nothing inside the warship that could compete with this mecha. Because what they found made everyone feel cold, the mecha Grandmaster was ambushed by the A-level mercenary group, and then the other side was wiped out. There was also the later conflict with the Golden Lion City. A mecha confronted an entire army head-on, even though the troops in these cities in the Federation were rubbish. But now inside the warship, there was nothing that could compete with the opponent mecha. There were defensive measures inside the warship, but the opponent mecha was too abnormal. The power of the defensive weapons inside the warship itself was not very large, and it was mainly aimed at single soldier targets. Because in war, once the enemy mecha lands on a warship, the situation can no longer be reversed. But who would have thought that a warship would be landed by a mecha? And it was a mecha controlled by a mecha grandmaster. Logically speaking, the 50 mechas inside the warship should be enough. But, things have come to this point. The leader of the Black Skull Pirates personally issued an order to self-destruct, and then evacuated. All personnel went directly to the escape pod, and then ejected one after another. The people on the other two warships of the Black Skull Pirates were also stunned. What happened? The flagship actually abandoned the ship. The two warships received the order from the leader of the Black Skull Pirates to rescue these lifeboats. And the destination of these lifeboats was also the two warships here. Yang Bo heard the warning sound inside the warship, and knew that the other party had abandoned the ship. When Yang Bo arrived at the warship command room, he found that the system had been locked and the self-destruction countdown was in progress. Yang Bo turned around and ran while controlling the mecha. But he ran directly to the engine energy compartment of the warship. After Yang Bo opened the hatch with the mecha here, he jumped out. The mecha video only showed that Li Yuehan went in with an energy weapon. After entering, Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief. The battleship energy compartment, because the energy here fluctuates violently, there is no monitoring equipment here, just some sensors. Then Yang Bo entered the control room of the energy compartment, which is armor on the outside, but has been switched to mechanic mode inside. He reached out directly, unlocked the energy compartment control module in 12 seconds, and then through these control systems, unlocked all the systems of the entire battleship, including the self-destruct system. 5 minutes later, all the systems of the warship suddenly shut down, including the self-destruct system. After shutting down, it restarted. In the Interstellar era, any smart device can restart and restore the system. And there is also a modulation mode. But these are the rights of the manufacturer. However, the warships exported by the Blue Water Empire cannot use their own military systems. So these systems are all separate. After Yang Bo waited for the system to start up, he took out the energy weapon and cut the control module. This gave people who came after him a false impression. That is, it was Yang Bo recklessness that triggered the battleship restart and restoration system. Because the location that Yang Bo destroyed was the backdoor of the system. The backdoor on the hardware, which was probably left by the Blue Water Empire. This battleship system has other backdoors. I will send some hacker information to the other two ships. And when the Black Skull Pirates come next time, I will take them down directly. Yang Bo made more discoveries. After the battleship system was restarted and restored, it sent a response message to the other two battleships of the Black Skull Pirates. The people on the other two warships were a little confused. Didn't the Vol start the self-destruction program? How could it send a reply message? Brothers, it done. I said no one knows warships better than me. No need to run away. In the mecha video of Yang Bo, also known as Li John was seen wearing a battle armor and returning to the mecha. And then said excitedly, this is why Yang Bo wandered around on the Batello and asked questions. So many people testified that he asked questions on it. Then Yang Bo controlled the mecha and came to the command room. After the system was restored, he controlled the warship step by step according to the system prompts. In the video of the mecha, it can be seen that Major General Li John took control of a warship in 5 minutes. This thing is too simple. Much simpler than the mecha. In the video of the mecha, the excited voice of Major General Li John can be heard. Yang Bo started the warship engine. And at this time, the warship was still running at high speed, still relying on the previous inertia. Yang Bo activated the secondary guns of the battleship and attacked the Spider and Locust behind. The Spider and Locust soon sounded the alarm after being locked by the Vol. Then lasers hit the two battleships one after another. Damn it, what's going on? Lasers are invisible in space. You can only know it when you are hit by lasers. The Spider and Locust battleships activated their energy shields, and the two battleships slowed down, preparing to receive the lifeboat ejected from the Vol. Yang Bo locked onto the lifeboats of the pirates ejected from the Vol, and then opened fire. Of course, Yang Bo would not attack the leader of the Black Skull Pirates and the first deputy leader, Aaron. Because the entire Black Skull Pirates property is controlled by the leader himself, if the leader is killed, Aaron will not get it, then there is no way to buy new warships to retaliate against Karayabang. Because Karayabang fleet is too rubbish, and this time it is also a slap in the face of the Pirate Alliance. The Pirate Alliance will definitely not let it go. Of course, if the Pirate Alliance suffered a loss in silence, then Yongbo could also use the excuse that the Pirate Alliance invaded Karaya State and go to suppress the pirates himself. The virus has been implanted in the other two warships. At this time, Yongbo found that the viruses he had implanted in the other two warships had been completed. Of course, these viruses were dormant and would be awakened directly when needed. Boom! 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 In the dark space, brilliant lights burst out one after another. This was because the lifeboat was hit by the secondary gun of the Vol. Fighting +8. Fighter piloting +8. Fighter piloting +16. Fighting +16. Hacking +16. Fighter repair +16. Fighter piloting +16. A series of information appeared in Yongbo's mind. Awesome. Yongbo finally experienced the feeling of skill information refreshing the screen again. The last time was when he was frying fish in a mecha game to refresh his swimming skills. The leader of the Black Skull Pirates was confused. How could the Vol be controlled by someone and then attack the lifeboat? Aaron was also terrified. He could see a large area of lifeboats constantly exploding, and the brilliant energy light of the explosion was so dazzling. I am Major General Li John, the Commander-in-Chief of the Karaya Star Fleet. You have invaded the star field of Karaya. I solemnly warn you. Please leave, or we will use force. Then a voice came from the public channel of the lifeboat of the leader of the Black Skull Pirates. The leader of the Black Skull Pirates looked at the rapidly disappearing warship and did not dare to be stubborn. Because if he was stubborn, he might be locked in his lifeboat by Li John and then blow him up. Half an hour later, the lifeboat of the leader of the Black Skull Pirates was captured by the Locust warship, and the two warships also activated their energy shields and active radars. Leader, retreat first. Bastard. Bastard. What the hell is going on? The fleet was originally sailing in silence. But now, with the active radar turned on and the laser cannon on the Vol firing, it will soon attract the attention of the Federal fleet. Because the lasers fired by the laser cannons of the warships can be fired at a very long distance. Although the lethality of the lasers is very low later, it is easy to be captured by the beacon of the channel. The beacon of the channel has a passive energy capture system, which is mainly used to prevent some large meteorites or asteroids from invading the channel. And the Vol has already escaped. If we chase it now, we can't catch up at all, because the Vol is a C-class battleship, and its performance is much better than these two D-class battleships. Captain, Aaron was also rescued. Let's talk about it when we get back. I must find out what happened. The leader of the Black Skull Pirates is still a little confused, and his legs are still shaking, because they saw other lifeboats around them being blown up one by one in the lifeboat. The feeling of despair that they could be blown up at any time lasted for half an hour, during which the Black Skull Pirates felt like they were in hell, until they were rescued, and the Black Skull Pirates had no idea why such a bizarre thing happened. Why was the battleship invaded by a mecha? Why? Why didn't the battleship's self-destruct system take effect? The Black Skull Pirates were able to grow bigger and stronger, because the leader was very rational, although they had lost a Class C battleship, but facing all kinds of unknown things. The leader of the Black Skull Pirates would not act rashly before figuring things out, because today events were too weird. The people on the other two warships were also confused. How could the flagship disappear? What happened? This is a C-class warship, a warship. Even if it was a civilian spaceship, it couldn't disappear so quickly. The whole process took more than 10 minutes, and they abandoned the ship? Soon the people on the two warships knew that a mecha had infiltrated the interior of the warship and started a one-sided massacre. 50 mecha divisions were slaughtered, and dozens of soldiers were killed, because the opponent was a mecha grandmaster. When the people on the battleship heard the news, they also took a deep breath. A mecha master driving a mecha inside the battleship. That is an invincible existence. But everyone has a big question mark in their mind. Where did this come from? Why would there be a mecha driven by a mecha master in the vast universe? The two battleships did not pretend, turned on the active radar, and then ran away, fearing that they would encounter such a weird thing again. After Yongbo learned the news from Aaron, he smiled and said, why did he record the video himself? On the one hand, it was to make himself famous and attract talents. On the other hand, That is to let the people of the Black Skull Pirates know what is going on, dispel their concerns, and let them take the initiative to attack themselves. Yang Bo just felt air in despair, fearing that his lifeboat would be blown up. I believe that the leader of the Black Skull Pirates also has this mentality. The fear of watching other lifeboats being blown up will make people unforgettable for life. At this time, the system of the armed spaceship Batlo of the planetary fleet of Karaya suddenly started automatically. In the past 2 days, the people on the armed spacecraft began to slowly become depressed. Of course, it was only a little bit. Unexpectedly, the spacecraft returned to normal. Jose quickly ordered everyone to check what happened. It turned out that someone had moved a controller in the Inchin energy cabin. Quick! Send a message quickly. I don't know where Major General Li John is gone. Jose didn't care about anything else. He first looked for the Commander-in-Chief. But just after this incident, the radar of the spacecraft sounded an alarm. The spacecraft detected violent energy fluctuations. According to the frequency, it should be caused by the secondary guns of the battleship. And the location is not far away. Jose and others looked at the radar data and were a little puzzled, because the location of the firing was an uninhabited star field. Chief of Staff. Chief of Staff. Here is a message. Jose quickly clicked on the message and found that it was a warning message from the Federation. Just 1 day ago, the Interstellar Pirates attacked the transport ship of Troy Company. Now the whereabouts of the 3 interstellar pirate warships are unknown. Troy Company offered a reward of 100 billion to find the traces of the pirates. Chief of Staff, let go. Everyone saw the message from the Federation and said quickly, because the message mentioned that the other side had a C-class battleship, 2 D-class battleships, and if our spaceship encountered them, it would be directly destroyed. But Rear Admiral Jose was a little worried. Chief of Staff, let report the abnormal information first. Chief of Staff, there is an unfamiliar call request on the internal communication channel. At this time, someone spoke up. Please answer it. Jose looked at it and found that it was indeed an unfamiliar call request. Because the Federation warships all had a number in the military internal system. Ah, Jose, how are you doing? After the call was answered, everyone heard a voice. This is John Lee, I'm connected. Why is there no sound? The voice in the intercom continued. Commander, where are you? Are you captured by pirates? Jose asked quickly. Pirates? You said the 3 warships I encountered were pirates? The voice of John Lee came from the intercom. Yes, Commander, our warships have just recovered and received the warning information from the Federation. Jose answered quickly. Ha ha, it turned out to be pirates. I was wondering who invaded our Kalaya star field. Don't worry, the pirates have been driven away by me. Commander John Lee laughter came from the intercom. Everyone in the Batello command room looked at each other. Is Commander John Lee hallucinating or drunk? Just wait for me over there. I'd be there in about 9 hours. The commander voice came from the communicator. Commander, have you been kidnapped by pirates? We have informed the Federal Fleet of the energy anomaly. The Federal Fleet will be here soon. Jose said quickly. Bah, a mere pirate? Was easily controlled by a mecha master like me. Fuck, my video was leaked. Everyone was speechless when they heard John Lee's voice in the communicator. Major General, please clarify, that is a battleship, a C-class, 2 D-class battleships. Can you handle it with just 1 mecha? You can watch the video on my homepage online first. This time I'm so embarrassed. Can an individual apply to register a battleship in the Federation? Another voice came from the communicator. There is no limit. Jose quickly answered. Okay, I register first. This battleship is my personal trophy. The call was hung up immediately afterwards. Jose opened Major General John Lee's social account, and the homepage was full of small videos. Jose simply projected it in the command room, and then saw John Lee video, which was obviously in a mecha, and Major General John Lee seemed to be lost. Jose slapped his head. The biggest problem in Interstellar is getting lost, which is also a very professional thing, which ordinary people really can't learn, which is very complicated. Although it can be judged by the galaxy, the error is outrageous, and many are still judged by the trajectory and speed of the equipment. But there are times when mistakes are made, which requires long-term observation and comprehensive calculations. Others were speechless when they saw this scene. This commander was too arrogant. Spaceships and warships all have space quantum communicators, which can access the interstellar network. Yang Bo used Li John identity and the identity information of the warship to easily register this C-class warship in his own name, and only paid a registration fee of 500,000 federal currency. In fact, This is a bug in the system. Because no one would have thought that someone would register a warship. So after Yang Bo registered the warship, the information was synchronized to various systems within the Federation. And the certification has been completed. Because the control of the warship system is in the hands of John Lee. At this time, Jose and others were already wide-eyed. Because they had seen a video of John Lee discovering the warship. Stop. Zoom in. Zoom in. Jose quickly stopped the video, and then zoomed in, and saw the reflective spots of 3 warships. Are these 3 warships? Jose and others had already seen that. The direction of the commander mecha was the direction of the pirate warship, and the 3 extra light spots here were very suspicious. Then everyone continued to watch, and sure enough, in the next video, the commander found 3 warships. The commander muttered to himself, what ghost spaceship, what getting rich, what the first person to contact a higher civilization. These nonsense. This is clearly a C-class battleship of the export model of the Blue Empire. As the fleet commander of Kalaya State, he actually didn't recognize the battleship. This is so weird in the eyes of his peers. Then the next video is even weirder. The commander actually wants to land on the battleship. Then in the next video, something weird happened. The commander really landed on the battleship, and the battleship started to start at this time. Jose and others were so nervous, because everyone thought that the commander was probably not lying, and really captured a battleship. Because the commander is a mecha master of the Grandmaster level, once such a mecha infiltrates the warship, everyone feels a chill in their back. Then, there is a very long video. The commander wields the mecha cold weapon to chop the warship. Before he takes action, everyone thinks it is ridiculous. This is a warship. Even if the mecha cold weapon is broken, I am afraid it will not be able to break it. But the next second, a passage appears. Damn, maintenance passage. Jose couldn't help but swear. Others also thought that this was too bad for a movie to be shot like this, but it was true. When the commander announced his identity on the public channel, and asked the intruder to identify himself, he also shouted the slogan of Mecha Charge. Then he destroyed the surrounding pipelines in the maintenance channel. He also shouted that no one knew warships better than me, and said that he had learned it on the Batello. Jose and others covered their foreheads. They were armed spacecraft, which was very different from a warship. Inside the battleship, the islanders wearing armor were slaughtered. The mecha division was slaughtered in the mecha warehouse. The mecha division of 5 mechas was penetrated by mecha weapons. Then the self-destruction program of the spacecraft was activated. Then the commander who everyone laughed at before, who said that no one knows more about battleships than me, tinkered with the energy cabin for a while, and then the system of the spacecraft was restored. The system safety engineer on the Batello, the system engineer almost pulled his hair out. How the hell is this possible? How did the battleship system restore? This guy has never learned these things. The knowledgeable and the uninformed are all confused. Man, this is a warship. The warship system was restored after a stranger tinkered with it. Then everything became normal. Under the system thoughtful guidance, Commander Lee John gained the highest control of the warship, and then fumbled to start the warship's secondary guns, and bombarded the 2 warships behind, and the pirate lifeboats that were blown up. No one knows warships better than me. At this moment, everyone realized the value of this sentence. Jose, and others were dumbfounded. What the hell? What the hell? The Federal Mecha Master Union was the first to react. Because everyone was very curious about the newly promoted Lee John Mecha Grandmaster, so more people in the Union paid attention to it. When Yang Bo opened the space quantum communication on the warship, Lee John's social account was automatically updated. The people in the Mecha Master Union hurried to see, and saw Lee John, the Mecha Grandmaster. The newly promoted commander of the Koreabang fleet was going to cruise on a warship for face, and then the modified armed spacecraft had problems, and this unlucky Grandmaster Mecha Master took the mecha to look for rescue. Everyone was still laughing at this time. But after watching it, no one could laugh anymore. The Federal Mecha Master Union directly started the propaganda mode. Mr. John Lee, the Mecha Master of the Federal Mecha Master Union, created a record that no human Mecha Master had ever had, and became the first person in the history of human Mecha Masters, alone with a single mecha, to capture a fully built C-class battleship, defeat 50 mechas, and kill more than 500 enemy armed personnel. The greatest Mecha Master in human history was born. Before I saw it, everyone said this was a fucking boast. After reading the first comment, this is a fucking idiot. When I saw John Lee said in the middle that no one knows warships better than me, everyone said this is an arrogant and incompetent guy. After reading it, this fucking idiot is me. And what makes many practitioners in the warship industry and senior officers of the fleet the most crazy is, how did some people restore the warship system? This is an idiot. I pulled my hair out, but I can't figure it out. The safety engineers and system engineers in each fleet now doubt that everything they learned is wrong, because it is too outrageous. What is even more outrageous is that this warship was privately registered by Mr. Li Yuan, and the warship was changed to Fugui. In a short period of time, the number of followers of Li Yuan's social account soared to 3 billion, and then 5 billion. If the recording time could not be changed, many people would suspect that it was a script. And someone immediately revealed that this warship was the warship of the Black Skull Pirates, and that there were goods from the Rob Troy Company on the warship. Wow! 9 hours later, Jose and others looked at the huge warship and were shocked beyond words, because it was the first time that Jose and his people saw a real warship. Haha, let go back. Everyone saw the commander, who was laughing so hard that his mouth was broken, and said, yes. Everyone was convinced. No matter what else, if anyone saw a warship and rushed up, it would be admirable. Of course, Jose and others suspected that the commander did not know the battleship, and did not know how powerful the battleship was. Foolish people have good luck. Fuck. On the other side, the Black Skull Pirates also saw the whole thing, and the leader of the Black Skull Pirates was so angry that he smashed things. Clown? This John Lee is just a clown. I must make this clown pay the price. And that Karayabang. The Black Skull Pirates became a joke, and became the first person to be captured by a single person and a single mecha. Captain, we must first figure out how the battleship system is restored. Aaron's face was solemn. I think some people are more anxious than me. As long as there is a battleship, they are anxious. I think we will know soon. The leader of the Black Skull Pirates nodded. Chapter 1041 Reverse Charge. Aaron is right. All the companies involved in the research and development and manufacturing of warships in the Alliance and Empire are panicking, because this is too outrageous. The stock prices of all the companies involved in the research and development and manufacturing of warships in the Alliance and Empire have plummeted. As for the fleet of the Alliance Empire, it is also panicking. One person can restart and restore the entire warship system by tinkering in the energy cabin for a few minutes, and the warship system is still locked. This is already a myth. The most panicked were the pirate groups in the Pirate Alliance, fearing that something might happen to their warships. If there were no video evidence, no one would believe this. But it was the truth. The Alliance Parliament was the first to react, requiring the Alliance Security Department to intervene and requiring several major fleets of the Alliance to conduct self-inspections. The most panicked were the Blue Water Empire, because the protagonist of the video was a C-class warship manufactured by the Empire for export. The Emperor was also furious, and said he must know what happened as soon as possible. Yang Bo, disguised as John Lee, was answering the phone. The person on the other end of the line was Maria from the Mecha Master Union, the manager of the Mecha Master Union, who came to verify John Lee Mecha Master level. Ms. Maria, this price is not acceptable. Although I also want to understand why I can restart and restore the battleship main brain system, Yang Bo said with a smile. On the other side of the phone, Maria heard this and said, Mr. John Lee, I wonder what your price is. I'm going to hold an auction. Whoever gives me something of the highest value will help me repair the warship. Although I don't trust those bastards. It's a pity that I don't know how to repair a warship at all. And I believe that professional matters should be left to professionals. Yang Bo continued to answer. Maria represented a company in the Alliance, and wanted to pay John Lee to help him repair the damaged warship. In fact, these companies wanted to study why the warship restarted and restored the system. Of course Yang Bo had to refuse, because the price offered by the other party was not sincere. You have to know that this is a warship exported by the Blue Water Empire. If the Alliance organization wants to study it, it will definitely offer a higher price. Moreover, Yang Bo also knows that the spacecraft system and hardware have backdoors, and the company that built this warship will definitely not let others study it. Once the backdoor is exposed, the reputation of the companies in the Blue Water Empire will be ruined. But Yang Bo will not make a price by himself. Anyway, those who want to study it will all bid together, and whoever offers the highest price will be chosen. So once the auction is held, I will be rich. Of course, Yang Bo will not ask for money, but for weapons and equipment. Okay, I will pass it on. Maria certainly didn't know what Li John was planning, but as a middleman, she had passed on the message, and also knew Li Jian's plan, which was enough. Jose, how many people do you think I need for this warship? Yang Bo asked Jose standing in the command room. Reporting to the commander, this warship is quite advanced, but the warship itself only needs at least 30 people, and the rest of the Mecha Division fighter pilots will be configured according to needs. Jose was drooling as he looked at the configuration of the warship. Are you interested in being a deputy captain of my private warship? I am a person of status and position, and it is impossible for me to guard this warship. Yang Bo asked again. Warships also need management, maintenance, etc. So they need people. A warship is just for driving, and one person is enough. But when fighting, you need enough manpower. Because all kinds of data not only need to be judged by intelligent systems, but also by people. Because intelligent systems are inferred based on known data. And sometimes people thinking does not rely on data to infer. Moreover, when warships are disturbed, especially during combat, when warships are not fighting, most of the equipment is hidden inside the hull. So even if they are disturbed, the impact is not great. However, once warships enter combat, there are too many devices to open, such as the hatches for releasing mechas, fighters, etc. There are also various energy cannons and various missile modules, energy shield generators, and strong active radar detection systems. Therefore, warships will inevitably be subject to high-power electronic interference from the enemy during war. And at this time, many people need to take over. Moreover, this warship is also modular in design, but it was modified by the Black Skull pirates, and a large cargo hold was built inside the warship. So this time, this warship was not disassembled into modules. Of course, Yang Bo will have the opportunity to modify this warship later, but the cost of modification is very high. Although Jose was tempted, he did not agree immediately, because Jose was very worried about whether the commander could support a warship. Although warships are very powerful, but a Karaya state cannot support a fleet. Although there are various reasons for this, it also proves from the side how much resources are needed to support a warship. How much is the berthing fee, not to mention maintenance and other things. Thank you for your trust, but I need to think about it. Jose answered. Okay then. Yang Bo was a little surprised to hear Jose answer, but Yang Bo doesn't like to force others. In fact, Yang Bo can completely rely on the power of the mechanics to directly operate and control the warship with the intelligent system, but that would be a bit too scary. Especially since this warship will have to fight frequently in the future. If it is simply used for docking or cruising, it is okay. Even for maintenance, Yang Bo can set programs for the maintenance robot, and then let the robot do maintenance. Other warships need to find manufacturers or dealers for after-sales service. There are many technologies of each spaceship that are confidential. Only the company that sells it can do it. This is actually a way for these companies to make profits. However, in Yang Bo's eyes, this warship has no secrets at all. Naturally, he can rewrite the program for the automatic maintenance robot, as well as the confidential technology, and let the robot repair itself. But that would be too high profile. It is not time to offend the companies that make warships. We have to wait until we are strong enough before we can do it, because the companies that make warships are backed by various countries. Jose and others now admire the commander very much. Human society originally worships the strong. Although the commander had a lot of luck this time, he got a warship after all. The federal government is also promoting that the Federal Mecha Division is the best mecha division. There are more mecha schools in the Federation than in the Empire and the Alliance combined, because many mecha masters from the Empire and the Alliance like to come to the Federation to study. Because the Federation can participate in some actual combat, because mecha masters in the Federation can take on various tasks in the Mecha Union, and there are various unions. The income ratio of mecha training business in the Federation is not low. Li Jian is famous, completely famous, so Yang Bo communicator keeps ringing every day. This one wants to find an endorsement, that one wants to find a cooperation, and that Troy company is shamelessly coming to ask for the goods stolen by pirates. So Yang Bo communicator was turned off most of the time, and it was impossible to get through. Moreover, Yang Bo was alone on his warship. Those people on the Barlotte could come and take a look, but they were only allowed to take a look, because it had not been sorted out yet. Many of the pirate group members' personal belongings were still there. Another thing was to preserve evidence. That is, evidence of the hardware backdoor of the warship internal system. With so many people coming, who knew if there were any other people? He did not have time to release spiritual seeds for these soldiers. The Alliance Empire sent friendly delegations to visit Korea State. In order to achieve the goal, the Alliance and the Empire promised to invest in Korea State, because the Commander-in-Chief of the Korea State Star Fleet, Mr. John Lee, was going to outsource the repair of the warships and conduct bidding. The news spread quickly. Of course, Yongbo would not investigate how the news was leaked. When Yongbo communicator was not turned on, he would go to other places to do other things. Anyway, there was nothing to do during the voyage, because they had to go back to Korea with the Barlot spacecraft. It would take some time, and Yongbo also let things ferment for a while. The express delivery from Green Demon Star has arrived. Yongbo knew through Anthony's spiritual seed that his senior brother had received the gift by mail. Anthony's senior brother Mozaluo was in the space laboratory in the Green Demon Star space, and Mozaluo was video chatting with Anthony. Junior brother Anthony, you really gave me a big surprise. I never thought I could get such a valuable gift. Mozalo is a middle-aged white-skinned man with Mediterranean skin. Although he looks good, it's a pity that he has Mediterranean skin. You are so lucky. You can get the guidance of a great master. Oh, damn. I should have joined the army instead of coming to this experimental institution, doing boring and repetitive research for capitalists every day. Anthony, these things are too precious. This is the best gift I have ever received in my life. Mozaro looked at the 5-star quality perfect potion in the box. This was very expensive. More videos were recorded, which clearly recorded the birth of this potion. It's amazing. Is this the strength of a grandmaster? It's faster than the eating. Oh my god. How can there be such an elegant and natural movement? Although I have watched it countless times, I feel less and less understand it every time I watch it. They are from completely different worlds from us. There is no process. The whole process is very smooth. Mozalo was talking incoherently on the video call with Anthony. Anthony's upturned mouth looked like a special effect. And he didn't say anything polite, because Anthony felt that what Mozalo said was a bit reserved and not realistic. Brother, you are lucky. There are so many pharmacists in the world, and there are probably not many videos of a pharmacist master customizing a medicine. Remember, this is a custom medicine, not an ordinary medicine, and I also participated in the Grandmaster experiment. I can tell you responsibly that the Grandmaster research on medicine is already a miracle. Anthony also had a lot to say, but he couldn't. For example, the Grandmaster experimental individual this time was 100% successful. This was a second injection of genetic medicine, even if it was a customized medicine in the laboratory. There was no 100% successful case in the public case. Anthony really wanted to meet the Grandmaster again and conduct further research. Unfortunately, the Grandmaster was not available to everyone. Oh my god. You are so lucky. Anthony, you make me very envious. Anthony, does your fleet still need pharmacists? Mozalo also heard what Anthony said, so he asked quickly. No, our fleet does not need more pharmacists, I am enough. Anthony quickly refused, he can do it alone, there is no need for more people. Anthony, I have some very interesting samples here, I will mail them to you soon. Although these samples are eliminated, they are very interesting. Mozalo knew what Anthony meant, and he did not blame Anthony, because Anthony had no obligation to help him, and it was still difficult to transfer to other places. That great. I put this gift in my private safe first, and I won't let anyone else see it, Mozalo said, and put the things in his private safe. The Alliance attaches great importance to personal privacy, except for the judge signing the search warrant. The company has no right to open the private lockers given to employees by the company. Mozalo came back soon and asked, Anthony, has your pharmacist skills improved? Of course. The Grandmaster has taught me a lot, Anthony continued. Yongbo paid close attention to Anthony's situation. When he knew that Mozalo had put the potion and the potion box in his private safe, he knew that the opportunity had come. Yongbo put on his armor, and then in the underground laboratory of March Star, he moved to Mozalo private locker. Not bad. The locker space is not bad. There are some boxes inside. These boxes are shielded. Obviously they contain some biological samples. Because they will be exposed to radiation in space, many things need to be isolated from energy fluctuations. Yongbo used his metal superpower to sense the surroundings, and found that this is a private locker cabin, without any cameras or anything like that. Mozalo locker opened by itself. Yongbo came out from inside, and then closed the door again. Although this locker has a very advanced anti-theft system, no matter it is software or hardware, in front of Yongbo, it is all dregs. Then Yongbo turned invisible. The laboratory has a spaceship that travels between the laboratory and the Green Devil Star. The invisible Yongbo took the transport spaceship between the laboratory and the Green Devil Star smoothly and arrived at the terminal set up by the Alliance on the Green Devil Star. There are many mutants in the huge terminal. It turns out that the Federation has built 2 space terminals on the Green Devil Star. This is also a huge trading market. All civilian goods of the Alliance can be bought here. I wonder how Tainyo is doing. Yongbo muttered to himself and walked out of the terminal invisibly. Chapter 1042 King of Golden Armor. Yongbo territory on Green Devil Star is called Emerald Territory, and its area reaches 14.6 million square kilometers. In fact, it was not that large at the beginning, but later, some swamps and other places that no one wanted were taken by Yongbo, adhering to the principle of not wasting, and he took them all. The other lords around him also gave him face. Because Yongbo played a leading role in the independence of Green Devil Star and the destruction of Ash Organization. Yongbo is also a member of the Planetary Parliament of Green Devil Star. Originally, Yongbo was supposed to be the speaker, but at that time, he would not stay in Green Devil Star for a long time. The second is that the power of the Green Devil Star Council is not as strong as that of the planetary councils of the various states of the Federation. Each mutant, genetically modified person has his own territory, and everyone just needs to take care of his own territory. Of course, these mutants and genetically modified people used to exist in the form of tribes, and of course, this tribe is actually a slavery. The lord of the tribe is the former king, such as the Tiger Face King. And as mentioned earlier, because the natives on the Green Devil Star are unwilling to do gene sequencing and gene binding, whoever has the certification documents of these territories is the lord. It developing very fast. It only been 2 years. Yongbo saw many mutants. Genetically modified people were using communicators to make calls. Their clothes and appearance were not the same as before. However, their appearance was 2 extremes. Many people had some genes of other animals. This was mainly caused by the chaos on the Green Devil Star, the Ash Organization and the pharmaceutical companies of the Alliance, etc., conducted various illegal research here, and some test subjects ran away. The place where Yongbo landed was thousands of kilometers away from his own territory. The terminal is the area outside the former outpost, which is still a wasteland, because the Green Devil Star does not allow the development of the land here. However, many places have become roads as more people walk there. Yongbo found an underground entrance, went in and found a deserted place, then revealed his body, covered with armor, and came out again. Then he flew into the sky, and instantly flew towards his own territory. Yongbo's current appearance is the same as when he was the lord of this place. Wow! Who is that person? There were many genetic mutants in the distance, and the modified people felt a strong energy fluctuation, and saw a figure flash by, making a huge roar. I don't know. It looks like the most mysterious Golden Armor King? Is it the lord of the Golden Armor Rhino Herd territory? It looks a bit like him. But that king hasn't appeared for a long time. Is this king appearing because of the parliamentary reform? I guess so. Some members of the parliament have been bribed by the capitalists of the Alliance. These capitalists just want to plunder our resources. Look! The purchase price of these materials has dropped again. And the price of goods has also risen. Who made our parliament a loose sand? Some mutant gene people who set up stalls at the terminal were talking about it. These mutant gene modified people brought the mutant materials they found to sell here. An 8th fleet outside the Green Devil Star. An alarm suddenly sounded in the command room, and the captain immediately switched the alarm information. A man in armor was captured flying on the Green Devil Star. According to our investigation, this is the biggest contributor to the independence of the Green Devil Star. It can be said that the 4Cs Company and the Ashes Organization were indirectly disintegrated because of this person. A young man next to the captain said, "This person energy attribute is very strange. He challenged a spaceship alone. The Ashes Organization wanted to escape from the Green Devil Star on an armed spaceship, but was defeated by this person. And we also obtained a lot of things from the Ashes Organization in this place. In the past few years, we have successively purchased and exchanged things from other lords for what they got from the Ashes Organization. But the most core optical computers are not there. According to the members of the Ashes Organization, there are still a lot of top-secret experimental data. But there is no way to sneak into this guy territory. There is a group of silver-armored rhinos with high IQ in this guy territory. And the leader has golden lines all over his body, and has become a golden armored rhinoceros. I'm afraid that the two have reached the A+ level. Even our radar system can't capture their traces. And these golden armored rhinos seem to be managing the Emerald Territory. Our Department of Homeland Security has investigated a lot of information. This person seems to have suddenly appeared. And then suddenly disappeared. This guy appearance this time, I'm afraid that the parliamentary reform of the Green Demon Star will go wrong. The middle-aged man spoke. The captain laughed. Anyway, whatever you want to do at the Department of Homeland Security, you'd better not do it in my fleet. Our fleet is under the military, and you are under the parliament. Of course. The man from the Department of Homeland Security nodded. Yongbo certainly sensed that there was a radar scanning him, so he directly released his superpowers to interfere with the scanning. On the main fleet in space, he found that the people who could be roughly seen were suddenly blurred. TSK, the individual strength is too strong, but any creature, in front of the warship, is equal. The captain of the 8th Fleet laughed. Yongbo had no time to care about the 8th Fleet. Of course. If this guy didn't know what was good for him, he would make him suffer. The 8th Fleet was established because of him. It's still more comfortable on the Green Devil Star. Yongbo was at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and he directly used his gravity superpower to increase his speed to the maximum. The people on the 8th Fleet looked at the Golden Armor King. Because Yongbo didn't have a name here, he was called the Golden Armor King, because there were 2 Golden Armor Rhinos in Yongbo territory. 20 Mach, 25 Mach, 30 Mach. Although the battleship could not see the Golden Armor King clearly, and could not lock on him, the blurred space where the Golden Armor King was located already represented the target. The people on the battleship could not believe their eyes. 30 Mach, 10.2 kilometers per second, 612 miles per minute, 36, 720 kilometers per hour. This speed is comparable to the speed of a fighter plane, and faster than the speed of a mecha. TSK, how much energy does it take to push itself to this speed? The captain of the 8th Fleet also sighed. Of course. There are more factors to consider. Air resistance. On a planet with an atmosphere, the lower the altitude, the greater the air resistance encountered. Although the air is invisible, the resistance is quite large. In 10 minutes, Yongbo arrived at his own territory. In the Emerald Territory, Tainyo sensed the huge energy fluctuations from a distance, and flew into the sky at once. Iron Bull. Yongbo could sense the energy fluctuations released by Iron Bull from a distance. This was a warning to him. Iron Bull sensed the powerful energy fluctuations getting closer and closer, and then he released his own energy. This was also the way top mutants greeted each other, which meant that this was my territory. Who the hell are you, and what are you doing? Iron Bull originally wanted to fight with the guy who offended him, but after hearing Yongbo shout, his whole body flashed, and he turned into a golden light and pounced on Yongbo. Fuck. Yongbo was also shocked by Tainyo's speed, which reached Mach 25 in an instant. Ha. Yongbo stopped immediately, and Tainyo also stopped immediately. Yongbo looked at Tainyo's silver skin, which had turned into golden stripes, and his small eyes remained the same, and he looked fatter. Ha. Yongbo reached out and touched Tainyo. Then, there was another flash of golden light, and Tainyo brother also appeared, and this guy's speed was not low either. Then more than a dozen silver-armored rhinos appeared. Yongbo stroked Tainyo broad and smooth head. He hummed. Brother Tainyo also came up. Let go, Yongbo said. The territory of the armored rhinos has changed a lot. It is bigger than before. And it seems that the armored rhinos have dug it out by themselves. Yongbo found the mutant leech here at that time. This thing can easily penetrate the skin of the silver-armored rhinos and suck blood. At the same time, Yongbo also stored countless bombs here, mecha bombs, micro-hydrogen bombs, hundreds of thousands of them. There are also optical computers obtained from the underground base of the Ashes organization, and those high-end mechas obtained in the early days of the mecha game. The metals were given to the Iron Bull tribe, and the remaining mecha optical computers were also placed here. Iron Bull, look what I brought you. When he came to the cave, his figure flashed and disappeared, and then reappeared, and then, there was a lot of rare metal materials. These were taken out from the treasure house of Zhang family on Tianzi Star. These things are very valuable. When Tinyu and his brothers saw Yongbo disappear and then reappear, they were a little confused. The big head and small eyes were full of confusion. But after seeing the rare metals that Yongbo took out, they immediately kicked their feet happily, and they also stuck their big heads to Yongbo. Then Yongbo moved rare metals worth at least tens of billions. Tinyu and his brothers ate some of them, and gave the rest to the armored rhinoceros tribe. The armored rhinoceros needs to eat enough metal, and its body constantly absorbs metal, and then strengthens itself, making itself stronger. We need to build a base here, and then we need to build a ground defense system. Yongbo plans to build a base here, but Yongbo does not believe the promises of those guys in the Alliance. The power of capital is everywhere. When these mutants on the Green Devil Star, the genetically modified people cannot do without the goods of the Alliance, they have many ways to make this planet controlled by capital. The 8th Fleet is to protect the Green Devil Star. But if necessary, it can also make the voices of opposition on the Green Devil Star disappear silently. When the natives of the Green Devil Star have closer contact with the outside world, these capitals will gradually find out more and more. And they can create any genetic virus to take away a large number of people. Hey, you came by yourself. Capital? Get out of my way. Yongbo smiled. The strength of the planetary fleets of each state in the Federation is poor. Why are there no pirates to rob? On the one hand, each state has a huge ground armed force. And on the other hand, although the fleets of these states are weak, the companies on these planets are strong. Although Yongbo only has a few armed ships in Korea State, all the companies in Korea State together have at least hundreds of armed ships of various models. In addition, the shareholders of many companies in Korea State are not only in Korea State, but some shareholders may be large companies in other states, forming interest alliances with some companies in Korea State. There were also hundreds of thousands of bombs, which were transported to a separate underground laboratory on Devon Star. The optical computers in the underground base of the Ashes organization, the optical computers of the Alliance mechas, and the various optical computers in the underground laboratory of the 4Cs company, which contained a huge amount of data. There were even many secrets in the optical computers of the Ashes organization. Just as Yongbo was transporting them, Tainyo came into the cave, shaking his head. Is someone looking for me? Yongbo had already released the spiritual seed to Tainyo, and knew that Huang Lao-san was looking for him. Brother, long time no see. Huang Lao-san was just outside Yongbo territory. Huang Lao-san didn't know what organization Yongbo belonged to, and thought Yongbo came back after hearing the news from the parliament. Long time no see. Yongbo looked at Huang Lao-san, the former Tiger-Face King, who was now dressed like a human, but this guy was a mutant, a bit like the Tiger Man in the anime. This guy was now wearing a set of expensive casual clothes, which looked weird with this look. Of course, Huang Lao-san is also a human being. He has become like this for various reasons, but he is still a human being at heart. Brother, are you coming back this time because of the parliament? Huang Lao-san asked directly. Parliament? Yongbo was a little puzzled. What is the parliament about? Brother, why don't you come to my place and have a few drinks? If you don't come back, the parliament will change. Huang Lao-san heard this and said quickly, Okay then. Yongbo nodded. I notify a few more acquaintances. Huang Lao-san continued. Huang Lao-san flew to Yongbo territory. On the plane, Yongbo found that most of Huang Lao-san territory had turned into grassland. The forest shrubs were being cut down, and then turned into grassland. Yongbo knew that mutant animals were the main source of income for these lords. Only these could be exchanged for the Lord Plains and the Lord Luxury clothes. When these people get used to these things, they will fall into the capital trap of the Alliance. Brother, aren't you going to develop the Trident cattle in your territory? The market for Trident cattle is very good. Huang Lao-san sat in the back of the plane, with a special pilot in the front. No such plan for the time being. Yongbo shook his head. Some members of the parliament, under the instigation of the Alliance capital, proposed to reform the parliament and relax some regulations, such as not allowing people from other parts of the Alliance to immigrate to the Green Demon Star, allow the Alliance to open more material exchange points, and allow the Alliance to cooperate more with various lords, develop breeding varieties of mutant animals, etc. There are also proposals to issue Green Devil Star-owned currency, and some even propose to establish a unified tax system, etc. Once this happens, in a few years, the parliament will be controlled by the Alliance, and the power of our lords will become smaller and smaller. In the future, when we raise mutant animals, we may even be restricted, just like the shitty industry associations in the ranches and farms of the Alliance, which stipulate how many livestock others can raise, and then set a price for you. Huang Lao-san said a lot of things. So what do you think? Yongbo didn't even look at Huang Lao-san, and then asked, Of course, I oppose. Huang Lao-san shook his head and said. Yongbo sneered, You are also a pig brain. If you oppose, you will be caught. If you oppose, it proves that you have been framed by the parliament. Huh? Huang Lao-san was shocked by the scolding. Then he realized something and asked excitedly, So what do you mean? King Jinjia? Me? King Jinjia? Yang Bo was a little confused. The 2 golden armored rhinos in your territory are very powerful. And I'm afraid they have reached the strength of a level or above. So we named you the Golden Armored King. Huang Lao-san said. I don't mean anything. When the meeting is held, I will come forward to solve it. Yang Bo said lightly. Okay. 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 Huang Lao-san knew how powerful the Golden Armored King was. He smashed the armed spacecraft of the Ashes organization into a pile of rubble. The most important thing is that this person has a deep influence behind him. Brother, what do you think of my territory? There is a city in Huang Lao-san territory, which looks like it was hollowed out of a mountain, and there is an ancient castle on the top of the mountain. It's still missing something. Yang Bo said lightly. Not bad, this is my best design. It's just missing a laser cannon or something. Yang Bo uttered a few words. Brother, you have a way. Huang Lao-san asked with his eyes shining. We talk about it later. Okay, I have some rare material stored there, and the things I trade are all worthless. Huang Lao-san rubbed his hands excitedly. To be honest, although it seems that I live in the castle, I sleep in the underground base every day. After all, the control of the warships in space is not in our hands. I can't eat, I can't sleep, and my brother is not here, and some other lords only know how to flirt with some companies in the alliance. Huang Lao-san was so excited that he was a little incoherent. Haha, the fleet is nothing. If the fleet dares to move, I will find someone to deal with it. The reason why Yang Bo wanted to bring Huang Lao-san and others with him was because it was not possible to install laser weapons in his own territory. On the one hand, the law does not punish the masses. On the other hand, the planet itself is round. If laser weapons are installed in his own territory, there will be a large blind spot in space. At that time, he will set some backdoors in the laser weapons of these lords. As long as these people do not target him and do not oppose him, he will not activate the backdoors. The plane landed on the castle. It is high above the city. The mountains around are all grasslands. Only some mountains have stones and trees. Mutants are used to living in caves. So many parts of this mountain have been hollowed out. The castle is also very beautiful, with various flowers and plants. Soon, several other familiar lords came. It was Yang Bo who led these people to attack the base of the Ash organization. King of Golden Armor. You finally showed up. Yes, King of Golden Armor. What made Yang Bo speechless was that these guys shouted the nickname he had never acknowledged as soon as they got off the plane. Chapter 1043 The Beast Legion Vision. King Jinjia, long time no see. King Jinjia, you have to make the decision for us this time. We fought together to drive out the Ashes organization. That right, those cowardly bastards. We laughed at us at that time, and now they are colluding with the merchants of the Alliance. We have to let them go in this way. And in that way. We should have killed these bastards in the first place. That right. If I had known this, I should have killed them all. When these lords saw Yang Bo still dressed up, they all greeted him. Yang Bo was still in armor, and these lords also wore armor when they went out. Because the Green Devil Star was very chaotic before, there were various tribes, and those players, who were remotely controlled in the Alliance game, and mutant beasts. This formed this habit, and now these lords are afraid of the warships in the sky. No problem. Yang Bo did not directly say what he was going to do, because he was not familiar with these people at all, and who knew if they were one thing on the surface, and another behind the scenes. Yang Bo just came here to take a look, and to see who would come to see him. This is also a simple way to distinguish between enemies and friends. Although those who come to see him may not be his own people, but those who don't come to see him are definitely not his own people. Entering Huang Lao-san Castle, the decoration inside is very luxurious, but in Yang Bo view, these things are just for show. Because these buildings are made of stone. They have almost no defense. And many weapons can easily destroy them. I want to build a house. I wonder if the construction company of the Alliance can come to participate in the construction. Inside the castle, there is a wide reception room. After everyone sat down, a modified maid brought a variety of drinks and wines. Most of these are products of the Alliance. Yang Bo asked. No. But we can go through the military engineering corps. However, we don't trust them. Who knows if they will tamper with the system? In addition, Construction requires exploration, so that there will be no secrets in our territory. A lord started to introduce himself. This lord is about 2.5 meters tall, with some leopard prints on his face, wearing armor, and a helmet on his head, which gives people a very tough feeling. Yes, we have to be on guard. Although the Alliance may have been secretly exploring for a long time, we still don't trust them. Wang Laosan nodded. Brother, if you need manpower, we can give you some manpower. It's still safest underground. Wang Laosan spoke again. Let me think about it. When will the parliament meet? Yang Bo shook his head, and did not drink the drinks and beverages provided here. Brother, we can start it as soon as you say. That right, King Jinjia. You have the final say. The others nodded, and they did not drink the drinks provided by Huang Laosan. Because Huang Laosan was very idle when he was in the tribe before, he often took advantage of the situation to rob and rob. In fact, Huang Laosan gave people this impression. At that time, Yang Bo was still playing games. After Huang Laosan was completely subdued by Yang Bo, he lured Yang Bo to deal with his enemies around him. When the enemies were killed by Yang Bo, this guy went to other tribes to rob and rob, adding insult to injury. Then as soon as possible, Yang Bo nodded. Although he could come here often, it was impossible to come too often. The Federation was the focus now. Here it was enough to just have a sense of presence, because this planet had been blocked, and we had to develop secretly. In 3 days the speaker, will propose it. Huang Laosan was the speaker of the parliament. That fine. Then I go back first, and see you in the parliament in 3 days. Yang Bo finished speaking and prepared to leave. Okay. The king of golden armor and others nodded. Yang Bo flew back again. Although the green demon star does not seem to have high technology, the biotechnology here is still very powerful. It's just that the biotechnology products of Huang Laosan and others are used less and less, because these biotechnology products were provided by the Ashes organization and other organizations in the past. Now there is no channel. Yang Bo returned to the territory and took a look at the 3-fork cattle in the territory. This cattle has the ability to charge, and in recent years, the 3-fork cattle population has more than doubled. The main reason is that the carnivorous mutant animals in the territory were driven away by the Iron Ox tribe. The Iron Ox regarded Yang Bo territory as its own territory, because they ate enough metal. The rhinos of the Silver Armor Rhino tribe, big and small, were sleeping to digest the metal they ate. The evolution of the Iron Ox tribe is a bit strange. Although humans can also absorb metal elements, such as iron, etc., humans absorb very little. The metal materials eaten by the Iron Ox will mostly strengthen their bones, blood vessels, etc. Of course, it is difficult to obtain these rare metal materials with mutant beasts like Tinyu alone, because the content of rare metal materials is very low. Some or contains only a few milligrams per ton. Moreover, some rare metal materials are not available on Green Devil Star. But Yang Bo has them. Some metals are born under harsh conditions, such as dozens of standard gravity or hundreds of standard gravity, or only exist on gaseous planets. Only humans can obtain these rare materials from these planets. Tainyo and his brothers were in the nest, because the Tainyo tribe was absorbing metal materials. Yang Bo returned to Tainyo nest, and Tainyo flew over with a flick of his body. Tainyo's strength had improved, but his height seemed to have not grown. This guy used to run very fast, but now he can fly directly. Yang Bo reached out and touched the guy's big head. His skin was very smooth, warm and a little hard. Yang Bo suddenly discovered an interesting phenomenon. That is, when Tainyo flew, the energy of the golden pattern on his body was overflowing. In other words, this golden pattern is actually a kind of energy path? Are there any guys around here that are threatening you? I go kill them. The Tinya brothers also leaned over. Yang Bo touched the two big guys with both hands, and then asked. When Tinya heard this, he looked at Yang Bo with some confusion in his small eyes, probably not understanding what was going on. Should we inject wisdom potion into these two guys? Yang Bo muttered to himself. In fact, sometimes animals are more reliable than people. It is basically impossible for the Green Devil Star territory to recruit enough people, because no lord will give up the people in his territory, because these people create profits for the lord. Without these ordinary mutants who work hard every day to herd, hunt mutant creatures, and then use these things to exchange for supplies for the lord enjoyment. Does the lord have to work himself? So Yang Bo plans to use animals to manage the territory. Animals are more useful than humans if they have high IQs. Even on Earth, many animals have their own advantages, such as sheepdogs, which have high IQs and can herd sheep better than humans. There are also bomb disposal dogs and drug detection dogs, which have their own specialties. Besides, I don't plan to develop my territory as much as other territories. Anyway, I don't lack money. I also need to prepare some equipment for Tainyo and the others. Yongbo plans to take time to study and prepare equipment for Tainyo. After all, having equipment and not having equipment are two completely different things. For example, you can equip Tainyo with an energy shield, or armor, or a laser cannon. With this general grid, it is no problem to install a mobile laser cannon. But the key is how to control it. You can choose brainwave control, but this requires a certain IQ. In Yongbo mind, Tainyo has been equipped with an energy shield generator, a laser cannon, aiming glasses, sunglasses, and a brainwave controller. Adding the speed of this guy, this is a super fast mobile turret. Suwei must like this big guy very much, and the little silver armored rhinoceros over there. Yongbo muttered to himself. When Yongbo was imagining his mutant beast army, other lords already knew that Yongbo was back. Some lords hurried to the Terminal 2 base, where they met some people. So what if you are the Lord of Emerald Territory? We have spaceships, warships, and mechas. Seeing these flustered lords, these people felt contempt in their hearts. The Emerald Lord himself had known about this before. Don't dare to say that. This guy destroyed the Ashes spaceship. Yes, this guy is really powerful. A dozen lords said quickly. We have watched the video. That was the Ashes spaceship just started. And it was in the Tiankang. Now you are citizens of the Alliance, protected by the Alliance laws. What are you afraid of? What is the 8th Fleet for? And what are the weapons we sell you for? Everyone is equal in front of laser weapons. Several people from the Alliance spoke up. As long as your proposal is passed this time, you can get more weapons, and we can also provide you with energy cannons. Of course, this needs a name, so only if you establish a research institute in your territory can we install energy cannons in the name of protection. With this, you can grab more territory, and more territory means more goods. Some of you are from the Federation, the Empire. Don't you know how much money can do? If it doesn't work, we can hire assassins to kill those who are in the way. These people said this, and most of them were fooling around, because the Green Devil Star is autonomous. These lords don't propose to build a research base themselves. If these people propose it, the Alliance Parliament will never agree, because these people don't have the qualifications to propose it. Only the lords of the Green Devil Star can propose it themselves. These people don't even have the authority to go to the mutant territories. They can only stay in the airport base. Of course, the forces behind these people have great influence, such research institutions, such medical companies, or some schools, or pharmacists' unions, etc. These people are jealous of the interests of the Green Goblin Star, because those walking mutant creatures, this is wealth, yes. Wealth. Of course. These people have a tacit understanding to use the power of capital to continuously influence these commodities, lower the purchase price of materials, and then resell them for 100 times the profit. Moreover, there are many very strange mutant animals on this planet, such as the invisible rats that the military once captured. But unfortunately, they were destroyed halfway through the research. If there were more rare mutant animals like this, one would make a fortune. Moreover, these people also found that many of the lords of the Green Demon Star sold worthless materials, and kept the rare ones for themselves, occasionally releasing some of them. This is something these people cannot tolerate. They have always been the only ones to reap others. How can others reap themselves? So these people tried to find a way. But the laws of the Alliance had regulations, and the Green Devil Star also had its own laws. So they wanted to further implement the plan. Then, they had to let the Green Devil Star Parliament amend the law, fundamentally solve the problem from the legislative aspect, and pave the way for capital to move in. We want to get the laser cannon. That guy is too powerful. A mutant lord made a request. The reason why the mutant lords were not united was, on the one hand, because of the territory. These lords who want to collude with outsiders were not strong when they were in the tribe. So the positions they occupied were not very good. For example, Huang Laosan, who was very powerful, occupied good places when he was in the tribe. So now these lords see other lords easily gain wealth, and they feel unbalanced. Second, when they were independent, because Yang Bo and his group worked hard. These lords chose many good places. At that time, these lords did not dare to resist, because anyone who resisted would be killed by the group of King Jinjia. To put it bluntly, it agreed. These lords are not fools. They know that the people in the alliance have bad intentions. But their own territories are already bad enough. What are they afraid of? These mutant lords can't stand their own kind, or not really their own kind, because these people originally have complicated origins. These lords can't stand their own people enjoying the good life. It better to collude with outsiders to deal with these people. Because these lords don't dare to show their teeth to Huang Laosan and other lords. That would be courting death. When the other people heard this, they shook their heads and said, "You must be joking. That is illegal. But we can fool these people." Of course, we are not fooling them. We are pointing out a way. This is impossible. Unless your parliament amends the law. As long as you amend the law and submit it to the Union Parliament, we have the ability to get the Parliament to pass it. At that time, we will have the final say on what weapons to export to you. Think about it. You have laser cannons, missiles, mechas, and even fighter jets. But your friends don't. This is a great opportunity. Even if you order weapons at the same time as them, we can guarantee that you get them first. The people from the Alliance started to brag. Because in the Alliance, anything that is not signed is bullshit. The speaker has notified us to hold a meeting in 3 days. What if something goes wrong? A mutant lord asked. You can invite us to sit in, including the captain of the 8th Fleet, the senior intelligence specialist of the Department of Homeland Security, who are also very interested in the Golden Armor King. With these people here, what are you afraid of? Really? Of course it's true. The 8th Fleet is stationed on the Green Devil Star, and has the right to maintain the safety of the Green Devil Star. What more powerful? The warships of the 8th Fleet or him? The people from the Alliance organization said disdainfully. Okay, we send out an invitation. The mutant leaders were interested. Yes, the 8th Fleet has main battleships. And the King of Golden Armor is nothing. You have to remember, the plans we prepared for you, when the time comes, those that can be abandoned, those that can be insisted on, don't get confused. The people from these organizations said again. Don't worry, we know what to do. It's just that there are many proposals, we just need to grasp the key ones. The mutant lord nodded quickly. Chapter 1044 Provocation. These mutant leaders, and representatives of these business organizations all felt that the proposals for this parliamentary meeting were stable. Yang Bo also quickly learned the results of the discussion of these mutant leaders. Huang Laosan came to see Yang Bo in person, and then asked, King Jinjia, how to do this? Look, the captain of the 8th Fleet, and the senior commissioner of the Alliance Department of Homeland Security, and representatives of these scientific research institutions? They also said that if we don't agree, these institutions will no longer purchase our mutant biological materials, nor provide us with goods. Isn't it obvious that they are forcing us to agree to their demands? These bastards? Yang Bo looked at the news brought by the Golden Armor King, and was a little shocked. These people really regarded Green Demon Star as a primitive tribe? They regarded their lords as ignorant novices? Of course. Yang Bo also knew that the IQs of the lords of Green Demon Star were not very high. If they really had high IQs, they would not be used as test subjects and become like this. Of course, as the speaker, you just have to agree to them. But I will preside over the meeting. Yang Bo chuckled. As the speaker of the Green Devil Planet Autonomous Planet Parliament, Huang Laosan invited the 8th Fleet of the Alliance, the senior commissioner of the Department of Homeland Security, and representatives of these agencies to attend the meeting. Yang Bo couldn't believe it. Which idiot made this request? What is the system of the Alliance Parliament? What are these people doing here? Watching? Supervising? What is the attitude of the Union Parliament towards the military? The captain of the 8th Fleet has to attend the local parliament meeting in person? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Do these idiots have no political sense at all? Or do they think that the lords of the Green Devil Planet Parliament are all brainless bastards? Or are they blinded by huge interests? How can I not help them with this kind of behavior of asking for trouble? These people also want to come and watch the Green Devil Planet Parliament vote? I was afraid they wouldn't come. If they did, I would just dig a hole and bury them all together. That's why Yang Bo told Huang Laosan to preside over the meeting. Of course, Yang Bo also knew how much benefit Green Devil Star had. There were countless mutant creatures. How much benefit did these mutant creatures bring to the Alliance? Of course, no problem. By the way, this is a communicator for you. It is a special communicator for our Green Devil Star. It doesn't require biological information binding. Wang Lao-san took out another communicator. King Jinjia. Open a social account. I have someone verify it for you. Wang Lao-san spoke again. Yang Bo looked at the communicator in his hand. It was a bit like a flip phone. Open it to turn it on, and close it to turn it off. And the shell was made of anti-shielding material. When it was closed, the communicator could not transmit any signal. How about it? I asked someone to design this. After closing it, we don't have to worry about the communicator eavesdropping on our conversations and positioning. The whole is made of anti-shielding material. I just don't trust those bastards in the Alliance. Wang Lao-san said proudly. Good. Yang Bo knew what the material was when he got it just now, and he could see its use at a glance. Yang Bo created a social account for his new identity. Wang Lao-san immediately sent a certification message to the company of the social account using his identity as the Speaker of the Parliament. Then Yang Bo's new social account was officially certified as the Green Goblin Star Planet member. However, the network on Green Devil Star has many restrictions. On the one hand, it is about positioning. On the other hand, everything imported and exported from Green Devil Star needs to go through security inspection. The main reason is that they are afraid that the Lords of Green Devil Star will sell the mutant materials through express delivery or something. Green Devil Star is also a special independent administrative planet, which is a bit like a franchise. Yang Bo's social account name is Wunyo. And then he introduced himself as the Lord of the Emerald Territory of Green Devil Star. And nothing else. After the account was authenticated, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. Some people sent private messages asking for cooperation. And Yang Bo closed the private messages. Actually, surfing the internet is meaningless. I chatted with a few female netizens, and they were interested in my look. Unfortunately, they couldn't come, and I didn't want to go out. Wang Lao-san shook his head and said. Yang Bo looked at Wang Lao-san. It's true. This plaid and furry look would probably be liked by some girls who like tiger stripes. The key is that Wang Lao-san is a lord. And he has a lot of money. The most important thing in the Alliance is money. As for what you look like, it doesn't matter. No one in the Alliance dares to attack others' looks, because that is an invasion of privacy and faces severe criminal law. Hee hee. If you look like this in the entertainment venues of the Alliance, you can make tens of millions a year. Yang Bo smiled. Hee hee. I have known that you have a lot of fun in the Alliance. There are also female netizens who send me some beautiful photos. However, the gender protection of the Alliance is too awesome. Anyway, I think there are many mentally people in the Alliance. Fortunately, we are autonomous here. Otherwise, I can hardly imagine what kind of state these psychopaths would be in if they came to our planet. Wang Lao-san also laughed. Well, I will be on time for the meeting the day after tomorrow. No matter who comes, it will be useless. I will make anyone uncomfortable. Yang Bo said. Well, then I will leave first. When will your weapons arrive? Wang Lao-san wanted the energy cannon the most, because he felt very insecure. Wait a minute. I will sort it out first. There are also some relationships that need to be established. Yang Bo said mysteriously. Okay, I go first. Wang Lao-san believed what King Jinjia said, because this guy had been missing for a few years, obviously not on Green Devil Star, but this guy appeared again, which proved how powerful the power behind this guy was. Wang Lao-san also thought about smuggling, but failed after many experiments. After Yang Bo sent Wang Lao-san away at the edge of the territory, he turned off the communicator, and then returned to where Tai Nyo lived, and then teleported away in the cave. The deeper you go into the Green Devil Star, the higher the energy concentration becomes. Even the evaporated mist contains energy. So far, the Alliance has not yet completed the detection of the Green Devil Star. Therefore, as long as Yang Bo teleports away in the cave, even the most advanced radar of the Alliance will not be able to detect it. As for energy fluctuations, all mutant creatures on the Green Devil Star have energy fluctuations. Yang Bo appeared in the safe house below the Tianyun Star Villa, and then came to the top of the villa and sent a message to Lin Yu. Lin Yu came soon. They had a deep conversation. Then Lin Yu sighed and said, Why haven't you contacted me for a long time? I have something important to talk to you about. Please give this to your contact person. If you need anything, please contact your contact person. Yang Bo treated Lin Yu as a tool. Really? Lin Yu, who was a little absent-minded, heard this and immediately picked up the envelope and looked at Yang Bo with shining eyes. Of course, Anything is fine? Anything is fine. Then I go first. Lin Yu quickly got up, and then went to find the contact person. Lin Yu and the contact person were the information channel between Yang Bo and Li Yong, because many things could not be sent. This time, Yang Bo brought Li Yong the news that the captain of the 8th Fleet was going to be in trouble, so he asked him to prepare early. So such an important news. Whatever Lin Yu wanted, the Li Yong family would satisfy him. Then Yang Bo left Tianyun Star and returned to the Fukui battleship. Hee. Yang Bo turned into Li Jian and appeared in the battleship, looking at Li Jian's social account. The highest number of views of a single video reached 18.9 billion, and the one with the most likes was the one where Yang Bo drove a mecha onto the battleship to seize control. The number of comments reached more than 300 billion. Hee. Let's take a look at the number of followers. More than 16.5 billion, the number one internet celebrity. But countless people complained about the name Yang Bo gave to the battleship. Fugui. Many companies sent cooperation requests, such as mecha companies, laser gun production companies, mecha weapons, etc. There are also many information security companies, etc. The battleship sailed automatically. The Barlot was leading the way in front. Yang Bo, who had nothing to do, decided to start a live broadcast. Hello everyone, I am Li Jian, the commander of the Federal Korea Star Guard Fleet, unmarried. Yang Bo was ready to anger the Black Skull thieves. Let these guys who were not convinced come to trouble him as soon as possible. I've been busy these past few days, so I don't have time to go online. The main reason is that happiness came too suddenly. I still can't believe it. Actually, I just wanted to experience the feeling of the fleet commander leading the fleet to travel through the starry sky. I didn't expect that I got a bargain. Yang Bo walked towards the cargo hold of the spacecraft while broadcasting live. In just a short period of time, the number of people in the live broadcast room has exceeded 100 million. The live broadcast room directly refreshed the spacecraft. Looking at the name of this guy, you can tell that it is a technology company. Yang Bo ignored these guys. The comments below are scrolling too fast. Only full screen shouts will stay for 3 seconds. The first full screen shout, Commander, are you still short of people? I am a master level mecha master of the Alliance. When Yang Bo saw this, he answered directly, I need people. But my conditions are quite demanding. As you all know, the environment of our Federation is complicated, so those who want to come must have a chip implanted, because I am afraid that someone will drive away with my mecha. Then Yang Bo ignored this person, and continued to say in the live broadcast room, I have been counting the spoils on this battleship these days. 1,000 Alliance export model mechas, everyone. Please look. At this time, Yang Bo entered the cargo hold of the warship. Under Yang Bo's feet was a device similar to a flying skateboard. This cargo hold was a zero-gravity cargo hold. When the dark cargo hold was opened, standing under the passage, all you could see were huge mechas. Because there was no gravity, these mechas were directly fixed on the bulkhead. Shocking. Everyone in the live broadcast room was extremely shocked. Unless it was some main fleets or mecha manufacturing companies, it was difficult to see what 1,000 mechas looked like together. This spaceship is my lucky star. It has brought me great wealth. 1,000 mechas, and the 9th generation mechas, this is something I never dared to dream of before. On the Spider battleship of the Black Skull Pirates, the leader of the Black Skull Pirates was also in the live broadcast room. Looking at these mechas, he felt suffocated by the heartache. Asshole, I want you dead. A piece of rubbish. The leader of the Black Skull Pirates looked at these mechas and cursed angrily, because these were originally his. Moreover, he became a huge joke. Many pirate leaders sent messages to make fun of him. Even the Pirate Alliance Council said he was incompetent. And this Li Jian was just a piece of trash. An arrogant bastard. And a rubbish fleet commander. Yang Bo learned about this from Aaron. He started the live broadcast just to provoke this guy. Yang Bo let the flying skateboard fly slower, and showed the mechas in several warehouses to everyone. The people in the live broadcast room were all very jealous when they saw this scene. Not to mention the warship itself. How much are these mechas? The price of mechas has increased now. There is also a set of fully automated mining equipment. I mean a complete set, hee hee. Yang Bo showed the fully automated mining equipment again. At this time, someone else spoke on the full screen. Commander Li Jian, these things are the goods of our Troy company. Yang Bo directly responded. Everyone watching the live broadcast, tell me, are these things of mine from this Troy company? The comments below are not like that. Look at our Federation. There are so many shameless people, so there is a reason why the Federation has not developed in recent years. Yang Bo said with a smile. I see many people asking me if I am hiring. I suggest that everyone take a closer look at the Federation. Here, well, it's very messy. Just like what happened just now. There are many shameless people. When you walk on the street, someone may take a fancy to your things, and then kill you, and your things will be his. The Federation per capita weapons holdings are 5 times that of the Alliance, and 3 times that of the Empire. If I recruit people, I will broadcast it live. Now there is one more thing. Hasn't the system of my spaceship been restarted and restored? I am going to find a professional company to inspect and repair it. Also, there are some damaged parts inside the warship. In a few days, I will find a professional auction house to hold an auction. Whoever offers the highest price, I will hand over the warship to them. The deposit is at least 10 billion credit points. You heard it right. They have to pay me. I've also learned about it these days. The battleship system restart and restoration is very abnormal. I think many people want to know, including me. Okay, today's live broadcast ends here. Then everyone saw that Li John closed the live broadcast. But this incident still made the entire Interstellar Society restless. First, many people on the Alliance side questioned whether the export of so many 9th-generation mechas was legal. Then on the Federation side, Troy competitors saw that Troy actually smuggled so many mechas, and they all started to make trouble, because there is no doubt that Troy bought so many mechas. Was it for viewing? So the Federal Parliament where Troy Company is located attacked Troy Company, investigated Troy Company's smuggling of mechas, and then major banks began to freeze Troy assets in the financial sector. Troy Company shareholders, executives were attacked one after another. That's right. The most direct and simple way to deal with competitors in the Federation is to eliminate them directly. On the other hand, Li Yong was very confused after receiving the news from Lin Yu, the captain of the 8th Fleet, that a lieutenant general and his boss already has such great power. Can he get rid of the captain of a main fleet? I still believe this broken boss. Li Yong still chose to believe. Chapter 1045 Who agrees? Li Yong father Li Han also didn't believe the news. Although the captain of the 8th Fleet was only a lieutenant general, he had very strong connections and seniority, otherwise it wouldn't be his turn to be the captain of the 8th Fleet. The 8th Fleet is the main fleet. It's hard to say anything wrong with such a powerful position. But if the information came from a source, there would be no problem. At least the possibility of saying anything wrong is not very high. Because the group of people who gave the information are so powerful, the last time they made trouble on Tianzi Star, they even made the presidential election happen early. Li Yong happened to be on vacation at home. Last time he worked overtime to track the ghost spaceship, so he had to take more vacation time. The welfare of the Alliance army is very good. At least 2/5 of the year are vacation time. If you go out on patrol, you can take 3/5 of the year off. Going out on patrol is considered field work, which is more working time than the general duty. Father, what if something goes wrong? Li Yong also knew that it was not his turn, but he could let his own people take over. Don't worry about it. Your internship period is not over yet. Li Han shook his head. Didn't Li Han want to push Li Yong up? He really wanted to. But the current system of the Alliance is rigid, and there is no military merit in the army, so everyone just follows the rules to gain experience, except the captain of the 9th Fleet. The most important thing is that Li Han is the biggest warlord, and he has a lot of people under him. Li Yong is his son, but if he wants to maintain a camp, he still has to give his subordinates benefits. He cannot promote his son out of turn. On the one hand, it will cause dissatisfaction among other military leaders. And on the other hand, it will cause dissatisfaction among people in his own camp. Why do people come out to mess around? It's nothing more than fame and fortune. If his father and son are in control, people in his own camp will rebel first. Don't worry about this matter. This is a good opportunity. The people of the 8th Fleet were recommended by other fleets. If there is a problem this time, it's a good opportunity to deal with other fleets. I think this is what the Parliament wants to see. But we can't take part in this matter. If we do, it will make other people in the military feel like we are traitors. Let's prepare first. Once the 8th Fleet has problems, we can ask you, my good brother, to help deal with the other fleets. When the key candidates for the 8th Fleet are ours, then we will have almost 2 main fleets. Li Yong nodded after hearing what his father said. The main reason was that he was still in the internship period. In addition, his qualifications did not allow him to be the commander of a main fleet. But I wonder what conditions my good brother will put forward, Li Yong said with some worry. Haha, he can put forward conditions, but we have to push forward what we can do. If we really can't push it, we can also write a blank check. I tell you, in the political circle, you can make promises, but don't put anything in writing, do you understand? Li Han continued. Well, father, what do you think of John Lee? The closest person in the Federation? Li Yong asked again. He's just a lucky clown, and the clown behind him is in big trouble. He will find that he is surrounded by enemies. Li Han shook his head. Father, doesn't he have a battleship? The battleship is not invincible. First of all, he doesn't have it alone, and the maintenance costs are huge. And how could the forces in their Korea state allow John Lee to become big? The most important thing is that the Pirate Alliance will definitely not give up, and this pirate attack is obviously an internal struggle among the companies in the Federation. It is very difficult for pirates in our alliance to attack the administrative planet. But you have also seen it in the Federation. And the forces behind these pirate groups will not agree. Li Han shook his head. What a pity. The C-class warships exported by the Empire are still very good. Li Yong nodded. Of course. His father saw it more thoroughly than he did. You think too much. Whether it is the Alliance or the Empire, the warships exported have backdoors. I guess this guy Li John probably touched the backdoor of the warship system. Alliance, any military equipment exported by the Empire has a backdoor. At a critical moment, all the spacecraft may be locked, self-destructed, directly rushing to the nearest planet, star. No evidence will be left. Li Han shook his head and said, Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Li Yong heard this and asked in astonishment. Generally not, because if they have the ability to discover, they would have made it themselves long ago. Li Han shook his head. I go and get busy first. Whether the news is true or not, we should be prepared first. Then Li Han left. Yang Bo knew what Li Han said through Li Yong's spiritual seed, and smiled in his heart. I'm not afraid that they won't come to cause trouble. How can I grow bigger and stronger if they don't cause trouble? If the Pirate Alliance doesn't cause trouble, how can my fleet grow stronger? If those bastards in the Federation don't cause trouble, how can I expand my territory and increase my income? Yang Bo just wants people to cause trouble for him. If the Federation agrees to all his requests, he won't be able to develop. Yang Bo looked at the income from his live broadcast under the identity of Li John, and felt very happy. In fact, Yang Bo wanted to start a paid live broadcast. But considering that Bart had already done so, he didn't want to repeat his character. The Black Skull Pirates also wanted to buy new warships, and asked the Pirate Alliance Council to be responsible for this matter, because the information provided by the Pirate Alliance Council was inaccurate. The Pirate Alliance was also ready to do something to improve its reputation. In addition, in the recent Alliance election, the Pirate Alliance did not dare to seek a sense of existence now. So the Pirate Alliance Council thought this was a good opportunity. Moreover, the Federation is not united and has conflicts. This is the best opportunity. Yang Bo went around here and there. The Federation Fugui battleship. The Second World Rekchi. March Star. Devon Star. Anyway, it is very convenient to go anywhere now. Just change places with one step. Finally, it is time for the Green Demon Star Planet Parliament to meet. The Parliament building is located next to the airport terminal. It is a circular building with 5 floors. The meeting place is on the 2nd floor. And the 1st floor is the office. The 3rd floor is the banquet hall. The 4th and 5th are accommodations. And each lord has a large residence. The top is where the flying cars and airplanes are parked. Yang Bo landed directly on the top of the Parliament building. Huang Laosan and others were already here. And some others were also here. Are all the people here? Yang Bo felt like he was in a bunch of monsters. Most of these mutants had some characteristics of other species due to genetic problems. And they felt like monsters. Not yet, they are coming. Huang Laosan shook his head, and suddenly saw a spaceship in the sky, so he pointed and said, The demons and monsters here are divided into 2 groups. One group is Huang Laos and Yang Bo's side, and the other group is those who don't get along with this group. In fact, it's a matter of interests. The people who follow Yang Bo are the lords who fought with the Ashes organization at the beginning, and the rest are those who dare not. Later, the Green Demon Star became autonomous, and those who didn't contribute naturally had a lot less. In the past, there was no external force, and they just made a living and no one cared. It's different now. Without resources to exchange for goods and materials, it's hard. Seeing others eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks, while I only eat barbecue without spices? It's just unbalanced. What Huang Laosan said came true, and a small spaceship landed in the sky. TSK. Yang Bo looked at the 50-meter-long transport boat, which was just a piece of trash. But a 50-meter-long transport boat, in the eyes of the Green Demon Star Lords, is a behemoth. Although this transport boat is 50 meters long, it is a warship standard. So if there is no energy weapon, there is really no way to deal with it. Uh-huh. Nice to meet you, lords. The transport boat stopped next to Yang Bo and others, giving people a sense of oppression. The first person to get off was a middle-aged white man. This is Mr. Mark, the representative of Luofei Biotechnology Company. The speaker also introduced a lord who was not on good terms with Huang Laosan. This guy used to be called the Iron King, but now he has changed his name. This is the representative of Ping and Biotechnology Company. This is the representative of Heisen Biotechnology Company. This is Tony, the senior commissioner of the Alliance Department of Homeland Security. This is the captain of the 8th Fleet, and also the commander of the 8th Fleet, Lieutenant General Tager. The Iron King introduced them. Nice to meet you. Huang Laosan looked very reluctant, but as the speaker, he had no choice but to say hello. Golden Armor King, nice to meet you. The senior commissioner of the Alliance Department of Homeland Security looked at Yang Bo, who was wrapped in armor, and asked, "Humph. It's time for a meeting." Yang Bo snorted and ignored this guy. So the group took the elevator. Of course, 2 elevators, one for Yang Bo people and one for the others. The meeting room of the Green Demon Planet Planetary Council is similar to the meeting places of other parliaments in the Alliance. The arc-shaped table is constantly raised in circles. The 8th meeting of the Green Demon Planetary Council. Today the meeting is presided over by the King of Golden Armor. Huang Laosan and others spoke only after they were all present. The Biological Company, the Department of Homeland Security, the captain of the 8th Fleet, and so on were all listening. Yang Bo took a photo of the scene, and then sent it out. The title was very ordinary. Thanks to Ping and Biotechnology Company, Heisen Biotechnology Company, the Department of Homeland Security of the Alliance, the commander of the 8th Fleet of the Military Department for Guidance, Supervision, the Green Devil Star Planet Parliament vote scene. Yang Bo's timing was just right. At this time, Huang Laosan had just finished speaking, and then Yang Bo spoke. This is a closed-door meeting, so for the sake of meeting discipline, turn on the shielding system. The meeting hall of the parliament was built according to the standard. As the host of the meeting, Yang Bo had the authority to do these things. Others did not care. Huang Laosan and others were a little anxious because the other party had too much influence. Yang Bo's social account with this identity has many followers. So this Green Demon Star Lord named Wenyo, a planet counselor, posted a photo. Everyone who saw the photo was stunned. Is the local parliament of the Alliance like this? Isn't Green Demon Star an autonomous territory? The local council of Green Devil Star needs the supervision and guidance of the biotech company. Does the local council need the supervision of the Department of Homeland Security? And how can the military supervise and guide the local council? What the hell? Shouldn't the council propose a bill to supervise these things? Does the Alliance system need to be changed? And what time is it now? During the Alliance presidential election at this time, the military, the Department of Homeland Security, these technology companies are colluding together. Are they going to? This news spread instantly, especially the candidates for this parliamentary election, seeing such news. They were excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. What is the parliament? It is a place for everyone to express their opinions, to curb corporate monopoly, to curb the excessive power of certain departments, and to curb the power of the military. Because the Alliance once had a military government. If anyone in the military participates in politics, they will be surprised by the Alliance Parliament. Although the Green Demon Star is a self-governing territory, the Alliance Parliament has determined that it is a local government of the Alliance. When the local government parliament holds a meeting and votes, it actually needs these people to supervise? Rebellion? These biotech companies want to monopolize the Green Devil Star. The people from these biotech companies also saw it, and hurried to contact the people in the photo. But unfortunately they couldn't. The representatives of these biotech companies came here privately, because they wanted to make money for themselves. In fact, this is also tacitly accepted by large companies. Some markets are developed by certain people, so these people must have connections in these markets and must make a profit. The same is true for major companies on Earth, from local distributors to salesmen, because the preferential policies given by the superiors cannot be stuck. The floating range in the middle is the range that can be operated. Many people in the military cursed. Li Yong's father Li Han was also dumbfounded when he saw the photo. Did the captain of the 8th Fleet have a brain, or was he just floating? Li Han directly submitted an application to the Ministry of National Defense to freeze the authority of the 8th Fleet, and then held an emergency meeting. The various departments on the Alliance side were messed up by a photo. Regarding the Interstellar incident, the Department of Homeland Security did not give an early warning, and was already being criticized by the public. Of course, the members of the Alliance Parliament were the same, because these members did not want to be tied up by terrorists like the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Interstellar, and then forced to reveal all the dirty deals. Now this kind of thing has happened again. There is also the military. The Parliament has been interfering, and I didn't expect that such a big bomb would explode this time. The Alliance House of Representatives and the Senate held an emergency meeting, first to determine the truth of this matter, and then to make a decision. Unfortunately, the people in the photo have not been contacted. Even the members of the Green Demon Star Planet Parliament cannot be contacted. The Green Demon Star Sunday Parliament is in a closed-door meeting. The meeting has not ended. No one has the right to enter. Even the Alliance Chief Justice is useless. Because the Parliament is the place for legislation, this place must be pure. Politicians in the Alliance Parliament have been adding fuel to the fire. It is the time of the general election. There is no more excuse to win votes. Now there is so much material. Some politicians immediately gave speeches, saying that they would crack down on monopoly groups after they came to power, especially biotechnology groups in the pharmaceutical field. Some politicians also said that they would fire all the rubbish from the Department of Homeland Security after they came to power. These bastards only knew how to take funds and did not do anything well. The last incident on Interstellar was an example. Some politicians also said that they would continue to crack down on military interference in politics and crack down on military-industrial complex groups. These politicians will not say that they will attack all of them, because there may be biotech companies behind these politicians, so they can only attack others. For a time, this news completely overshadowed the popularity of John Lee of the Federation capturing a warship. Although many people do not believe the photos posted by the Emerald Territory Lord of the Green Demon Star. But half an hour has passed, the Department of Homeland Security and these biotech companies have not issued clarification announcements, and these people have not explained on their social accounts. The military is also silent. The people knew that something bad was going to happen. This was true. The rights of the Parliament were greatly challenged. Yang Bo learned about the development of the matter through the spiritual seeds of many people. After half an hour of the meeting, Yang Bo probably knew why these people were so stupid. They were overwhelmed by the huge wealth and huge benefits. Moreover, these people came in private capacities. They came to calm down other lords. Of course, if it succeeded, the wealth involved would be in trillions. The captain of the 8th Fleet rose to the top through years of experience, and he paid a high price to become the captain. So he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to make some money, because the captain knew that there would be no further development for him. Please raise your hands if you agree to build a research institute in the open territory, Yang Bo said in a serious tone. The congressmen who colluded with the biological company raised their hands one after another. Good. This item was not passed. Yang Bo took a look and lied with his eyes open. Hey, what that look in your eyes? Can you count? There are 137 members in total, and 82 of them agree. The members who raised their hands jumped up and cursed. Really? Yang Bo asked calmly. Then the next second, a silver light flashed from Yang Bo's body. Split the sky. The captain of the 8th Fleet jumped up in shock. This silver light penetrated the members who raised their hands just now, drawing beautiful and charming tracks in the Parliament Hall. Who else agrees? In just 1 second, the heads of the 80 or so lords who had raised their hands just now, all of whom were A-level lords, were pierced. Huang Lao's eyelids twitched with fear. And then he shouted loudly, King Jinjia brought us all up to drive away the people of the Ash organization. Now you bastards want to sell out the interests of our planet. I have long disliked you. You are breaking the law. You are breaking the law. The representative of Ping and Biotechnology Company shouted at the top of his lungs. I propose to impose a material ban on Ping and Technology Company. Those who agree please raise your hands. Yang Bo sneered. The members raised their hands one after another. Yang Bo nodded. All votes passed. I propose to impose a trade embargo on Hyson Technology Company. Those who agree please raise your hands. Yang Bo continued. Very good. All votes in favor. I propose to establish the Green Magic Star Official Trading Company, to unify the pricing and quantity of Green Magic Star materials, and to propose that Speaker Huang be the company legal representative and chairman. Very good. Unanimous approval. Then Yang Bo proposed several motions, all of which were passed unanimously. The Eighth Fleet and other bystanders were pale and gnashing their teeth. There was an accident at this meeting. Some members of parliament died of sudden illness. They were notified to elect a new lord for their territory. The new lord must be voted and appointed by the parliament. Let's take a break. Yang Bo continued. Humph. The captain of the Eighth Fleet snorted coldly. However, as soon as the door of the Parliament Hall was opened, someone came in to report, Mr. Speaker, there are military police. Speaker Huang. Excuse me. We are here to arrest some traitors. The military police of the Eighth Fleet reported to Huang Laos and in a low voice, while looking at the captain of the Eighth Fleet, seeing the corpses all over the ground. His mouth twitched. This is too bloody. Yeah. Huang Laos nodded. At this time, the people in the military and parliament who saw the scene through the recorders brought by the military police. Many politicians cheered directly, because there were indeed these people in the Green Demon Star Parliament. This is a political feast. This is an opportunity to reorganize the distribution of interests. The Senate and the House of Representatives of the Union voted quickly, and the Chief Justice quickly signed a special order to investigate companies and individuals that interfere with the parliamentary system. Lieutenant General Tagle, you are arrested. Your words will be used as evidence. This is a special order signed by the military and the Chief Justice. In addition, all your rights have been frozen. The military police brought people directly to Lieutenant General Tagle and presented a series of documents. We are from the Department of Justice. Mr. Tony, you are also under arrest. This is a special order signed by the Supreme Court Justice. People from the Department of Justice also came and directly arrested Tony, the Senior Commissioner of the Department of Homeland Security. In fact, those who came to arrest people were terrified because there were too many deaths. But the military police from the Department of Justice and the Army acted as if they didn't see anything. Chapter 1046 Skills Explosion. What are you doing? I am a Senior Commissioner of the Department of Homeland Security. On the Green Goblin Planet. I am the highest official of the Department of Homeland Security. Tony saw the people from the Department of Homeland Security and shouted loudly. You are no longer that. Your authority has been locked. Please come with us. The people from the Department of Homeland Security hated Tony to death. The voices of doubt about the Department of Homeland Security from the outside world were getting louder and louder. Where are your eyes? Didn't you see the murder? Tony pointed at the more than 80 bodies in the Parliament Hall and asked loudly. Sorry. This is not our responsibility. This is the first time we are warning you. The person from the Department of Homeland Security said expressionlessly. Anyway, this matter is not their responsibility. Because the people from the Department of Homeland Security knew that each of the dead lords had the strength of an A-level gene evolver. And there were more and more. Because those who could become lords had unique abilities. You are committing a crime. A crime? Tony suddenly shouted loudly. And then the energy fluctuations on his body instantly spread. Zzz. But in the next second, an ultra-high voltage electric shock drone instantly came up, releasing countless ultra-high voltage arcs. Roar! Useless. I can beat all your tricks. But in the next second, Tony actually slapped the ultra-high voltage drone away with a slap, and shouted angrily, and his figure instantly rushed towards the Golden Armor King. Boom! But in the next second, he was slapped away by the Golden Armor King. The whole person hit the wall of the Parliament Hall directly. The wall was a little dented. Tony was like a rotten tomato. The Senior Commissioner of the Department of Homeland Security attacked the local parliament member, TSK. Then everyone heard the Golden Armor King put his hat down. Yang Bo was feeling very happy. These 85 Green Demon Star Lords are a big explosion. A big explosion. Light Energy Control plus 32. Water Element Control plus 32. Toxin Mastery plus 32. Earth Element Mastery plus 32. Regeneration of Broken Limbs plus 32. 31 Fighting plus 32. 16 Forging plus 32. 12 Cold Weapon Mastery plus 32. 13 Flying plus 32. 8 Fire Element Mastery plus 32. Yang Bo just got these, in fact. I feel a little sad. Because of the 31 fighting information, it is probably that the abilities of these 31 lords are incompatible with his own. And the probability of killing these lords to get rare abilities is higher. In fact, water element mastery, fire element, light energy, and flying are all very rare skills, but Yang Bo already has them. The rarest ones should be poison mastery, regeneration of broken limbs. Yang Bo was thinking about these two skills, but he didn't expect someone to come at him. So there was another piece of information. Energy damage immunity plus 32. No wonder Tony had a chance to escape after being electrocuted by the ultra-high voltage drone. The current released by these drones is adjusted according to the strength of the target. Tony was able to escape because he was immune to energy damage. Of course, there must be a ratio. But it was also because of this that the ultra-high voltage current of the drone did not paralyze Tony, which made this guy rush at him. Yang Bo figured these things out in an instant. Since someone took the initiative to cause trouble, then he must be blamed for it, so that he can be blackmailed later. The authority of the parliament must not be violated, and the people from the Department of Homeland Security who came to arrest people had no choice, because Tony was the strongest, and who knew that this guy was prepared. This further confirmed that the people from the Department of Homeland Security had a plan and premeditated to participate in this matter. The King of Golden Armor, wearing armor, said as if nothing had happened, "And this captain of the 8th Fleet? I don't understand. All the soldiers of the Alliance are like this? The military has no one to choose from. So why do they choose such an idiot as the commander of the main fleet? Although I am not a soldier, this idiot does not even know the bottom line of the military taboos, and he is sitting in the Parliament Hall of the local council openly. Does it mean that the soldiers of the Alliance have begun to be politicized? As long as you have connections and qualifications, even if you are a fool, you can become a general and the commander of the main fleet. If such an idiot encounters a pirate attack like last time, will he directly destroy the entire main fleet? I just don't know how many people this idiot gave money to get the approval of the military and the Alliance Parliament. No wonder such a thing happened on Tianza Star. I will submit a bill to our Green Devil Planet Parliament in the near future, asking the Alliance to review the appointment process of the commander of the 8th Fleet. This is simply incredible. If this idiot can be the fleet commander, I think everyone here can be the president of the Alliance. Because from a certain perspective, the president is less professional." Wang Laosan cheered loudly. Good. Good. This idiot manages the 8th Fleet, which simply ignores the safety of our Green Devil Star. I think the management of the 8th Fleet should also be supervised by our Green Devil Star Parliament. Because the 8th Fleet is to protect our safety. Agree. Agree. That right. If that bastard does not agree to our Parliament supervision, we will impose trade sanctions on the forces behind this guy. Yes. Other members of the Green Demon Star Planet Parliament said quickly. Some of these members are very knowledgeable about politics. Raise your hands if you agree. Yang Bo took the opportunity to speak. Passed unanimously. Then Yang Bo spoke. Li Han, who was far away in the military headquarters of the Capital Star, saw the live broadcast, and the equipment brought by the military police could see it, of course. These videos were not for public viewing. Is this King of Golden Armor also Li Yong good brother man? Li Han felt a little unbelievable. Because of this video, the Union Parliament will also broadcast it live simultaneously, including the Chief Justice, the Ministry of Justice, and the Department of Homeland Security. Li Han originally wanted Li Yong to ask his good brother to find a way to make the matter bigger. But now, after these words, the forces within the military will be reshuffled. Those who supported Captain Tager of the 8th Fleet will be affected. That not all. Many people in the parliament will also suffer because of this incident. Because Tager is really good at making connections. He not only dealt with the military, but also dealt with the parliament. And now the internal contradictions of the parliament are already numerous. That is, the various forces have reached the point where if some of them are not cleansed, unimaginable contradictions will erupt. Now, first of all, the parliamentarians who have relations with those biotech companies will definitely suffer. These biotech companies actually intervened in politics directly and sent representatives to supervise the voting of local parliaments. This is courting death. Although everyone knows privately that the Alliance Parliament is the representative of the major forces to balance the interests. But this does not mean that your company can directly participate. Then the military Tager will suffer a lot, so that some new forces will have a place. There is also a more critical point. That is, the Green Goblin Star Council has stepped out of the circle. In the past, the Green Goblin Star Council was actually a strange existence within the Alliance, because it is a self-governing territory. The power of the Green Goblin Star Planet Council is limited to the planet. As for the supervisory power of the 8th Fleet, don't even think about it. But now, with this, The supervision of the 8th Fleet will be given to Green Star, because there are countless politicians who need the Green Star Parliament to promote the purge. Because from any angle, Green Star is a victim, and the military has to agree. Otherwise, the Green Star Parliament will hold on to it. The struggle for interests within the military is actually quite cruel. I don't know how many positions will be vacated in this wave. Just the position of the captain of the 8th Fleet. There will be many positions. Because someone was promoted to the captain of the 8th Fleet, then this person's position was decided, others took his place, and then people were promoted one by one, not to mention that a lot of people in the military would be unlucky this time. And if you want to end this matter, the Green Goblin Star Council is unavoidable, because the Green Goblin Star has the power of supervision. Your military appoints. What if the Green Goblin Star disagrees? Who will the council stand on the side of? The Green Goblin Star local council, or the military? It must be the local council. However, the words of King Jinjia in the next second made Li Han feel that King Jinjia was the initiator of this matter. In the video, King Jinjia proposed, I suggest that the Green Demon Star Parliament take out a certain amount of tax revenue to establish our Green Demon Star security fleet. Li Han saw this suggestion and almost couldn't help but admire it. Because it was just a suggestion. But what? This suggestion will soon be promoted by someone. Because the interests involved are too great. First of all, we have to admit that Green Devil Star has unified the material export trade. So Green Devil Star has a huge amount of income. That is, money. How much is a guard fleet worth? And Green Devil Star invests every year. How many positions? The military-industrial complex of the Alliance will never give up this opportunity. Especially since the military-industrial complex has been declining in recent years. Because there is no war. And the warships and other things are updated very slowly. Didn't you see that the military-industrial complex has made the mecha of the Alliance civilian? The Federation Mecha Grandmaster just captured the warship. And there were actually 1,000 9th-generation mechas on the cargo ship robbed by these pirates. This is also the masterpiece of the military-industrial complex. And the clever thing about King Jinjia is that it is just a suggestion. Not a proposal. Nor a resolution. In fact, he is just waiting for others to push this matter. Then Green Demon Star can take the initiative. In the video, the speaker of the Green Demon Star Parliament nodded. King Jinjia's suggestion is very good. Huang Laos and was very excited. Because the command of the Alert Fleet is in the local government. And of course, the authority for foreign wars is in the Alliance Parliament. But this is also very good. Huang Laosan doesn't know why King Jinjia only suggested it. But Huang Laosan thinks that what King Jinjia did makes sense. Didn't you see that the lords who wanted to sell out the interests of the planet were killed? And the Alliance didn't react at all. Today meeting ends here. Notify those who have lost their lords. Let them elect new lords, and then we will have another meeting. At the same time, we have to wait for the Alliance Department of Homeland Security and the military to give us a reply on this matter. Yang Bo saw that things were almost done, so he spoke. Dismissed. Huang Laosan nodded. Brother, you are so awesome. King Jinjia, you are still the same as you were back then, so brave. Yes, I still remember clearly that King Jinjia fought against the armed spaceship alone. The members of the Green Demon Star Parliament followed King Jinjia out of the Parliament Hall. The Alliance military, the members of the Parliament, and the Chief Justice, who were watching the video were silent when they heard this, because the armed spaceship of the Ashes organization was destroyed by King Jinjia. The combat power is quite fierce. The Green Goblin Planet internal strife in the Planetary Parliament? The Minister of Justice asked. In fact, the Minister of Justice wanted to pretend that he didn't see it. But he couldn't. The Green Goblin Planet is a self-governing territory. We must fully respect their customs. Moreover, the Ministry of Justice doesn't seem to have any direct agencies on the Green Goblin Planet. Those who died didn't seem to have obtained the citizenship of the Alliance. A Chief Justice asked. Well, none of them. The Minister of Justice nodded. Then the Green Demon Planet Parliament will handle it themselves. Unless they ask the Ministry of Justice to intervene. Several justices communicated privately. And then said, yes. The Minister of Justice breathed a sigh of relief. The Golden Armor King was wrapped in armor. Which must be shameful. It is probably someone from the Alliance. If the Ministry of Justice intervenes, will it bring disaster to itself? Who knows who is behind the Golden Armor King? Yang Bo on the Green Demon Planet was surrounded by other lords and came to the 3rd floor. King Jinjia, what should we do next? Huang Laosan asked. First, establish an import and export trading company, then distribute all export materials, and regulate, that is, how much of each material each lord exports. As for regulation, you can auction, that is, all the export goods produced by our Green Demon Star, then the relevant companies of the Alliance will bid, and for each product, choose the 2 companies with the highest bids to sign the export agreement. Yang Bo said. Okay, this is good. Our good stuff is being undercut. That right, the price of materials is also constantly decreasing. Yang Bo waved his hand, and the others immediately stopped talking, then he continued, It's the same with imports, for the same stuff, we buy from whoever has the lowest price. In addition, taxes must be set, because we are going to build our own garrison fleet next, and of course everyone should be prepared, that is, the command of this fleet may need to be shared with certain institutions. Hearing this, some of these lords were reluctant. After all, it was the most reassuring to have money to develop their own armed forces. But for the Golden Armor King, others did not dare to object. Everyone saw the scene just now. More than 80 lords were killed in an instant. And everyone knew how strong these lords were individually. Okay. Wang Laosan and others immediately took the lead in agreeing. Let's talk about the rest later. After those lords are elected, Speaker Huang will appoint them. We don't care about the mess in their territories, as long as most people in their territories agree. The Green Demon Star Council will not interfere in the affairs of each lord-owned territory. This is the bottom line. Yang Bo spoke again. Yes, you can't interfere. The other lords breathed a sigh of relief. The Alliance also reacted quickly. First, they announced the dismissal of Captain Tagle of the 8th Fleet, and detained him for investigation. Then the Department of Homeland Security investigated High Commissioner Tony, but of course they didn't say he was dead. Then they investigated several biotech companies for interfering with the order of the Parliament, and the stock prices of these biotech companies fell directly to the limit. The Department of Justice said it would investigate the appointment procedure of Captain Tagle of the 8th Fleet. The Alliance Senate also expressed its intention to investigate the appointment procedures of all officers of the 8th Fleet. Politicians from the Alliance Senate and the House of Representatives have expressed their own governing philosophies, on the one hand, investigating the restrictions on the military rights. On the other hand, they personally support all resolutions made by the Green Devil Star Parliament. The Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security and others resigned, and the Department of Justice intervened in the investigation. Although the people of the Alliance are not clear about what happened, but judging from the reactions of these departments, someone really interfered with the local parliament. This is too much. This has touched the bottom line of the Alliance system. The citizens of the Alliance have only these rights, and now they are being taken away. Adding the recent presidential election, and so on, there are quite a lot of hot search terms in the Alliance. Yang Bo returned to the battleship Fugui, watching the news on the international news, all of which are his own credit. Watching Li Yong's father Li Han personally give a speech, criticizing the military internal connections, the transfer of benefits, letting an idiot become a fleet commander, and resolutely depoliticizing the military. Yang Bo curled his lips. Li Han won this time, because Li Han did not support Tager at the beginning. In fact, no matter who it is, Li Han will not support it openly, because no one knows what kind of show the person you support will give you. For example, this time, Tager will make many people in the military curse, and many people in the parliament jump up and down. It can only be said that Tager is a master at making connections and transferring benefits. In fact, this is also the current situation of the army in peacetime, because there is no actual combat to determine whether anyone is suitable, and it can only rely on qualifications and relationships. So it is hard to say how much real talent the Alliance officers have in peacetime. Immune to energy damage? Yang Bo was thinking about his new skills in the fortune. So that how it is? Yang Bo figured it out after thinking carefully. Immunity to energy damage is the fastest way for the body to decompose, absorb, transform, and resist external energy. The most important thing is decomposition. This superpower can decompose any energy, and then transform and absorb it, and use the transformed and absorbed energy to resist external energy. Awesome. Yang Bo couldn't help but praise it. The ratio of energy immunity to damage is related to the amount of energy reserves. The higher the energy reserves, the faster the decomposition, absorption and conversion. However, this also has a fatal flaw, that is, to be immune to 100% of the damage, you need to pay 125% of the energy. That is, if the external energy is 100 units, then self-immunity requires 125 units of energy. Therefore, energy immunity has a threshold. On the one hand, it is the intensity of energy. For the secondary guns of a battleship, any immunity is ineffective because the intensity is too high. On the other hand, it is the amount of energy. For example, 1,000 mecha laser cannons are firing at the same time. There is no immunity. Actually, I was wrong. With this energy immunity, I can go deep into some extreme environments, such as the underground world of the Green Demon Star. Yang Bo soon discovered that the greatest use of energy immunity is not to resist damage, because it is not as good as an energy shield in resisting damage. Chapter 1047 Zhang Boijan Invitation. Toxin Mastery? Yang Bo looked at this Toxin Mastery skill and fell into deep thought. This skill is quite awesome. This toxin refers to energy toxins. General toxins cannot cause harm to superpowers, because the cells of superpowers have been strengthened, and there is a trace amount of energy in the cells of superpowers, which can protect against certain toxin damage. However, after some highly toxic creatures mutate, their own toxins also mutate, and become energy toxins that can penetrate energy. This toxin will not only corrode the energy of the superpower user, but also the superpower user body. I haven't heard that any of these lords have this ability. Of course, maybe those lords have hidden their own cards. Yang Bo thought about it. I haven't heard that there are such powerful lords on the Green Demon Star. At the same time, Yang Bo was very fortunate that he acted cleanly and neatly. He thought of this when he acted. It's useless to entangle with these lords. The Green Demon Star is an autonomous territory, but the administration and the alliance are subordinate. As for the judicial system, the judicial system of the alliance is useless to the residents of Green Devil Star, but it is useful to the citizens of the alliance on Green Devil Star. Green Devil Star still has no laws, because each lord has the final say in his own territory, and others have the final say in other people's territories. Even the government departments are in name only, and they can't control anyone. If anyone points fingers at other lords, believe it or not, the other lord will come up and fight. So Yang Bo killed these lords. And from the perspective of the laws of the alliance, he had no control at all. This is just like some countries on Earth still have indigenous tribal conflicts. There is no way to deal with them by law in the local countries, as long as these indigenous people do not harm normal citizens. And even if the Union Justice Department comes to investigate, there is no way. The Lord of the Green Demon Star does not allow those people to enter the territory. And there is no plaintiff. When these lords die, other people in the territory will immediately compete for the position of new lords. No one will be stupid enough to seek revenge on the King of Golden Armor. That would be courting death. The Lord of the Green Devil Star is the most capable one. If you have the ability to kill the Lord, then you will be the new Lord. Yang Bo took action, because it was impossible to reason with these people. The more you reason, the more these lords think you can't do anything to them. Moreover, because these lords are mutants, some of them don't have good brains at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't say that they were instigated by others to sell out the interests of the Green Devil Star. In addition, the Alliance now does not want to expand this matter. Whether it is the military, the parliament, or other departments. If the contradictions between the military, the parliament, the Department of Homeland Security, and other biocapitalists are completely intensified, it may lead to a civil war in the Alliance. Although these forces in the Alliance want to step on others, they all hope to be in a circle, because only in this way can everyone's interests last long. Anyone who wants to break this circle will be targeted by everyone. After the Green Demon Star Parliament notified the tribes whose lords were killed, these tribes did not even want the bodies of the original lords, and began to fight for power in the territory. The life of the Lord of Green Devil Star is very comfortable, much better than those low-level mutants. Who doesn't want to be a lord? Energy immunity is not very effective against laser cannons, but it is very useful against other superpowers. Yang Bo has many defensive means, the simplest of which is space energy. It can form a space energy barrier near his body, and directly transfer the energy attacking himself to another space. Now there is one more thing, and the defense is stronger. Yang Bo opened John Lee Communicator. There were many messages in it, all from people he knew. Nelson, the chairman of Black Star Company, sent a message asking what to do with the mecha. Yang Bo called Nelson directly, and the other party answered immediately, Grandmaster Lee. Congratulations. Well, is it the company that wants to buy the mecha? Or you personally? Yang Bo asked directly. Company. Grandmaster Lee. Several cities around us now want to sign a non-offense agreement with our company, and they are willing to make concessions in the disputed areas. So the company plans to give Grandmaster Lee a 10% stock reward, Nelson said in a very good manner on the other side. I'm a little embarrassed about this, Yang Bo said. This is what you deserve, Grandmaster Lee. Then sign an agreement with other cities? Nelson knew that other cities around him were giving in now, because they were afraid of John Lee, the shareholder of the company. John Lee worship, what is that? That is the truth, and everything is right in Korea State. If you want to refute, consider whether you can defeat a C-class warship of the Empire export model first. Our company wants to order a batch of mechas, and also mining equipment. Nelson is very ambitious. Forget about the mining equipment. I am also planning to find other people to run the business together. I can give the company a certain amount of shares when the time comes. There are many mineral planets in our Korea State that are worth mining, Yang Bo said. No problem. No problem. Nelson nodded quickly. If the company wants to invest, then the company will invest. This kind of interstellar fully automatic mining equipment, as long as there are resources, is printing money. Of course, if you are willing, you can help me make a plan first. I won't have time to manage this new company anyway. How could Yang Bo let go of such a free cow and horse? Masterly, I will definitely make a good plan. Nelson certainly knew what John Lee was thinking, which was to bring together powerful companies in Korea State, form a mining company, and then mine the mineral resources in the Korea State star field. Others would definitely be willing, as this kind of equipment is very valuable, and ordinary companies would not be willing to invest so much. The key is that these equipment must be purchased in full. The alliance must pay the full amount of the things it sells to the Federation, including the subsequent maintenance costs. Otherwise, the alliance will not do business with people here, because the alliance has suffered a lot of losses in the past. Nelson still approves of John Lee's approach, because if John Lee wants to start a company and mine by himself, others will definitely be very dissatisfied and will secretly make trouble. Anyway, John Lee can't destroy Korea State. Yang Bo did this. On the one hand, he did have such considerations, but more importantly, he didn't have the time and no one to run the business. In addition, warships need maintenance fees, even if they are docked at the airport. They still need berth fees and the like. As for Lee John, he is the commander of the alert fleet of Korea State. He cannot blatantly violate the law, nor can he default on his debts. Therefore, these overt expenses should be paid. Set up a mining company, provide equipment by yourself, and then others will invest in it. You can collect part of the money first, and the mining company will also have continuous income in the future. And the more shareholders join, the less I have to worry about the operation, because others will keep an eye on it. In addition, it can appease the emotions of some people in Korea State. After all, everyone is eating well at the table. If I take out a gun and say I want to join, others will agree, but they will definitely feel uncomfortable. Opening a mining company is a new source of income, and I will not compete with others for the cake that already exists. After Nelson received the commission from John Lee, he began to prepare. Nelson did not go to find others, but released the news. That is to say, Grandmaster Lee John wants to take out the interstellar fully automatic mining equipment to form a company. Naturally, some people will come to ask to join. Of course, this is not just about money, but also about connections. After all, there are still laws in the state of Korea. There are many things involved in mining. Those with connections can mine easily, and those without connections will be blocked for 10 or 8 years. Although there is almost no possibility of blocking Lee John. What about doing things secretly? What is the biggest threat to mining companies? It is attacks. There are all kinds of attacks. As long as they know where your mining equipment is, they can change some asteroids from a long distance to hit the planet where you are mining. They can even get some expired bombs and deliver them remotely. They even just need a drone to set up the program. The armed forces of mining companies are also very strong. After all, in the vast starry sky, who knows who did it? Nelson actually had another plan in mind, which was to wait until John Lee Mining Company was established. And then he would go there, because the shares of Black Star Company were the family property. To put it bluntly, family affairs were too complicated, and it was not enough to just do well. Besides, the family was not as strong as John Lee at the moment. Yang Bo also smiled when he saw some people he knew wanted to introduce him to a company that provided bidding services. These people wanted to do their own bidding for warship repairs. And some of them were really shameless. Yang Bo did not reply to these people messages, but left a fortune in the safety cabin on it. Yang Bo placed energy stones, which contained space beacons. He returned to his own island laboratory on Devon Star, took out Barbed Watch and looked at it. And it was nothing serious. Then Mr. Geo watch was turned on. And Zhang Buizhen sent a message, Mr. Geo, my experimental results are so good. When do you think the experimental records will be given to you? Mr. Geo, let make an appointment, and I pick it up tomorrow. And you can also prepare some materials. Zhang Buizhen has been waiting for Mr. Geo message, because the success rate of the drug test is 100%. As for the increase in IQ, this varies, and as time goes by, some are still increasing. Zhang Buizhen sent a message to Mr. Geo, and watched it for more than a day, 1 minute, 5 minutes, 8 minutes anyway. Checking the message at any time, making Niu Bo a little nervous. Because it was Niu Bo watch that sent the message to Mr. Geo. Zhang Buizhen saw Mr. Geo reply, and quickly replied, okay, thank you Mr. Geo. Mr. Geo, mutual benefit, and the Grand Master has a good impression of young Master Zhang. It will be easier for young Master Zhang in the future. Zhang Buizhen saw the news, grinned, and then quickly sent a message. Then can we increase the production? And I have a plan. I wonder if you have heard of Green Demon Star? Yang Bo saw the other party send this message, and directly replied, haha, young Master Zhang is not looking down on people. I have been to Green Demon Star in person before, but it is a pity that it was blocked by the Alliance. Zhang Buizhen was not surprised to see Mr. Geo reply, because Green Devil Star was indeed very chaotic before. And of course, he only found out about it later. Zhang Buizhen immediately replied, there has been a big incident on Green Devil Star recently. I want to set up a company to bid for their rare materials. I wonder if Mr. Geo has any suggestions. Yang Bo saw Zhang Buizhen message and touched his chin. Do you want me to make money twice again? So Yang Bo sent a message. Those mutants on Green Devil Star are not easy to deal with. They are very barbaric. And what is Zhang Xiao going to take? Zhang Buizhen, medicine, high-quality gene evolution medicine. I think the mutants over there also need it. Other things are also possible also. The energy medicine circle is going to be reshuffled now. It is a good time to enter. Green Devil Star has a lot of resources, of course. I do this in the hope of cooperating with the Grandmaster. After seeing Zhang Buizhen message, Yang Bo knew what this guy was going to do. So he replied, of course, there is no problem with cooperation. The Grandmaster likes research very much. Zhang Buizhen, that's settled then. Specifically, I'm going to go to Green Devil Star for an inspection. I wonder if Mr. Geo has any acquaintances there. The reason why Zhang Buizhen asked this question was because Mr. Geo's mercenary group was too strong. Whether it was against Zhang Letian or others, the recent incident on Tianza Star made Zhang Buizhen look at them with new eyes. Mr. Geo, we talk about it when there's trouble. Zhang Buizhen immediately understood Mr. Geo's answer. This is a possibility. So Zhang Buizhen quickly replied, okay. Then Yang Bo put away the communicator, and then returned to March Star. Every time Yang Bo contacts Zhang Buizhen now, it is on Devon Star. It is not safe on March Star. Zhang Buizhen put down the communicator, and then thought, this opportunity on Green Demon Star. Actually someone introduced Zhang Buizhen. Because the strength shown by Zhang Buizhen has been recognized by people in the circle. More importantly, many people want to get high-quality gene drugs. Master, Green Devil Star wants money first. Our funds. Nyobo reminded. Zhang Buizhen sighed when he heard this. The shipment of high-quality medicine seems to be large. But Zhang Buizhen needs money everywhere. It can be said that high-quality medicine is the mainstay. All other expenses rely on this. And part of the high-quality medicine is a favor. But the material money must be paid. And there is still a large amount of debt. What do you think about me getting Yang Bo to do business with me? My brother is extremely lucky. Zhang Buizhen had already made plans. Nyobo nodded. Yang Bo is rich. And he will not compete with you for the control of the company if he participates in it. Yes, that right. It not good to find someone else. I ask him first. Zhang Buizhen sent a message to Yang Bo himself. Yang Bo returned to March Star. First looked at the things in the laboratory. And then thought about how to build a base on Green Devil Star. An underground fortress must be built. And then a ground weapon system is also needed. Then he counted the things in the laboratory. Mainly the rare materials obtained from the secret collection of the Zhang family on Tianza Star. Most of these things were to be given to Tinu and his tribe. When Yang Bo came out of the laboratory and upstairs to the villa, he saw the message from Zhang Buizhen. Brother, I have a business that is sure to make money. Are you interested in investing? Chapter 1048 Investment. When Yang Bo saw this information, he immediately guessed that Zhang Buizhen should want to invest on his own, because he had to bid on Green Demon Star, so he had to advance a large amount of funds first, and Green Demon Star needed to pay first, and then they would provide materials later. TSK, this business of fourth brother, I am the Lord of Green Demon Star, and I am also the one who makes the materials and the finished products, and then he wanted me to invest in the middle. This is a good person. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. Of course Yang Bo agreed, because this way, he could go to Green Devil Star openly in the future, and there would be room for maneuver in some matters. If he was bolder, it would not be impossible to pick up the Lord certificate. So Yang Bo replied, Fourth brother, what good investment do you have? I don't really know much about investment. Zhang Buizhen saw Yang Bo message and called immediately to invite Yang Bo and Su Wei to visit. Of course Yang Bo agreed. Zhang Buizhen asked Niu Bo to prepare the investment documents and list the recent news, both openly and secretly, as well as his own advantages. In the investment plan, Yang Bo and Zhang Buizhen made an appointment for the next day. So Yang Bo returned to the basement and brought Rekshi with him. Someone in the kingdom had already formally proposed to grant Prince Holden a fiefdom. Butler, can you find out which territories His Majesty is going to grant me? Yang Bo, who had become a prince, summoned Butler Quest to him and gave him an order. Your Highness, I have already found out. His Majesty is likely to grant Hot Spring Castle to your Highness. Casus bowed and answered. Yang Bo looked at this traitor. In fact, from his spiritual seed, he knew that the king asked him to test Holden's reaction. If Holden was not satisfied with this territory, then the king would consider other territories. Of course, it was not wrong from the butler perspective, because he was obeying the king's orders. Hot Spring Castle is not a good place. Yang Bo knew about Hot Spring Castle from the memory of the butler in front of him. So which piece of land does your Highness want as a fiefdom? The butler asked after hearing this. Nodding Bay. I want this place. Hot Spring Castle is too cold. It is not suitable for human habitation at all. Of course, I mean it is not suitable for ordinary people to live in. The Hot Spring Castle that Yang Bo mentioned is not far from the capital in a straight line. About 100 kilometers. That place is next to the coastline 100 kilometers north of the capital. Hot Spring Castle is actually a huge bay, with mountains behind it, in and out of the Hot Spring Castle, except for the small path in the mountains. The rest is the sea route. The Hot Spring Castle has a hot spring, which is very good for the nobles to enjoy. But the land there has too little harvest. In fact, it is not important for Yang Bo where the fiefdom is located. Yang Bo can completely develop the Hot Spring Castle into a place dedicated to serving the nobles, and still make money. But some things need to be bargained. The Nodding Bay that Yang Bo mentioned is a place more than 180 kilometers south of the coastline of the royal capital. There is a river and the sea converging there, and it is also a huge bay. Not only is there abundant fishery resources there, but it is also one of the most important trading ports. Your Highness, I think this is too difficult. The housekeeper heard this and answered directly. Then go to the palace and ask when I can see His Majesty. Yang Bo spoke again. Although Yang Bo is the son of the king, he cannot see the king anytime and anywhere. Yes. The housekeeper bowed and answered directly after hearing this. Does the housekeeper know if there are any gatherings of scholars of the occult sect? Yang Bo asked again, because Holden showed that he was very interested in occultism, and he seemed to be studying occultism without leaving his house. So he must be very interested in these gatherings of the occult sect. Or maybe Holden was competitive, and he would definitely show off what he learned. Your Highness, I have heard about these things, but I need to collect some specific information. The butler replied after hearing this. Very good. This is exactly what I need. Yang Bo looked very happy, and asked the butler to do it. After watching the butler leave, Yang Bo strolled around the top of the castle again, looking at the surrounding scenery. The reason why Yang Bo asked for a good site was actually to bargain with the king. If Yang Bo wanted to gather these outsiders, that is, game players, he had to get the king permission. Because I am still in this circle, I must abide by the rules of this circle. Of course, if it is just the rules set by the king or these native nobles, I can completely ignore them. But there are armed spacecraft in space. Yang Bo is now more and more curious about the second world, and he doesn't know what it is. This thing should be very important. Otherwise the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire would not invest so much. At least from all the information now. There are some doubts in the second world. But it is hard to say what caused these doubts. Yang Bo did not deliberately inquire about these things. Because he believed that the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire must have done everything he could. If you want to understand this world in depth, then you can only completely integrate into this world and understand the civilization of this society. And then you may know what it is. So there is no rush. As long as you completely integrate into this world, you should know what the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire is looking for. If you really can't find it in the end, you can directly tie up the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire and torture him. Yang Bo felt that he could carry out this plan. But he just didn't know how to end it. Then he went back to the room and closed the door. And then returned to March Star. Yang Bo was in the second world for less than an hour. The next day, Yang Bo took Su Wei and the other two to go shopping in the mall. They ate and drank. And bought some things. Then in the afternoon, he took the three of them to Zhongbua town. Fourth brother. Su Wei and the other two now shouted with Yang Bo. Sister-in-law. Come in and sit down. I don't have many friends here. If I don't call you, why don't you come and sit with me? I have prepared some gifts for you. They are all the latest styles of the major luxury brands in the alliance. Zhang Buizhen warmly welcomed the four people. Fourth brother. You are too polite. Thank you. Fourth brother. Yang Bo and others also brought some gifts. Because it was the storm season, everyone could only stay at home. However, the place where Zhang Buizhen lived was large enough. And there was a special place for drinking tea. After everyone sat down, Zhang Buizhen asked, Brother, do you know the big things that happened recently? Fourth brother. Are you talking about the Green Demon Star? Yang Bo did not pretend not to know. After all, his character likes to surf the internet and so on. And he will definitely pay attention to these things. Well, several biotech companies are going bankrupt this time. So there is a huge gap in this field now. The Alliance Council will formulate new standards for materials and genetic drugs. You also know that I have a good relationship with some of them now. Plus I have some unique resources, so they invited me to participate in the material auction of Green Devil Star. But I don't have much money personally, and I don't want to borrow money from those banks are vampires. So I want to ask if you are interested. This is a preliminary investment plan. Zhang Buizhen said straight to the point. Green Devil Star is a terrible place. There are all kinds of strange creatures and mutants. Yang Bo said, as he held the investment plan. I almost forgot that you were stranded there for a long time. Zhang Buizhen remembered it now. Because Yang Bo's experience on the Green Devil Star was confidential. That was a terrible memory. Yang Bo shrugged, and then looked at the investment plan. Zhang Buizhen was going to start his own company to bid for the mutant materials on the Green Devil Star to develop new genetic drugs. Of course, it was not easy. The research and development also had to produce some conventional genetic drugs. For example, healing potions. That is to say, research and development are carried out while manufacturing. The types of materials exported by Green Devil Star have reached 765. Among them, more than 500 have mature formulas. These 500 materials are divided into many properties. In addition, more than 100 materials are being researched and tested. Because Zhang Buizhen has a grandmaster pharmacist behind him, he has set his sights on these materials that have not yet determined the formula. If the formula of these materials is determined, then patents can be applied for. Of course, the investment this time was not small. Yang Bo saw that he would have to take at least 15 billion credit points. Zhang Buizhen also invested 15 billion credit points, but Zhang Buizhen did not invest in cash, but in a laboratory. Yang Bo pretended not to know that the other party wanted to take his money for nothing. Because the high-end laboratory listed by Zhang Buizhen did not exist. It was still himself who made the super high-quality medicine for him. Fourth brother, I believe your plan, but I still want to confirm one thing. After Yang Bo read it roughly, he put the plan aside. You say? Zhang Buizhen nodded directly after hearing this. Does the fourth brother super laboratory have a grandmaster level pharmacist? Yang Bo asked. Zhang Buizhen laughed when he heard this. Brother, I can't give you a direct answer to this matter, because there are many things that cannot be explained clearly, but you can see it by looking at the medicine I made. I can only promise you one thing, that is, we have an unparalleled advantage in research and development. I have another test result here. Zhang Boijin handed the test result of the second mutation Black Rock B to Yang Bo. Zhang Boijin saw Yang Bo pick up the test result and said in a proud tone, "Brother, did you see it clearly? Our high-end laboratory can complete the test result of the second mutation Black Rock B in the shortest time, which is a capability that no other laboratory has." Yang Bo was also shocked when he looked at the test result in his hand. Of course, this experimental result is a simple result, which means that the mutant material of the Black Rock B can increase the intelligence of the user. Ah, is this true? Yang Bo asked in shock. Zhang Boijin looked at Yang Bo's shocked expression and nodded. Of course. We also conducted human experiments, and the success rate reached 100%. But the specific experimental data cannot be leaked. Yang Bo looked at Su Wei with a curious look on his face, and handed the test results to Su Wei. Ah! Su Wei was also extremely shocked after seeing this result. Annie and Xia also widened their eyes. You three must keep this a secret. Once it is leaked, there will probably be many assassins staring at the Black Rock Bees in your Wanhua Valley. Zhang Boijin looked at the shocked faces of Yang Bo and others, and he was also very comfortable. Although the experimental results were not produced by his own laboratory, but by the Grand Master of Mr. Jiu. But this is also from my own hands. I have this relationship, I can handle this matter, that enough. There seems to be no record of the effect of this mutant material? Yang Bo asked again. In fact, Yang Bo felt strange, because he knew all this, but seeing Zhang Boijin's smug look, Yang Bo was ready to flatter him. Increase the status of the Grand Master in his heart. Of course. Zhang Boijin nodded. Of course we won't announce this either. Originally, I was planning to build more greenhouses to raise the second mutant Black Rock Bees. But this kind of thing is too precious. Once it is raised on a large scale, it is easy to have various loopholes. So you will still get the materials from us in the future. Of course, the price of materials will also increase. Yang Bo nodded when he heard this. I will follow the arrangements of the fourth brother. Since the fourth brother has put out so many things, I will invest in this. Zhang Boijin was very happy to hear this. Yang Bo invested 15 billion credit points, accounting for 30% of the shares. Because there is a big part in it, that is the investment in the laboratory. Of course, this is how Yang Bo was calculated on the surface. Yang Bo also knew that Zhang Boijin's cooperation with Mr. Jiu should also be included. Although Mr. Jiu did not directly ask for money or other things, but for warships. But this algorithm must be included. Then happy cooperation. Zhang Boijin breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, Zhang Boijin could also ask the bank for a loan, but the bank would have to pay interest, and some even required fund supervision. Or maybe some people would want to buy shares. After Yang Bo bought shares, he would not interfere with his business at all. Control was what Zhang Boijin wanted. There were still many things to prepare for bidding materials from Green Demon Star. To purchase, then transport, and send to the laboratory for research. Yang Bo doesn't have to worry about the entire company structure and management. Of course, this is what Yang Bo wants. Although it seems that he has no control over the company. If Zhang Boijin wants to do something, he can stop him anywhere. Yang Bo, do you think this medicine can be given to Shingong Mao? On the way back, Su Wei asked with the gift from Zhang Boijin. It's hard to say about animals. I ask my fourth brother later. In fact, Shingong Mao and his friends are already very smart. Then I try it myself. Yang Bo nodded. That right, let's just forget it. If something goes wrong, it will be too late. Su Wei thought that there are big differences between animals and humans. I will give fourth brother a suggestion later. In fact, genetic drugs for pets can also be very useful. Yang Bo thought that Su Wei's idea was also a way. Although this thing reflects that humans are inferior to animals at a deep level. But in fact, it is true that no matter what kind of society, the pets of rich people live better than most people. What more? In a social structure like the Alliance, pets have a higher status. There are strict requirements for pets registered in the Alliance. What kind of pet? How much activity a day? Physical examination. And the mood of the pet. All are monitored remotely by chips. Once the data of the chip remote monitoring is found to be problematic, the pet owner may face imprisonment. Before the Alliance feeds pets, the pet owner will be evaluated comprehensively. From income to residence, then combine the person credit and his other performance. Yang Bo body, the original owner applied to feed a goldfish. It took a long time to apply. But if you say that the pet association is kind, then you are wrong. For example, if there is a pet, because its owner does not meet the requirements of the pet association, then the pet will be taken back by the association. The taken back pet will be issued again. In other words, adoption, but there is a time limit. If these pets are not adopted within this period, they will be euthanized. So Yang Bo is not sure whether the people in the pet association really care about pets, or whether they are just using this standard to target people who feed pets. Yang Bo thinks that the pet association is simply trying to make money, because the more rules and regulations they set, the more money they can fine you. Of course, there are more weird operations of the alliance. Yeah, if we can make a genetic drug that improves IQ specifically for pets, there will definitely be a big market. Su-wei nodded. Su-wei also knew that Yang Bo was doing drug experiments, but she had no idea how high Yang Bo technical level was. It's still early, let's go to Huagua Mountain for a walk. Su-wei spoke again. Take Shin Gongbao and the other 3 with you. There are a lot of fruits there. Do you think we should add some companions to Shin Gongbao and the others? After all, they are social animals? Su-wei looked at Yang Bo as she spoke. Yang Bo looked at Su-wei's expression, and knew that she was thinking about the other gerbils in her laboratory. It just so happens that there are extra gerbils in my laboratory. I will pick some when the time comes. Of course Yang Bo agreed. There are many fruits in Huagua Mountain. When they are ripe, they fall directly to the ground if there are no animals to eat them. Yang Bo, you are so nice. When Su-wei heard this, she leaned over and kissed Yang Bo.